Futures back to the downside once again this morning, coming off a pretty impressive not only day on Friday, but a week last week, a fourth straight positive week for U.S. stocks going into the weekend. Not the case this morning, however. Data out of China overnight suggesting a little bit worse off as far as their economy is concerned, and potentially a slowdown to come. That has not only some of the Chinese-specific ADRs to the downside so far this morning, but energy markets making a big move to the downside in early trading as well. We'll have a look at some of the oil stocks coming up here, but pretty impressive, as I mentioned, not only on Friday, but the week last week as a whole. A fourth straight positive week for this rally that continues for the most part. We are holding up ever so slightly this morning. We'll have a look at some of the EV makers as well. We got earnings news from Li Auto overnight, the first of the Chinese EV makers to report. NIO and XPeng also to the downside on that. Tesla making moves here after a huge day on Friday, if you remember. A ton to discuss. It's Monday, August 15th, 2022. tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand at this point. Both the S&P and the Dow about 0.5%. The NASDAQ trying to lead back to the upside here, about 0.25% for NASDAQ and tech stocks specifically. So red numbers top to bottom. You focus in on crude oil there, you'll see a big number. 5.2% currently for crude oil on that Chinese number overnight. We also got an unexpected rate hike from the Chinese government overnight. Suggesting their economy, as I mentioned, might be a little bit worse off than expected or than everyone might have thought. Second, or the world's second largest economy, so it is important to keep an eye on. Overall, though, it is a pretty good start to the week, guys. Good morning. Brand new week here. We are officially about 10% off all-time highs for the S&P. 17% now off the lows from back in June for the S&P. So, I mean, the rally trying to hold up here nicely.
It is. We'll see what happens this week. I think like you get like not the last of the earnings, but we get the retail earnings, which should be pretty big. All the big retailing names coming through. I think there could be trouble for a couple of them. But we'll love to see volatility come in just like it did last time. The squeeze names are back in play. Bed Bath & Beyond's up 18% already in making some moves here. And you talked about some of the Chinese names. We'll talk Li Auto, NIO, and Alibaba as well. But yeah, this time Bed Bath & Beyond goes. Not as much last time we had this one, but it actually holds well above this gap up price that it's putting in here. It just took out 15. Looks like it's headed towards $16 today. That 16 big level on the daily chart there. I think I looked at for a little bit of a target. As usual, I expect these names, usually when it makes a move like this, you'll get a dip at some point before the open or at the open. So I'd like to get paid out at about 16 and then start looking for dip buys. And then Tesla, 900. I mean, that'll be a big level to watch as well, right at the open.
I just logged into YouTube there and I saw you. Good morning, everybody. I just saw Bed Bath & Beyond ripping, and I had the order out, but I put the wrong price. So we missed that. I wanted to take this thing through that 1460 level right there and missed it. And then just noticed now as I was putting out the sticky note and everything that we don't have the long. But there it is, man. It is gone. It is ripping upside here, BBBY. So, you know, a couple runners there obviously we'll look at, or that's Bed Bath & Beyond, not Best Buy. You know, as we'll watch some of these. Darn it, man, I should be $1 in the money here, but we're not, so that sucks. But a nice little upside move here as wow, just continuing to go. 20+%. I mean, these names are going to continue its motor to the north side here, it looks like. Great trade here for Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm looking at Apple today as well on some of that Chinese weakness. It's going to be hopefully a good trade for us, breaking through 170 or at least testing it. And then we have a 172 high. So there's lots on my mind today. Alibaba is another one that we're going to be watching closely as well. So yeah, lots happening, lots to look at, and we're excited for the day.
Yeah, a number of runners. That VE stock from back on Friday going crazy here as well. That doesn't look right. Oh, that move was aftermarket. So we keep second guessing these percentages because we've had some data issues recently. But if we close down here, it might be accurate. We are higher once again for VEEE on the NASDAQ as well. Another relatively high short percent on that one. Helbiz also moving around. HLBZ on some news that their CEO picked up a whole bunch more shares of that company. You saw a chart of crude oil there as well, 5.3%. Look at this move in crude, just straight to the downside. If you zoom out a bit, we're right at multi-week lows for crude oil to start things off this morning. And it was all about what happened overnight. This factory orders data and factory activity data out of China came in well below what everyone was expecting it to be. We also got an unexpected interest rate move from the Bank of China as well. So, I mean, a couple of catalysts here as far as Chinese names are concerned that a little bit concerning for the overall market to start things off.
Yeah, well, I mean, the oil one, that's like you said, that's a big level coming through for crude. And this 85, 86 area, you sort of watch that. And there's going to be a lot of the names, individual names that I have on watch today. CVX is going to be one of them. To be sure, XOM going to likely be in play as well because, you get to a support like this and you tend to run away from those types of prices. And that's why we're going to be concerned with it. But I mean, I'm going back to the Alibaba well this week. And I think when I look at what happened at 90 last week, certainly that was a pretty good support level. I don't want to be diddling too much in the middle with BABA, and I know they're under a little bit of pressure this morning. I just think you have to be up closer to that 95 where we topped out. Yes, topped out on Friday, not yesterday. And then, of course, Thursday you had to close up there as well. So 95 level, pretty significant for me on BABA. I don't want to be saying, I'll just short any price. Like, I'd like that 93 in the past. I need to see us open up and fail that 93 before I like that for resistance. And then 90 even. There was just the pre-market. If you go back on Wednesday, only the pre-market, and then right at the open, you were below that price. Otherwise, it's been support this entire time on BABA. So that's one of those big lines in the sand that I'll be watching there on Alibaba. The EV names will be like their own story. But when it comes to the overall sort of Chinese market, BABA, when it goes up, it runs well. We see what can happen on a daily basis in terms of its volatility when it sets a trend. Usually once you're in it, the direction of the trend, all you got to do is worry about paying yourself out and where to get back in. But I just look at that 90. If it goes, it's under some trouble.
Yeah, if you guys are paying attention to the sticky note, which some of you are, then, we have the same levels. I mean, it's pretty obvious, clear as day there. Between 90 and 92, I don't think I really want to mess in between there, but if we break below 90, then it's a short. I mean, this is not rocket science here on Alibaba, with the Chinese economy starting to struggle again, and that was such a bad print for them today. Everyone thought the second quarter there would be good until they changed their zero COVID policy. I'm not sure much is going to happen there, and I also do like Apple on the short. So as far as all that is concerned, Alibaba, yes. Apple, yes, on the short. And then I really like the CVX breaking right here, 153. So I already have that order ready to go on a break lower here. If oil's going to struggle, these oil names have actually done quite well. They've, held some of these highs despite oil coming down. Obviously, that June 8th mark was the high mark for oil at 128 or 130 something. Since then, you dropped all the way down to 130, 134, and it's been a beautiful move back. I mean, they've really enjoyed the move back in the equity market, some of these oil names, right? So it's a nice move back up here for CVX. And then now today, you're going to pay the piper a little bit because, again, if the Chinese economy is not pumping as much as they thought it would, then obviously manufacturing is going to be down. So I guess they're thinking that the demand for oil is going to be lower. So when you have oil right here, down that 5% today, yeah, you are going to see some weakness in the oil names and obviously in some of those Chinese names as well. So we talked about Alibaba going downside, and then I really like CVX breaking below this 153. It looks better on a 20-minute. There it is right there. We've topped out. We've supported it, back on the 4th, the 5th, all the way there. We supported it on the 10th. I don't think that wick is real, but down there on the 10th and 11th again. So 153 right here, I'm thinking as a short, and I already have the order to go short. So if that does come in, we'll see that. And then here's the imbalances today. Not much on this side of things. No oil. I mean, XOM, 83,000 shares. That's going to be nothing. Palantir, blah, blah, blah. GM here, nothing. QuantumScape, there's nothing. Well, I mean, it's a nice little bid there, but that's only a $13 name. So not much on the imbalance locator yet, but I'm pretty excited for what today's going to bring. I feel like the market wants to go short side here, so we're getting ready to play that way.
Unity not on there either, to the downside in a big way here for you in New York, back to 55. Just trying to bounce here right now, but 4.25% after they officially said, yeah, pass to, if you remember this app-loving $17.5 billion approach last week. So officially saying, no thank you, but thank you anyways.
Thanks, but no thanks? Is that one?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, I just think that these stocks, man, these Cathie Wood stocks, so they're down 78%, the ARK ETF, and then now you're up 45% or something on the ARK ETF in the last month or so. And then Unity is going to be a big player on that, right? So Unity's been a nice little move to the upside. Some of these high growth stocks continue to work off some of these huge bottoms. I mean, will we see these again? I actually tend to think that we will at some point see some of these bottoms again, especially if we do have a little bit of a lull here now in the market, which I'm expecting. Last week I was expecting the market to go down as well, and that never happened. So we'll have to wait to see. Not that I expect it to go down, but just wasn't expecting some of those bumps, especially like we did on Friday. So Unity goes on some of that. Remember, stocks also go upside on rumors even before this is announced. Like someone always knows something. So this sort of started at 37, 38. Once it took out 45, it was really off to the races, up to $60 for Unity. So you're not too far away from it right now. And yeah, sure, it's pulling back down on this maybe canceled deal here. Not that there was ever a deal. Remember I said to you guys that there's no way that Unity would be giving up, and I know it was more of a partnership, but that they'd be giving up too much on this kind of valuation from where they come from. This is a stock for the future for sure. Their Unity engine builds games, movies, graphics, things like that. So I'm excited for what the future holds for this name. I'm not in it. I think it's been a huge move upside. So for me, I look for it to settle down. I mean, again, what do you think about this market? I'm not sure today it's going to matter for a stock like Unity, down 5%. The market's only down 1/3%, or I mean, it's bouncing around. But I think if you take down 53 here, now that I see this, I mean, that's not going to be good news for Unity. So I think a 53 take gets us down to this 50 level, and then you can work with 48 to 50 here. So yeah, not great news. Obviously, some of this premium that was bumped into that was due to the deal. So I think that you look to go short today. But if you believe in the company, then yeah, you might want to be buying this name between $50 and $51. I really question whether there's going to be too many, what the legs left under this rally in some of these growth stocks are. You've seen SoFi, DraftKings. I mean, Roblox is a great example of that move to the upside there for Roblox. Roblox touched what, 55? I know we got to 53 and then we started shorting it. So yeah, even a name like Roblox probably going to pull back a little bit. Not on the app-loving deal or anything like that, but look at this move. I mean, the same type of thing, 25 base up to 55. That's 100% gain, right? That's a double right into this area back in March. So this is why we said about 53 is why we're looking to short a name like Roblox. So Unity brings me to Roblox, which maybe brings Neil to a firm. I don't know.
Not well, maybe we'll see. We'll see. It might be in a firm day today. It's very likely going to be one, I do think. If it is to the downside, like I think this could be, at least for the number of stocks I'm watching here, I might take Unity if we get any kind of a test higher. If it goes up to like 57, I think. And if you look at when this first happened, like it broke that 58, it put an offer at 57, and then another leg down for another couple of bucks. So I think that 57 makes some sense. It's got a huge level at 60 on the daily, which I'm going to love. If we ever see that price, play it in either direction. I think that'll be a fantastic one for Unity. You just want to throw this one out. Bears versus Bulls, our awesome chat moderator. He'll be a little bit late today. I think there's like a power outage or something he's dealing with. So do your best. We'll try to do our best to answer questions in the chat, but he does a fantastic job for us. He will be on shortly. So, we'll help with the monitoring, but do your best to monitor yourselves, and we'll get to all the super chats and sort of all the questions the best of our abilities.
Big slide here for Bed Bath & Beyond. Back to the downside. I also saw this one. JP Morgan just popped up here, guys, breaking session lows. Some of the banks in negative territory, 1% for JPM. They took a bit of a hit here in the pre-market on this slowdown fear coming out of China as well. So all of these, JP Morgan, WFC, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, BAC, all to the downside so far. Worth noting as well, we had a pretty hard rejection, not only in equities back to the downside, but this is Bitcoin. That's 25,000 up there. We got above it, and then, got slammed right back down to 24,000 on that Chinese data overnight as well.
Yeah, I think still pretty range-bound, though. As, Ether pulled back as well after breaking pretty briefly that 2,000 mark once again. So key levels breached in either one, and then I think a reasonable pullback. Like what happens is you get this fantastic rally that we've been on across the board, and you're just going to start running into some key prices. And when that happens, pullbacks are going to make a heck of a lot of sense, right? Like in the grand scheme of things, like if you come to like the Bitcoin chart, like everything's been, I want to say, relatively calm. Like it has not even been that big of a move. So, even if once you get past like 25, you're likely to slow down 28 to 32, somewhere in that range. That's what I'm anticipating. What I'm excited to trade in the crypto, not in the crypto space, but in the crypto space, I should say, is coin. I mean, Coinbase. Really, this stock, since it had that crazy squeeze the other day, like every day there's been a pretty solid $10 to $15 move in Coinbase at some point, like within that range, and you've been able to catch a trend, sometimes there and back. And I look at this today and say, you obviously have a nice little 80 bottom there. And if we're going to have a red day, you've got the high from Friday at about 92.5 in play. You're sitting right on 90 even. If you just start breaking down, like that 10 move could be right into that $80 if it's going to be a short. And then if it takes out Friday's high, and you've got a pretty straight like $10 up into that 100, 102. Now, I tend to think that it's going to be downside. So Coinbase is the one I want to be fading off that Friday high. And then the support's down at $80. This one has been very volatile. It's been more about the short interest than anything else recently. And it tends to follow the market. When you get a super strong rally, it'll squeeze up. And I just look at that Friday high and a lot of Friday highs when I look across the board and like those for resistance.
All right. Yeah, look, Coinbase's been good. I've been pumping the tires here a little bit for HUD 8, which has been a great idea from that bottom. You guys have hopefully had a double up from 150 up to 350. So HUD 8 continues to work, obviously, on some of that, like we said, Ether move up to 2,000. I should have probably gotten out of some of the, Ethereum's going to drop back down to like 13 or 14, so it's at 19 right now. So, you could probably wait for this to come back in here to $3 or so. HUD 8 even lower than that, obviously, if this crashes down. So I would not be taking HUD 8 long at this time. I feel like it's been a big move to the upside. I mean, unless you are really a crypto bull, then some of these names can obviously fall down quite fast, and you're going to get hurt on the downside. Coinbase is probably, again, it's about that short interest, but if there's not a bigger short in the market right now than Coinbase, I'm not sure if there is one. But right into here, so you're running into this problem with HUD 8 at $4 right now, so that could be something to watch. So I'd look for that. HUD 8 near $4, but this is probably a short as well. As I was looking, Ethereum down 4% in the last 24 hours, Bitcoin down 2%, and coming up to some of those key resistance levels, right? So Bitcoin did hit 25,000. We talked about that. I mean, we talked about that last week. Breakthrough 20, hits 25, and then you see what happens from that point forward. Ethereum also hitting about 21 and then coming back in now at 19. So Ethereum also hitting some of those highs. So just watch out. I feel like it's been such a big move. I mean, Ethereum's up 100% in 3 weeks or something like that. So there's big moves that's happened here in the crypto market, and I think it's about time to fade it. So if you're going to look at any stocks to fade, Mara, Riot, and HUD 8, I would say, especially if you get near this $4 mark, looks like a good short for me.
What a rally off the lows on a number of these. A couple of names, guys, from Friday that we were dealing with made big moves. This one included VERU. Back to the downside this morning, 3% here. This thing did nothing but go straight up all day on Friday. They were talking about, we got earnings last week on Thursday. We also got significant, positive developments surrounding their COVID treatment coming out of the European Union, coming out of the FDA as well, talking about the possibility of not only emergency use authorization, but also more testing to be done on this drug as well. So clearing some significant levels over here on the daily chart, but a little bit of a pullback here. I saw a few people mentioning Veru this morning. Yeah,
the easiest short in the market on Friday, and I say that jokingly because it was not an easy short there for HUD. Through 18, once it broke that on the daily chart, you kind of felt like it had room to 20, if not above. Like the day it gets above this, maybe it gets out of this ridiculous channel that it's been in. And you don't see this very often where you have a stock break out and get above like $10, go 10 to 18, and then back and forth from 10 to 18 several times, and you finally got the break on a catalyst What I'd like to see today for the bull case would be hold $18 on support and then make a run at that 20 level. So you'd be able to, if you can find support at 18, which right now all the momentum is to the downside on Veru, pretty much since retail started coming back in at about 7 a.m., every single step has been to the downside. So it's about to challenge that 18 level at the open. If that holds, I think you've got your run to $20 here today. And if it can get through that, realistically, when you look at the chart, I mean, it's just the amount of volatility here should be able to take you higher. But that test is going to be at 18, right at 9:30. I need to see that hold before I'm even thinking about the longs. The 20 short, I don't know how much I'm going to love it the first time through. I feel like when this stock wants to make a run at a level and fail, it's more likely to wick high, sort of get through that price and then slam back down. It's not going to trade 5, 10, 20 cents at a time. That's not Veru style. It's probably going to break 20, get to 20.50, and if it's going lower, it's going to trap some longs above. But that 18 level is the first thing I'll be looking at for Veru at 9:30. If it holds, I'll look for some longs. If it doesn't, then I probably have some other shorts that I like better.
Yeah, for sure. Veru, crazy stock. Bed Bath & Beyond just held 1480, basically went down to VWAP here on a 2-minute chart. 1470 held that. Now just had a hard time getting through this 35 area on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's only 7 million shares, which is, I guess it's decent here with 40 minutes to open, but I was expecting to be a little bit more on some of these squeeze names. So I really feel like we will come back in here and test this. I was actually waiting at 1450 back into here. So I think if it comes back down to 1450 area, we'll double check that one. And then, I feel like you can be wrong on a squeeze here back to 13. So, take enough risks that you can do that kind of stuff back down here to 13. You could flush, and what I wrote down on the sticky note was a gap fill back down into here. So like I felt, and I wrote, again, we should be long right here on a break. I put the wrong price. I put 1660 instead of 1460. But this move down here, I feel like you could fill it back to 13 and then test and then start to go back up for a rip. So for me on Bed Bath & Beyond, that's just what I'm feeling. Possibly coming back into 13 or so. So I'm just long now. I'm going to try another 1450 or so, but we're not taking enough shares that we're going to have to get out until we see what happens down here. So 1250, something like that. But for a real bigger trade, I feel like in between 13 and 1350 is an area that you'd want to try to get long and then give yourself about $1 worth of space down to 1250. So I'm not in anything sort of a significant right now of a position, so it's not a big deal. And I'm going to let this thing float back in a little bit. Look, just like we just saw right there, it just failed at that same level again, 1430, 1450. So maybe we can get a good average, 1530. Maybe we can get a good average price where it comes back, and then if it comes back up to this price right there, then we can get out. So we just did not take that 15-cent winner on Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm fine with not doing that. I don't think you want to take 15 cents on this name. So let's just wait to see if it comes back down here to 1430 or so, load up, and then give it back to 13. So that's my squeeze stock here today. And obviously, once the market opens up, we'll be seeing about AMC as those ape shares getting ready to come online.
A bit light on this board so far this morning, guys. Here's a few upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. CVS on this side of the board up slightly in the pre-market here. Poshmark, Victoria's Secret. This is not U. This is UBX. Big mover on Friday. Another upgrade for them. Vroom, Revolve, Green Plains, and Comcast.
Yeah, that UBX, Unity Biosciences or Biotechnology, that was a big mover on Friday, but it essentially was a short from the open. Like it actually had to run up to $2. We were long in that one. Trade's not showing up, but when we tried to reload off of this 150 area, it just gave it up pretty much right away. So that's going to be that. It's going to be an interesting line in the sand because that was resistance all Friday afternoon, actually early morning even. If it can hold that level, maybe it makes another run. I'm skeptical it's getting above $2, not the way that it rejected it last time. I paid for shorts in there, and I'll definitely be looking at a shot at $2 if this stock makes that kind of a run to that little bit of a double top on UBX. Not to be confused, of course, with Unity Software. But the other one on that list, Poshmark was on that board as well, and Posh, that's got a decent short interest. I think it's like 10%, I want to say. For some reason, they don't show up on Float Checker, but if you go to FinViz, I think they're about 10%. And this is an interesting like $13 level here. that if it can get through that, like you've got some room to the 200 period moving average. It hasn't done any crazy volatile moves, however, which is the downside. You want volatility out of anything that you think is going to be a breakout style play or have the short interest matter there. But they got an upgrade. That 13 looks pretty solid. All I look to see is this one has volume at the open. If it does, then maybe it'll stay on the radar. But I'm much more interested in that Unity. Now I immediately forget the name of it. That Unity UBX, definitely on my radar today. I want to be shorting in front of 2.
Yo, what's up to everybody out there? Again, you're joining us for the first time. Hit the like button, and thank you so much for watching us one more time here today. It's going to be a good day. We have Microsoft as well. I think some of these big cap tech names here are possibly going to get exhausted a little bit here. Microsoft up to 292. It's been a huge move up for so many of these names. Like Microsoft just back in July 27th. So you're talking 3 weeks ago was a $260 name, right? 260. Now you're up to 290. So it's been a big, huge move for a lot of these names. Microsoft near that top of 292, staring at 290 right now to the downside. We talked a little bit about Apple today as well. Up to 172, close, $10 away from all-time high. Apple with the monster move, up 33% from the bottom. Apple really has taken off, and I'm looking for a short there. 170 going to be pretty key. And then Google with some YouTube news today, again, up to that 122. Like, there's so many levels that we've seen, that we've tested and really haven't broke, that there could be a little bit of a downside push here today, including the NASDAQ starting to make its move to the downside. Thanks for calling me fearless there in the chat, but you got to be pretty fearless, I feel like, to sometimes short Meta. And this has been a name that obviously can rip your face off, but can also make moves to the downside. This is probably the most dangerous, in my opinion anyways, big cap tech name to trade. The spread really opens up, and this one can get super violent. So if you're going to look to short anything on this one too, back up to 182 if the market does pop. So there's so many. I mean, Amazon's another name here that we could continue to talk about as well, off that 144 top, or was it 143? When it loads up, we'll be able to tell. Yeah, there it is, 144. So that 144 top has been pretty key as well, and you're a couple bucks under that today. So wow, I mean, if you are a bear, this is the time, man, to get your claws out, I feel like. There's so many names that are near some of these highs that it's not even like you have to be that fearless to short these names. They're at key levels, and they're just staring you in the face. So today could be super interesting, especially if we get that pop. We're going to come up with, in a couple minutes here, Steph's going to go over some of the futures, so that should be exciting on some plays there. But I'm looking at this Amazon top of 144, just like I'm looking at Microsoft, just like I'm looking at Meta. They're all right here. Apple, to me, is interesting because I feel like you could take the most amount of shares on this name just because of the liquidity and because of the spread and so on and so forth. So I'm looking to trade Apple, especially through this 170 area. It's one of the names here on the sticky note, but we have 170.55 written down here. That could get, these charts, man, that could get taken out pretty soon. 170.55 as a key level there for Apple.
Another one with a monster move on Friday, if you remember. Peloton, guys, was up huge, back to 1360, 1375. We're down a bit here in the pre-market, but JP Morgan with another positive note out on Peloton this morning, maintaining their overweight rating on this stock and actually increase they maintain their price target as well, $20 from 15 earlier on Peloton. Down a bit, but big day for this one on Friday as well.
It was a monster day for this on Friday. Like, it was like to go from $13.50 down to $12 in a single afternoon session, and then basically reverse the entire move is insane. We tried shorting this one to some success in the late afternoon off of $13.50, and I think if it goes up there again, that could be another one to look at. There's going to be a lot of like double tops and Friday highs that look really good and attractive for fades and for short trades. Peloton does get added to the list, but I don't see a ton of volume that makes me lead over to this one in particular. There was a question in the chat about what the numbers in the long short it means on the board. If you're tuning in for the first time, like that's our position board. So that's like the individual names that we're in. If you see a stock there, that means we've bought or sold it. Long means we have bought, hoping it goes up, and then you can see the price that we have it. And then same thing with the short position. So those update in real time for us there. I may not be into Peloton. Maybe it has to test that 14 even, but it is a big level if it does get to that price and through it. obviously, if it goes through significant resistance like that, you have to start considering like the potential of a squeeze. It has that potential if it gets up above 14 even. But I think most of these names that we keep looking at are fades until they aren't. And just a quick look here. I want to show you guys what's going on in Tesla. This is 900 in Tesla this afternoon. This morning, I should say. This is it in the afternoon on Friday, but this morning it is just barcoding in front of the 900 level and has been for the greater part of a half an hour here. So not that hard to figure out what the key price is going to be here on Tesla.
All right, so Peloton, I mean, 1380, obviously a very key level right there. So we'll watch to see on a break of 1380. I mean, Peloton, one of those names that, again, like it was $8, $9, you know, up to 14. So I don't know. I just don't know how many traders are out there buying this anymore. Like it's been such a big move up, but every dip down sort of has been bought on Peloton. So if that kind of happens again, then you're looking at like a $12. So, you know, like back down to previous resistance right there, back down in right there, back down again. So if you come back in again to 1230, 1240, to me, that looks like an area of support again. So we'll see if that can break, but that back down to 12, I mean, that still is a ways to go. You're gonna have to be down 10+% to get to $12. So if that happens, you know, that could be something to look for. But again, if this name's down 12%, then you're going to have other names like a DraftKings. I think DraftKings has a little bit more potential right now off of not a horrible quarter last week or 2 weeks ago for DraftKings. So they've been really aggressive to the upside here since their beat, whatever, on the 4th and the 5th was that bottom rate down there near 16. We talked about this. Could be a generational buy, I feel like, down there. Out of all of these names that were down super low, I feel like this DraftKings down here on 10 and 11 was a buy that, I mean, look, I know it's a double from now. I don't think it's a buy right here. You're running into some overhead support where there's going to be a lot of inventory up here between 23 and 24, and a lot of traders getting their money back. I mean, a lot of traders lost huge on the way down, as DraftKings was a well-owned name because it was one of those first movers in the gambling space, right? And so when it got hit pretty good. And then down here, it gave a lot of reloads, man, back down to 10 and 11 bucks. So up to $20, $22. This is another name that's a little vulnerable as you run into some support up here at $21, $22. So, hey, if the market does want to come back down, unfortunately, it might be led by some of these names that I know a lot of us are in, DraftKings, Peloton, and the rest of them. So this is another name I could add to the sticky note now that I see kind of where we are, and we're starting to tick down on the day rate here. So, yeah, maybe look for a DraftKings break lower. That could be pretty spicy.
All right, let's get a check of the overall market here. Steph is ready, and we'll get a look at what we need to know for the futures this morning. Here's Steph.
Good morning, guys, and happy Monday. Let's get straight into talking about some intraday levels for ES Future. So, of course, critical level, which has been in play from last week and is going to be definitely in play for today, is 42.50. To maintain bearishness, we really need to hold below 42.50. Of course, to maintain bullishness, competing with that pre-market high is going to be 42.78. Of course, if we're going to have that strength to regain, again, 4,300 is going to be that key psychological level. All the way to the downside, where potential bounce plays and longs will be in effect, will be 4,200 to 4,210. As well, just reminder from last week, we also did bounce around that 4,190 to 95s level. So this will be our intraday levels for the day. And that's all for me. Back to you guys.
Yeah, good to know after a huge day on Friday, also a positive week, as we were saying, back to the upside for the market. We'll see how those come into play. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open once again. Going to be an interesting morning here. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. Absolutely free before we come on at 8:30. Li Auto, top of the list here. The first of the three Chinese EV makers to report earnings. A surprise miss, both on the manufacturing side of things and also on the numbers themselves. Obviously, COVID going to play a big part in these earnings, I think, for all three of these automakers coming up here.
Rob goes, relax, LOL, good one. Okay, so, all right, so Li Auto down here makes a move back to 30 bucks today. I mean, it's a big move up to $40. I don't know, down, it's only 500,000 shares. It's down that 3.5%. Obviously, we have a nice move back. I mean, we've respected this $30 level a couple times. Will it hold again here on Li Auto? It possibly could, but 35 is also something again here to look at. So between 30 and 35, you know, kind of in the middle. I'd like to see a little bit of a bump back up here to try to short this. That's just on the daily chart. So, you know, there it is. It's a move down. We've already hit 30. We rallied back there on Friday. And I mean, Friday was a big day for the market. So I think if you're going to do anything on Li Auto, it has to be a short down here into 30.22. So, you know, that could be a level there that we're looking at for a short here in Li Auto, breaking through 30. But the market has kind of respected. I mean, it's kind of come back in here. And I feel like it's not down that much considering the miss. So only down 1.7 and all the bad news in China. So maybe this name does rally today. Li Auto, you can always look at NIO and things like that. But this is what I'm talking about. It's really made a nice move off that 30 bottom again. So a couple times we've tested that. Let's see where we go on this bottom, 30 bucks up to 32. So, hey, I think Li Auto, you fade it on any kind of a pop upside, and that upside pop has to come to 33 bucks or so. So that's kind of where I'm looking to do any damage on Li Auto. But again, you know, only 500,000 shares is not a lot. So I'm going to be looking to go long if it gets near 30. And then if it breaks that, then I just think you hit the short and hold on to it and watch what NIO and XPeng and all that is doing.
Yeah, speaking of NIO, I want to get to that one, but Li Auto also has this 50 period on the daily, which I think is worth watching. It's been, ever since it crossed, it's rejected it each time. I think all week long. If it decides to rally off this 30, then I think you got to be looking at fades at that price. Until then, I'm looking for a 30 breakdown. If it takes out that low, I want to go short through there. I'm not sure we get high enough to be able to short this one where I'd like to. So if right now you're a heck of a lot closer to that 30 level than anything else. NIO is more tightly wound on the daily here off its 50 period moving average, and its support, I mean, it's going to be right here at that $20 level. You know, when you got below that price the last time, we dropped a full dollar, then recovered, and then ran away to the upside by $2. That 20 is going to come into play, I think, at some point here today. So that's going to be. I'm just more excited to trade NIO off that $20 level than I think Li Auto. It doesn't mean they both look. You could see both of them break, and maybe I have both of them to the short side. But that NIO one, I think, certainly has been a pretty good price area. If it bounces off there, you've been able to get great runs. When it breaks down and then holds below, I mean, you can see what happened. The last time it broke, it was a pretty clean move, like down 60, 70 cents, and then ended up finishing like a full dollar to the downside. So the sympathy play for me, I like over there in NIO to the short side through 20.
Let's go to the squeeze stocks. Big moves last week throughout this entire group. They're active again here this morning. A couple things to note. APE, aftermarket on Friday, you'll get the APE shares. We won't actually get to trade them until Monday, next Monday, but as of the close on Friday, those will come out. BBBY leading, however, as we've seen, both on volume and percentage-wise here this morning.
Well, it's also been, if you look at, it's consistently like the #1 name when it comes to like Wall Street Bets or online, where a lot of the chatter has been. If you're still watching that, and all you got now is like the third move here. So first breakout came at 6, and then it gave that second one at about like $8, held that for support. So now that I see us taking out 13, it's like 13 to 13.30 or so, and that's a big significant level on the daily. You even crossed the 200 period here. So a lot of things that tend to make me feel like you're just making that next leg up, and then your support should be previous resistance, and then hopefully we can hold that channel. So when it took out that break, this was about 14.20 early in the pre-market. Didn't quite get to 16, which I thought was going to be that target, and I want to be dip buying in front of that 14 area. I think it's a long as we're above that 13 to 13.30 here today, and then look for those types of opportunities off the long side in front of the Friday high. That'll be the play for Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it's going to be the one with maybe more juice today. I could be wrong about that. It's got significantly more shares than AMC done. I know we've usually been trading AMC a heck of a lot more in terms of, we trade it almost every single day, but it's got, 6-7 times the amount of volume over there in Bed Bath & Beyond relative to AMC. I think it's a pretty easy choice which one to go to, but that has, in its own right, this has a pretty decent level here at about 23, which it was good in the middle of the week last week, and then when we got back there, that short on Friday in AMC, that was your bottom. So 24 if you're trading this one, you're at your area of support, but Bed Bath & Beyond, it's breaking out. AMC right now isn't breaking out. Easy choice.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond's the only name that I'm really looking at right now as far as a meme is concerned. I mean, 8.5 million. We started first talking about this on the show at 7 million. So it's nice that it's getting some volume there. And it's also nice that it's held this 1480 a couple times. So we're right back to flat on this trade. Like I said, we meant to take this break, and we put the wrong price. We put $16 instead of $14. So we missed that. But, you know, we're trying to hold it out. So 1480 could be a good little dip buy. We were waiting a little lower at 1450, but as you can see, a lot of these VWAP and the 50 period has sort of melted to the upside here as this stock has kind of been melting upside. So we'll wait to see now. I mean, it's not a huge move. Obviously, 17% is nice, but we know we've seen this move a lot more. And then I wrote down also on the sticky note that we'd come up to a possible resistance level of 18. So I wrote down here that, you know, if we gap filled back to 13, then I thought that we could ride up to 18 today. So back up to here around this $18 mark, I feel like is something that it wants to get. So you topped out at 18 around February, March before gapping, and then the same thing happened right here. You come back, you dance around, and then basically no gap, but you know it started its downside move off that 18 break, right? And so once you get to 18, I think you're gonna have to make a decision. And I mean, you know, you can stamp that for me because I feel like if you're long right now and it gets to $18, that's a win, and you might want to consider getting out unless you really think that there's something behind this name. They didn't have a great quarter, as we all know. Retail's been struggling. You can check out XRT. Although it's been a nice move back up to the upside, this is not moving on anything technical or anything like that. This is just going to be a squeeze to the upside. So I guess it is technical, but it's not business-based. So, you know, you got to look at some micro versus macro reasons here for Bed Bath & Beyond. It'd be interesting to see when we do get Walmart and stuff like that, if that affects, and a lot of the retail names affect a name like Bed Bath & Beyond. But for now, I think you just play the squeeze back down to 13. That's where I'm going to reload this name if it gets into 13, and then you watch out for that 1250 level. But don't be scared and run away from this name. I mean, it's bounced a lot before, so you're going to have to like stomach this one a little bit. If it comes back to 13, it wouldn't surprise me.
All right, let's go on to a big list, once again, of Chinese ADRs back to the downside on a number of different angles here this morning. If you missed it, factory activity data coming out of China overnight was lower than expected in July, suggesting maybe a little bit more of a slowdown coming for their economy. We also had these delisting worries that popped up on Friday. This is the list down here. So there's LFC, which is China Life Insurance, Sinopec, Aluminum Corporation of China, PetroChina, and Sinopec Shanghai Petrochemical, all on Friday said that they were going to delist voluntarily because of some auditing issues from the NYSE. But more negativity for this group this morning.
Yeah, I mean, that list of names, nothing that I'll look to be trading, that I doubt either one of us is going to look to trade those names, but we will be watching. You saw what's on the watch list, like Baba, JD, Baidu, Pinduoduo. Those are the interesting ones, I think, and Alibaba certainly leads that charge. It's only down 2% for now, and I like this 95. I keep talking about Friday highs, fading off Friday highs. 95 is essentially Friday's top. It's just below that where Baba closed up, and I just like the fade here on Alibaba at that price. But I'm not going to ignore how good a support 90's been. So 90's been pretty good support. We've looked at Li Auto as a $30 price there, and NIO has a 20 that's pretty good, and Alibaba's got this 90, which looks like we might get it. If it's a red day, I think we get a test at it, but it is much farther away, I think, right now than I kind of hoped. That, you know, it came with that news and kind of felt like maybe would be a little bit further down than 2% and be testing that 90 at the open. So it's a bit of a disappointment now that we're running away from that, which does mean the first trade on Bob, if there's any strength, is likely to be shorting it off of that high. And just like on Friday, you have to be willing to, if you have that, to have your stop out in place, because this one ran you over if you weren't willing to get out of it. I had my stop set pretty clean, just above the pre-market high there. Should have reversed it. That's fine. Fair enough. Didn't want to do that. If it somehow holds a bit above 95, I think there are longs above that price. But I'm coming in thinking short first on Baba in front of 95 and shorting through 90 if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how aggressive you want to get here with Alibaba. Obviously, we traded it short side there on Friday pretty good. Made some money early as it kept respecting this 92 level. So, you know, that 92 bottom, I think gets broken here today pretty easily. and then you just got to wait for 90. So it's on the sticky note here because I wanted to put something down that was a Chinese name and really couldn't find anything. I've been trading Alibaba for a bit, but this move upside there really did surprise me. We tried to short this right at the close. It didn't really work out, but at the same time, it didn't break that 95 all day. So, I mean, look, with the market down and this name down, obviously you don't expect Alibaba to get back to 95 today. So if that happens, I think that's a pretty easy short. There's been lots of shorts here. I've talked about Google, Apple, I mean, everything. So if I'm going to short those names, I do think that Alibaba is a short as well. But, we've been wrong. This name is very humbling because, this 90, it's held so well. But then I always think when we break it that we're going way down. And it hasn't happened. So you got to watch out for that 90. For me, that's the breaking spot, is the 90 short, nothing else. I don't really want to trade in the middle of that. So for me, Alibaba is going to be a short once we break down through this 90. 92, I wrote that down, but when you look at this, there's not too much there. I think you got to play the clean, longer term break here of 90 and then see if that can hold out to that downside. And then, there's always a name, Neo, that we like to look at. This can run like crazy off opens, so that could be another one. I mean, look at some of these moves that this happens early, right? So I only have a 2-minute chart up, but this is Friday where we opened up around 2040. Look at this move down. It went to 1980 before ripping all day, right? And so if you take the similar move, you're going to open up a little bit higher. So maybe we do test down here to $20 again on NIO. So that could be another name. Here's 20 on NIO. It held pretty good before, obviously, this day breaks, touches 19, and then goes all the way back to $22. So a pretty volatile name, but I'd look at this 20 bottom there as something to look at. So, Neo could dip back down. So Neo, Alibaba, I think you kind of stay with the bigger names. To me, the bigger play on China, and it's not China specifically, but I just wonder about Apple. Apple's down, same as the market right here. If we do think a short, Apple's up to this 172 that we've seen a little bit here now over the last little bit. So let's just wait to see. Friday's high, it's a big move up, 30-something%. I think it's 32% from the bottom there for Apple, running into 172. I mean, that all-time high of 183 or 4 is right here. So we're not too far away from that now. I just think Apple pulls back on China's slowdown and just such an aggressive move to the upside. If there's any name that traders may empty out, unless they're trading an index, which Apple pretty much is, then I think you're going to sell out of Apple. So I'm going to watch out for that. But that is a dangerous game to play, the Apple short, Brendo.
Chinese data also hurting some of the energy names this morning, with oil making a huge move. Here it is, 5.29 right now. Just tested that low again at 87, which on a daily chart is essentially the bottom over the past couple of weeks. I just brought up Marathon here, MRO down 4.25 versus 5.3 for oil itself, but all the energy producers under pressure here.
Yep, all of them to the downside, and the one I happen to like is XOM. I feel like there's a bunch that are gapping that look pretty good. XOM just happens to be right at its 50 period on the daily. Yeah, so when I watch it there, I think that's a pretty significant level. And then I looked at this 91.5 to 92 area, right? Like you break away from that price, you hold it as support right at 92 on Friday. So it gives me sort of an out. Like I like 92 as my out, and then shorting into that number, starting around like 91.50, maybe even like the 30s and 40s at the open. Play that pop, give it to 92, and then just work with the direction there. And if it fails that 50 period on the daily, then you get a nice little downward trend day. I think you can look at all of them today. It just happened that XOM was the one that set up for me. So that's one I'll be watching. A lot of times I'll trade Oxy. I kind of feel like Oxy is way better when oil is strong than the other way around. So I'm going with XOM.
Yeah, I'm going with Chevron. I mean, Chevron right here at 153. I feel like it's going to break that level. But again, it's held out pretty good. Oil down right now 5.25. It's still, or 5.5. Starting to go down to 87. Respect that. 86.80 on the downside, possibly there for crude oil as well. So yeah, we're going to watch out for this break right here, 153 or so on CVX. I already have that order to break it. I'd like to see I mean, I'd like to have a reason to get out. Maybe I don't want to go short 153 and then get out 155. So hopefully there's some levels that develop out there. It's only down 3%. It's been a big move. Like, this oil move down has been pretty bad. I mean, oil's gone from 130, and a shout out to my kid Baxter who called this and actually shorted oil like at 125 or something. You heard Tony talk about that. So it's down to 87. So shout out to my kid, pay some rent. But there you go, 155. Hopefully that breaks back to the downside here, but we're going to have to watch out. CVX with a nice move up back to 165 and 160. So there's a lot of room to come in here. I still think you buy oil being down to $87. I think it's a buy for energy at this point. I think once some of those Russian sanctions finally come on board in October, you're going to see oil start to rip up, I feel like, especially maybe even nat gas as they turn gas off to Europe. So those are going to be some real cold fall and winter months over there in Europe if they don't get it all figured out. So I feel like energy deserves to be bought up here, down to $87. So I'll probably be buying some of that XLE and ZEO. Well, it's ZEO here in Canada. That's what I've been buying. So I think will be some of that as well. But so good. You guys like that, pay some rent. That is pretty funny, right? Yeah, we had a great weekend there. It was a huge weekend for my family. Lots of fun stuff
birthday
happening.
celebration.
Birthday celebrations. And my team won again, I think, for 8 straight times. So we're absolutely on fire. And big weekend, and getting ready for, we talked about this, well, a little bit, the NFL draft for a lot of us coming up here in fantasy. I've seen a lot of people posting draft stuff, so that should be spicy and exciting. Our pool is full with a bunch of jokers, so I don't know how that's going to go, but it should be a lot of fun.
That's one word for him.
Was there any bets that has to be cashed? I think there was someone has a bet for like 100 meters?
There's a race going on.
So that is happening.
The 2 dudes in our fantasy football league who probably have the least business racing each other are going to be doing a race, which I think will be hilarious because one guy, because I remember him when he came out to track practice in high school.
Yeah. In high school.
And all I'm saying is in high school, the running joke was that
5 years ago,
most people could beat him running backwards.
Right.
And I'm not, seriously, like he's
that
slow.
But he's literally had 25 years to train.
He has had 25 years to train.
So let's hope that can happen. But that's exciting. See, the thing is that we have this one guy in our pool that always wants to do monetary bets. But who cares about monetary bets? Like, I'll swing and lose $1,000 in the first 10 minutes. And this guy's like, oh, you want to bet $50 my team versus your team? It's like,
and everybody else is like, let's make it fun. Let's eat a bunch of hot wings
or
and
let's
struggle,
put paint on our face,
paint on your face,
like we've done on the show before.
Wear a silly T-shirt. He won't do any of that stuff. Well, one of the guys in the race, though, I will say this: he had the most epic dunk I have ever seen in my entire life. Forget about Vince Carter. Forget about Dominique Wilkins. We're in New Orleans. And we go outside into a parking lot.
Yeah.
We get a coat hanger, put it maybe 6 feet off the ground.
It wasn't that high, though.
And this guy just levitated and threw down like an absolute champion. Cut the living crap out of his hand.
It's always amazing when you are about 5'10" and you dunk on a 6 foot.
He's not 5'10".
How tall is he?
I mean, a little shorter.
5'8"?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. When you're under 6 feet,
But he levitated all like maybe this far off the ground.
Like
it
a
was
huge 3 or 4 inches. He was, could have maybe even done a little spinorama there, 360 dunk there. But yeah, Dominique Wilkins in the house in New Orleans, Brendan.
Just saw this one, guys, popping up. CFVI, which is the Rumble SPAC, back to $10. They came out with some monthly active users this morning. 44 million, in fact, using Rumble. That's up 76% year over year. So heads up on that. Let's talk Google, however, to wrap things up. YouTube going to launch its own marketplace, which kind of seems like a no-brainer when you think about it, but yet to be seen anyways, a YouTube marketplace.
Yeah, I don't know how much that's a catalyst that we're going to care too much about here today. We'll see. I mean, if it's an upward day, then resistance can definitely turn into breakouts. We've seen it happen before, but just look at Friday's top. It's a double top on Google. It's 121.70 or so here, and you got a pre-market high as well at that price. I just think it's a fade till it's not. Like it's right there on the board for you, and we keep talking about these Friday highs, and this one gives you a double up at that price. Apologize for these wicks. It makes it seem like there's not as much room to run, but if you look at that range, that's a $5 range bottom to top. So I do like that price. We're very, very close to it now as the market's trying to get to the upside. And then the other one for me in big cap tech is going to be the Amazon 144. That's not nearly as close on Google. Like Google's pretty much right there. Amazon, it's got some room to travel before we see that 144. Obviously, if any of these names get through those prices, they can drag the market higher. But until then, I'm respecting the resistance that got put in pretty much the entire week for Amazon and then for Thursday, Friday on Alphabet.
Yeah, I'm sitting here already at 144, so 143.50, whatever. I mean, we'll see if we get a pop. We could get a huge pop to the upside. If we do, man, we just get out at a 144.50 break, and then we'll assess it after that, because I mean that could be a monster top there for Amazon. We've talked about that. I mean, Amazon. I mean, ho hum for Amazon, right? I mean, this name is only up from June 45% or 40%, sorry, from June. So 40% on Amazon. I mean, I know I'm ordering a lot of stuff, but come on, 40% can't be worth that much, can it, on Amazon? So that's a big move to the upside. A name that was super strong last week that I don't want to get my bias set out too much on it would be Microsoft, because I'm really impressed with how strong this name has been, but it's kind of trying to hold the top again. So I don't know. For Microsoft, it's a nice move back up. We'll see what happens. It's more than the market right now. I don't want to look at relative strength versus weakness right at this time, because we do have 4 minutes until the market opens, but I'm looking at Microsoft here as well at 292. So for me, the top that I want to play is this Amazon short at 143.50 into 144.50. But without too much time left, let's go over to Brendan and look at a small cap real quick.
22% once again today. This thing made a monster move after market on Friday. This went from 650 to almost 10. Pulled back a little bit, back to $8, trying to hold that. But 950, 975 would be the top of the aftermarket back on Friday. So if we get back up into that range, worth a look. It's kind of struggling right now below $9. So if we do break down here, worth a look as well for VEE on the NASDAQ, guys.
VE, just throw a bunch of E's and you'll probably be correct. And look, that 9's a big level. On Meagle here, MEGL, 10 is a big level. When it got absolutely crushed last week, you can kind of see this bottom here going back into Wednesday, and then a breakdown on Friday at that same $10 price. That's enough of my 3-minute, but getting off the schneid here. And I don't know this to be true, but according to, and thank you guys for pointing this one out in the chat, that it may or may not be getting pumped by other sort of YouTubers who do that sort of thing. That's really not our gig here. I would be cautious with this regardless, chasing it to the long side, just given what has happened since it's come out. It's pretty much been dead since it reversed after that huge move. If it gets through 10, I'd like to think 15 is an obvious level to work off of there. But just be very careful with these. I do like that $10. I just checked. We were paying like 2 cents a share to short this. So very cheap locates. And that's another thing. Like, this could be, if we start getting through 10 even and break higher, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to short this at about $15, and they'll be able to do it relatively cheaply. Bed Bath & Beyond, I should mention, that's free for us to short, and sometimes that can be. Sometimes that'll give you a little more squeeze space. When people when people short it for free, it also means when it pops that it's an easily sort of like squeezed day trader type of stock. Tesla is now starting to bounce above that 900, so no real test below it. You look at 895 as well. That was resistance on Wednesday and Thursday. That's a nice little channel. If we hold that on Tesla, Tesla's actually, to me, bullish between 95 and that 200 level holding out. We get back below there, and I just think you run the risk of a gap fill. So a 95 break with a 895 break with a 900 stop does make sense to the bear side, but it's one of these names that it actually sets up and looks pretty bullish above those prices. Only about 2 minutes to go here. I see Tony is locked and loaded and ready on the bell. The first thing, of course, is going to be Bed Bath & Beyond. I think we're likely to see a little bit of a test to the downside at the open here, so getting ready for a little bit of a dip buy. I thought we'd get a chance to short coin if it popped, but coin just looks like it wants to completely take out this bottom here at 89, more or less right away. So we might not even get a chance to fade this one if it goes higher. We might just be looking at an 89 break right away.
I actually scrapped Tony from the bell. So you're going to see the oil baron himself, Baxter, will be on the bell very, very soon to come in a minute here. So you're going to watch out for that. But with only a minute to go, I'm really excited for Amazon. So I think that Amazon short could come in. Yo, what's up, Brad? So we're going to get ready for that. And it's going to be an interesting midday show today as well, as we have a bunch of new faces coming for you. CVX as well. Bed Bath & Beyond is a name that we're on as well. So $15 coming through, $15.50 as a high there for Bed Bath. We've talked about getting out when and if that does come through. $14.80 coming as a bottom. And we got to give a big shout out to Rob, who's been working all weekend trying to make sure that we do have a seamless transfer over on the midday show. So a big shout out to that, as Windows IDs and whatnot can be obviously difficult. And now Lucas is doing, yeah, I actually said to my wife, where the heck's my salmon shirt? And I couldn't find it today. But here we go. Baxter is on the bell. So you're going to be able to see my kid Baxter right there. He eats me out of house and home. So here he is right now. I saw last night it was about midnight. This guy's making a chicken sandwich. All right, here we go, Baxter. 4, 3, 2, and 1. There it is, Baxter. Give a big wave to the camera. There he goes. No, he's not. No wave to the camera. See you later, says Baxter. He's got to run those algorithms into the ground. Okay, so here we go. Bed Bath & Beyond making a move back down to the downside as Microsoft upside the market, Neil. Looks like it does want to go north side.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately got triggered into Coinbase there. It took out that 89 even. Got some slippage at the open there at 89.75, so 88.75. If it takes out 90, I'll have to get out and regroup back at like 91. I'm testing. Oh, forget about it. Bed Bath & Beyond down to 14.50.
Yeah, it started to tank.
I think it's starting to tank. I might get hit on these bids now. I actually just got to reload on Bed Bath & Beyond as well. So watch out below on Bed Bath & Beyond. If you are in this, we did anticipate there might be a bit of a drop, but that was not a bit of a drop. Like that was a pretty big one right back into that 14.50 area.
All right, yeah, I'm going to try to take advantage. Did I get that? Yes, I did. Okay, so we did go short here on Google. You know, I am obviously looking at this 122 area. We don't want to be wrong for a long time, but we will, of course, be wrong at some point on this trade if it continues to go up. So we do have that outside area of 122 where we want to think about getting out. I just, like, look at this market. How many buyers are here, man? I mean, a move up to 13,500 again. This is a big-time move to the upside, so let's just try to respect this move for now, not get into too many shorts, but our Amazon is kind of just sitting there waiting to get filled. So a nice move up to 150. We don't have it.
What the heck happened to Li Auto?
Maybe let's start now. Did it crank lower? Probably, right?
The last thing I expected to get to fill when the market was going up and the coin shorts going against me was to see a 30 break on Li Auto. That's insane. Like, I had my order in, like, ready to go if it broke 30. But Li Auto was chilling at 31.50 and just smoked that bid there. So that looks like it's obviously under a heck of a lot of pressure. Tesla was going up. Was going through the high of the day there actually at the same time. So Tesla here through 910, it looks like it's starting to fade back in. But so showing some signs of strength. And overall, the market, the NASDAQ almost went green just there.
Yeah,
Bed Bath & Beyond starting to recover. I need to look for at least something alongside. I'm out of coin here. Going to get the heck out of Dodge on that one because I think you might have had some wick bottoms and now testing lower. And then be careful. We said be careful with some of those squeeze names. That V, rejected 9 even starting to come back in there. The other one that we were talking about, which we didn't mention, was Hellbiz, and I wanted to quickly mention that Hellbiz starting to fall to that downside. It's had good support at 150. Might look for that again here on Hellbiz, but it has to level off. The only one holding up and not even doing that good of a job is Bed Bath & Beyond around this 1450 is supporting well.
Yeah, I want to get out of Bed Bath & Beyond. If we take down that low right there of 1430, we'll get really light on this one as it's just not going. We have, you know, a much bigger trade here in Amazon. So this is a name that we talked about that we wanted that short if it did come through. So we did take that Amazon short right at that level. Here goes the market, though, man. The market is just ticking higher and higher right now. So I don't know. Amazon still is rejecting. We do have a lot of D prints going through right now, which are ridiculous. I don't even know what's going on with those. So you are not printing 142.60 right now. You're 140. 143.12. So a lot of bad prints coming through on Amazon. So let's switch over to Google right now. As that name's, this is ripping. So Google up to 122. We don't want to be in this, like I said, if it's not going to work out. So Google, oh wow. The NASDAQ just huge turns positive right there. As Google right now taking out 122. That's going to be a key level, man. We're not going to hold it for too much longer than this, but there it goes. Google with a monster move. The NASDAQ is really starting to take off, guys. Big time movement to the upside here.
Brando.
NVTA, another big mover from last week, just popping up on volume here, back to $6. Remember, this thing had 1, 2, 3, now 4 days to the upside for NVTA. Another one from last week.
Yeah, I just got into Alphabet off that top. Looks like it's getting real close. Worked into Lee Auto. 14's getting tested on Bed Bath & Beyond as well. The other one that we're going to talk about was NEO. So NEO making a huge move to the upside. It doesn't even test $20. Forget about it. NEO just only goes straight up. This happened like 3 days in a row, and then you had to structure longs a little bit late to the game. But it worked out. So watch out for that V shape. But I'm watching this 20.95 afternoon support. I'm buying dips on NIO. This is now the 3rd day in a row where it's broken out. And then I'm essentially buying dips after the breakout. But you got to make the trade that's in front of you, and that might be having to chase a little bit here. Tesla's still looking relatively strong. That's one I have to watch because of what's going on with Li Auto. But look at Tesla here. It got all the way up to 920 just now. So I'm going to kick myself because I came in thinking bearish, and the only thing I thought that set up was maybe a long in front of that 9 to 895 on Tesla. Didn't get in because it didn't quite give you that look. Now I'll have to think about buying some dips on Tesla. In front of 10s makes sense. That's where it just broke out from. There's a lot of dark pools that are making it seem like it's trading down here. It is holding right now at about 916. So it's about $5 away from buying any dips there in Tesla. But if this continues to go, I mean, there's no chance Li Auto's going to work for me. It looks like it's trying to challenge that 31 level where my stop is just above.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with me, man. I mean, a lot of these shorts not trying to pay off at all. Amazon though, starting to come back into the 20s. So we did average. It's the Google short that's really not working, but we did get an Amazon fill there at 8 or at 75. So yeah, that one just went down into the money for us a little bit there, as we are short at 143.40 right now. We'll take something out around VWAP, which is 20 if that comes in. We're just trying to respect some of these levels a little bit anyways here. So here it comes. All right, there it is. Oh, we didn't get a fill there. Okay. Or did we? No, we did not. Surprising. Okay, we'll figure out why. What's up, Rendo?
Guys, breaking back higher. I just saw this one as well popping up. Gap, GPS back to highs on volume here. Some spin-off chatter coming for GPS.
We get all the retail this week, and I think certainly they're going to see some volatility in all of those names, but that's one that we probably should always remember because the short interest on Gap makes it pretty interesting. Tesla, it's still at 915 there. It's kind of annoying because you do see those dark pool wicks making you think that it's coming back down to some dip prices. But here comes that 13 even on Bed Bath & Beyond. So the breakout goes shy of that 16 level, take one dip. Now I'm holding off because this is a test. When it gets down to 13 even, if it can't bounce here, it's probably kaput for this name. I need to be in the long side somewhere, right? I need to balance this one out. And it's going to be NEO or Tesla, it looks like to me. Also a chance, as I say, NEO starting to pull back in. I'll take some shares in front of 21. Ultimately, I like 95 a little bit better, but that's about 10 cents away. I think we can try to work into that as well and work it back into that breakout price of 20.80, risk about 30 to 40 cents on that little bit of a dip. I want some balance here and not only be thinking about shorts. We're in that opening range. We just went green. The NASDAQ just broke that Friday afternoon high. If it fails that, okay, fine. That means some shorts are going to work. But if we hold above that, you got to have some longs to be able to balance that out. And then going back over to that V stock, still trying to make that break at 9 even. Look at it tightly wound here. This one could go, man. If it gets up through 9 even, I think you're looking at a pretty clean breakout to 50s, 75s, and then evens.
We've just very silently just absolutely destroyed Amazon right now. So, we are short right now at 143.60. It's down in the money now, 90 cents to the downside here for Amazon. So this is really starting to get a little bit exciting here as it starts to make that move down for me. So yes, sir, trying to short some of these tops like we talked about on some of these names, definitely working. I thought Amazon was way too far, way too fast. And we talked about that. I mean, I brought it up that we were up 43% since June, whatever that day was there in June. So a nice, wow, okay, yes, sir. We are really, really pumping here now on Amazon with a nice little, now it's $1 in the money as it takes out some 70s. Let's just put a bid out right now. Let's cancel the rest and see if Amazon does want to have one of those days where we just continue its downside move. I mean, 141 would be pretty nice down here for Amazon. So that's something to look at if we thought this move was going to extend out. And then Google as well, trying to make a move back in there on the 2 minute. But again, we just didn't even get to VWAP there on a pullback. That's my average price, 121.50 right now. So if I didn't have this trade, we'd be aight, but we do have it, and it is starting to come back down to the downside. So 121.50 now. Maybe it's Microsoft and Apple that I need to look at. What's up, Brendo?
Disney. Remember last week we got earnings from Disney and streaming numbers that were better than expected. Here's Citigroup, guys, raising the price target this morning on DIS. Straight higher so far for Disney.
Netflix might be strong too. Have to have a look at that because then Netflix, super strong numbers for them from Stranger Things, which is, if you haven't seen the finale of that one, like, wow, it's a pretty intense show and a good one for them. XOM, which we liked on any kind of a pop to go short, only going straight down, so that weakness in oil does continue. I'll play it back to 91 here. It looks like you're not going to get a chance at that 92 level, as this trend has definitely continued and looks overall weak. I still have not taken any profit on Google because it doesn't seem to want to go very far into that downside. It's touched that top. It's rejecting that 122 high. And then we'll see if it can come back in first to like 121.5 where VWAP sits, and then try to hold it a little bit deeper than that. I'm now into NEO, as that one looks like it's starting to crater. So I've got the short in Lee and a long in NEO, not an intentional hedge or anything like that. But right now you are seeing this market try to test back in. Tesla is still holding the high end of the range, so it's still relatively strong. I would have loved to have this closer to that 905 to 910 as opposed to buying the dip on NEO, but Tesla has yet to pull back. Once Tesla starts going, I think you have a better chance at deeper pullback in some of these names, but you're just not seeing it in Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond does not want to bounce. It is now at that pre-market low, so this is pretty much it. Like, it has to be able to hold this 13 area. Looks like another one of the rug pulls in the squeeze names, at least this one anyways. I haven't checked back in on that Hellbiz.
Oh man, Alibaba is trying to get back down below as well, 93.50. Yeah, so we're starting to really get fired up here as Amazon is now at some decent levels down here. Did we just get that bid? No, we did not. Let's put a bid at 50. Bang! I mean, that's the money. That's the money shot right there. I mean, as you keep going down through, look at this short there, 143.75. As right now we are cash city on a lot of these names, man. Look at Google too. That's come back in. The only stock we were hit on, obviously, is Bed Bath & Beyond, as right now Google starting to print out for us. So let's put a bid here in the 30s and see if we can't take that for a 30-cent win. So, wow, okay, futures starting to finally crack down lower like we thought would happen today. So, nice moves down. I don't know if I want to trust that Alibaba short, but it is looking pretty good.
Baba was gorgeous.
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, well, from that top. Yeah, it's great. I'm just saying about from it right now. 93.50. Here we go. Alibaba's starting to go back in. We're already really big today, so it's so far so good here. But just watch out as these names continue to fall back in. We are now $1.40. Mamma mia! We talked about Amazon early on, and there it is, all the way to the downside as Amazon just taking out. We called this, and we said days low here for Amazon taking out the pre-market. So let's see if that happens. We're right here, right now. Hey, why not? Let's take $1.50 on this one and then hold. We're out of half right now.
Yeah, looking like 121 is holding too well there on Google for me not to take another leg out. But here comes Tesla. Tesla's coming in pretty hard. 910 going to be in play. The market is, and look at the convergence of levels. The market's right at these pre-market highs, pulling back in. If it holds that support, then you don't get a wick top, and you have a chance to brace back to the upside. That's why I'm looking for a place to get something in a long that is working. And Tesla 910 looks like it's the only one that could give you that shot. Brendo?
Another one set to report this week, guys. Wednesday, we'll get Krispy Kreme donuts, D-Nut earnings on Wednesday after the close. 3%, just taking out these highs right now.
All right. That's funny. My wife just sent me a message. Someone said Baxter is a dog name. Yeah, it is. That's why it's funny. Baxter,
It's from
poor guy.
It's from the Will Ferrell movie.
Yeah, it's from Anchorman.
That's
and there's a Canadian Tire commercial where they go, "Oh, Baxter," and it's a dog. So my kids love that. That's so funny. Okay, but anyways, Google to the downside. Just looking quickly. I mean, I was thinking about that Alibaba. We could do a quick check on here on Bed Bath & Beyond. Down to we never got that fill, man. We were waiting for 13.15. Again, just trying to respect that 13 gap fill. We talked about that. So here it is right now. You know what? I mean, it did kind of respect that. Oh, I just put not too many B's there. B, Y. There it is right there.
Just put more B's in it's probably.
Just put as many B's as you can, I guess. We'll try it. We'll go long 69 there, 70, just to average in and see if it comes back up to the upside. I mean, it's not going to be a monster position that we have on this. I'd much rather see it fall back in. I mean, I don't want to see it fall back in now, but that my price was down here, respecting that 13 level. That doesn't seem like it wants to hit. We did get another piece out, obviously, because I mean, Amazon went right to our target spot, which was that bottom of the day. So we did take some out, obviously. And then the only one left right now that is completely falling down here is going to be Google. Like, hopefully that will print us in these 20s. I do have a bid at 21, and then I just noticed I have two down there near 21 flat. So I'm actually bidding right now 21.21. There is my bid. So hopefully one more penny. Like, I'm bidding 21s. Don't dare. It goes, okay, good. So it just cranks through there. So again, look, guys, 50 cents on this, $1 on Amazon. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now.
Someone just put like a 10 thou lot sitting there on the bid of Tesla. Pretty aggressive buyer there. I was sitting at like 9.11, and someone stepped up at 9, I want to call it like 9.13 even, or close enough to it. So I just stepped in a little bit higher off of that bid. I prefer 9.10, but as the market started coming back, I did want to dip by the strongest name that I saw off the open. But speaking about strong names, big move there to the upside, also breaking the high on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA broke out in a big way off of 187, got up to 190. The chips, man, the chips were strong at the open. Watch for that 187 on the way back in here if we want to continue strength. Definitely, I don't think we talked about a single chip name, but 187, watch for a dip on NVIDIA. Was that Brendan?
Not one we typically see on a volume alert, but LMT, red to green here, guys, on a decent move up to 435. The Air Force saying the F-35s have all cleared inspection. So if you remember going back a week or so ago, they were grounded for some safety concerns, but all of them apparently have cleared inspection.
All right. Oh, wow. I mean, okay, so Google, nice move down again. We didn't capture all of it, but we captured a decent amount. Our average in is working out pretty well for us on Bed Bath & Beyond as you're starting to come back up to the upside on this name. So I feel like taking something out around this 14 would make a little bit of sense. And then we'll see about, a break through 14 and then higher after that. But we got to get there first. So see, it just went to 14 and then maybe it'll hold out hope to take out 14. I'd like to see that happen one more time if we're really going to do any damage on this name. There it is. Did we get it out? Yes, we did. Okay, so a nice little move out right now there on Bed Bath & Beyond as we're watching our net just start to rocket up here. But as I notice what Google's doing, bang, there it is again. Another 70-cent win there on Google. So yeah, we got to do it, man. We'll spin this for Sharif. You're going to see Sharif on the midday show today, by the way. There it is. So spin it as we get ready to go. There's a little bit of money coming in as Google really tanking here, Neil. Big time trading happening right now on this side as we have Google down 75 cents in the money, Amazon down $1.10, and our Bed Bath & Beyond reload was a successful one as well. So far so good here for today. Good day here as we hold these shorts.
Yeah, we're just going to get some more out of Google because as long as we're holding that support level, I think we have to respect it there. Tesla just charged through 915, it looks like. And tried to get higher. There was a bit of a rejection of that 915 level, but now it's cleared through it. So I think we can make another leg to the upside. I did add to that NEO. NEO then holding pre-market support. So NEO once again on the charge. Here's your 15. NEO looking like it wants to make another run to the upside. Li Auto just stopped out. Now I'm only long these EV names, and it's going to be Tesla and NEO that we end up with. The only short going to be left on board is going to be Google as the market looks like it's trying to hold some strength. NVIDIA, I got to show you the chart again because I said 187. I actually did not, to the best of my knowledge, it didn't print down at 187. It looks like 187.5. Those are bad dark pool wicks that I got tricked by. So I'll probably sit at 187.5. That looks like that little pullback range that it put in. I do like these chip names to get involved. I'll be buying dips again on Tesla if we get back down to that 910 area. But I'm paying myself off on Google, and I think Bed Bath & Beyond, You can't ignore the fact that this is a downward trend. I think we're retesting that lows. It's only buying off the lows and then start scalping it to 14. Because if it holds the bottom of the channel, you can't just wait around for 15s forever. You want to get yourself paid out a little bit lower just to make sure that you're getting a little bit of profit at some of these levels. And same thing with NEO. We get back above 21, and I'll be taking some shares out of NEO to the north side. Brennan?
Day highs here for barbecue maker Weber, guys. They reported in the pre-market this morning was still a loss, but smaller than expected loss for their Q3. Back to the upside in a decent way here. You can see big time volume at day highs there for Weber.
Yeah, Weber. Oh, darn. Yeah,
why.
you just mentioned Alibaba on your side of your, I guess, side of your face? No, side of your mouth?
Yeah, just
under your breath, maybe?
Under my breath.
Yeah, so 93.50 would have been a great short there for Alibaba. Missed that one. We're going to look, though. Amazon, again, is $1.20 in the money. We just took out some more, but, you know, we got to put another bid down here just in case it goes. And we don't have to, but let's put one more bid in the 30s if that can come back down in. Google is near the bottom again. We've been really cashing out of that one. We do have a 120.90 fill, looking for 120.70. So let's put another bid down there for Google. Google's the one that I'm still in the most because it hasn't hit some of those levels that I was hoping for. So if that can come in, we'll take some more bids here on Google's. I'm just layering some of these bids even lower, just in case we do get that flush down. But we do have a new trade alert right now, and it's going to be Apple. I'm trying to be short all these major cap names. So if you did think about something similar to this, you might want to look at like the SQQs, which would be is it a NASDAQ? Yes. This is a triple levered ETF to go short on the NASDAQ. So again, an upside move on this would mean the NASDAQ's coming down. On the same side of that, if you don't have to worry about Boros or anything, the TQQ is basically the same name. It's exactly the same name except for inverted the other way. So this will be a short inverted ETF, right? So, sorry, it's triple long. So if you want to go short, you have to short it. Right. So you treat this normally as opposed to the other ones. I feel like I should just short this, man, because we're short Apple right now. We're short Amazon. And yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for that about nailing Apple to the downside. I hope you guys did as well. And what I wanted to put to this about Apple was this key level that I wrote down was just from Friday's high. It's not like it's rocket science, but 172.25. If we break that, go long. If you're going to notice what Apple's high today is 172.20. So that, you know, if you're short into that print, then you're really nailing this stock right now. So good on you for that trade. Bed Bath & Beyond did reject that 14, so that seems to be a good out. And we got out of 25% of our position. So let's see if Bed Bath & Beyond just continues to do this dance today.
Yeah, if it dances, then we're just going to have to play the range the best we can. I'm going to get back into coin. Coin failed at 92. The breakdown didn't work, but now it's breaking back to the upside. Resistance at 92 even. I just started at 91. That Meagle broke $10 and is now starting to churn higher. So, oops, I zoomed out too far. It's now starting to churn higher. Going back to this $12, $12.50 area, I don't want to be chasing this long. I feel like this is going to be an epic short at some point, so I'm being very patient about this. $12.50 will be the first leg that I try for the shorts. Tesla's getting pretty darn close to this 920 again. So if it gets back toward that high, I think I want to take the profit there as the market. I think the market might resist that high of the day, and if we can't break through the top, then we want to play trend by scalping Tesla. Like we already chased this up $10 from where we like support. I don't want to get too greedy with that long. Brendo?
A bit of strength in some of the pharma names this morning, vaccine related anyway. Moderna up after the UK approving another COVID vaccine booster from mRNA, 4.25% here, back to 180 for Moderna.
Saw Moderna starting to go a little bit there. We'll take out a little bit more on Google here because it's just dancing around that 121 like we said. Amazon, good trade. I don't know if we want to get some more out on this as we're dancing as well around that 50 period. So let's hold out hope that some of these can go through. Apple, we are getting more short. Where's my short? 85s. Okay, so maybe we'll take some more right now. We can wait for 85, but let's not do that. Let's just take some short. More short right now in the 60s for Apple. So we'll average into that one against that high of 172.50. Neil already touched a little bit on some of those chip names. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all that. I know Neil's on Tesla, but let's just look at Rivian right now as this is starting to move a little bit as well. Coming back down. Not really. I mean, that 37 bottom 139 high. We're in the middle, so let's pass on that. Gap has been a good name to trade, man. I called that bottom near that 850 when they, reaffirmed or they got rid of their CEO, and I think she just stepped down, or I'm not sure if she was fired by the board or not. But again, on some, I think it was some restructuring or some sort of not a buyout, but some sort of an activist. I don't know. It was. We'll go back to that name, but 11.05.
Watch
right
out,
now,
14 again here.
Gap.
On Bed Bath & Beyond, it's 14 again, and this looks like the level where at least if it gets through this, I think we're probably headed like another 40, 50 pennies. So to me, I'm either taking shares out here and then waiting for 14.40. Nothing in the middle. I almost don't want to get quarters or anything like that. So I'm going to get another leg out and then look a lot higher there in Bed Bath & Beyond. Tesla was able to just rinse and repeat 910s and then scalp some more on the way up. Hopefully we can get a shot at that 920 level, but I'm not sure it's going to even happen for us there. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. Yep, I had an offer at 915 there. I'll just go back. You take a $4 winner. I should not have. I should have actually held on to the entire thing. But it is trending down. I'll play off 910s to try and rinse and repeat. NEO's starting to come back down toward those lows. And unlike Bed Bath & Beyond, which just cleared through its reasonable support levels, I need NEO to get back above VWAP and trend towards a potential breakout. You can see it's been holding this breakout pretty cleanly. I've been trying to pick up shares the entire way, looking for that breach of the high of the day. I think if we can get through that, NEO's got a huge amount of room to run up to 22 even. But for now, Tesla looking a little bit stronger than NEO, and I won't let it get through that pre-market low. If it gets through that, then we have to run away all the way to Dodge. And that V, which I keep wanting to break, $9. I'm going to go cancel this order here. V just flushed about $1. There's no chance I want to break out where it has to run over 10% for me to get the fill, so I got to cancel that V. The rug just got pulled, and it managed to find a bounce at $7, but that breakout could be gone.
That sucks. I just missed, well, I mean, it's okay, but I just missed that Apple reload there as it started to go back up to the upside. So is Google, though. Like, Google's back up. I mean, look at the futures. So we don't want to, like, misstep here. We don't, I mean, we've already taken profits. Like I said, even on our Amazon, the Google was the one that we held the most. We still have half of the Google trade. So as that comes right back up to that 122, I guess the market just rejected that downside move. I mean, you don't need to be in the short if it's not a trade that you like. So, just remember that. We got the Apple reload here. But again, you are starting to take out some of these tops. So we don't have any outs on Apple, man. I mean, we've been going short, but again, not using a large amount of shares because we were waiting for this name to come back up, and we're trying to preach a little bit of patience in this market. But I'm getting thrown offside all the time because I'm not expecting the NASDAQ to make this move to the upside. So I think at some point we're just going to have to say, let's respect this long and start to dip buy instead of shorting these pops. And I mean, if that's what we're going to have to do, then that's what we're going to have to do. But for right now, yeah, some of these longs are definitely coming through. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, so that's going to be a good one, man. We'll get some out now. Why not? Up to the 30s, where we're basically flat on this trade. So hopefully Bed Bath & Beyond, we just missed that. But hopefully they'll come back up and get us out near that 30 mark, and we'll be able to celebrate that nice little reload down there at 1360. But again, it's not a winner until you've taken it out.
Yes.
So watch out for this name. Bed Bath & Beyond is starting to go back up to the upside as Apple trying to fall in, but it just bounced off 172 again. We got to watch out for these futures. That is, it's taking out day's highs right now, and oil bouncing back upside as well.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and check in on some of my oil orders. Look, man, big mistake getting out of all of Tesla there. I didn't like a lot to the long side, so to take everything out on the one thing that we did like that would follow the market that's not a meme stock is going to suck, because obviously the shorts have not come in this morning. So Tesla's about to get to that 920. I'd be getting out if I still had it here, and I'd be looking to participate more in the dip buy, probably closer to 13s like we had it last time, but VWAP is down at 910, and I think that's a great entry. Bed Bath & Beyond continues to churn higher. It did get, like we said, allow it to break 14, kind of forget about the middle, and then just go right to VWAP. That's what we've done. If it takes out VWAP, I think we have a chance to get up to that 15 level. But that's a downtrend, man. I wouldn't be surprised if we failed at VWAP here and couldn't, in fact, get higher. We have to respect the fact that this has been, let's be real, it's been, since the open, a short on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's bounced nicely off that pre-market low, but the trend is still to the downside on this name in particular. This will be the last go for I shouldn't say that. This will be the next go for Google here as it try to take out that high wick top, but this is a strong move again, double top at the high. Will take some out at VWAP, but it could not break the low as well. So trend unbroken in either direction. You've held the support at the bottom on Alphabet. You've held this little bit of a top here. If the top gets taken out the third time through, then I think this market pretty much can't be stopped because not a heck of a lot is being resisted at these highs of the day. And then just to go back over to, where are you, with Helbiz, that was the only small cap I don't think I reviewed. Helbiz is donezo. So it's been a rug pull for these squeeze names and small caps where the market has been super strong. And NVIDIA has a nice double top here. Watch out, 191.
Yeah, I mean, lots of these names starting to really go to the upside right now. Bed Bath & Beyond, we did get some out there at 30, so it did rip back up to the upside there. And like I said, you don't get filled unless you're sitting there. All right, so Apple, we did take a hit as it did go to the upside, and then we punched back in. So we're going to go short here against 172.50. That was the high, so if we're going to get tossed around a little bit on this one, again, Apple's basically a proxy for the market. So as this continues to go up, it's just going to go, wow, like 172. It sucks that these charts aren't loaded up here. But there's a nice move up. That's the 1 day. So yeah, 172.50. If we continue, it looks like it's going to continue to march. So I'm going to put my stop order on that one. I wanted to try it one more time. I just said hate to get stopped out. Oh, I already have the stop out in. Okay. I'd hate to have gotten stopped out and then, the reload works. So we'll wait one more time here on Apple. Hey, we're here to have some fun. So let's see if Apple can do that for us. Never fun to lose. So we'll see. A nice little reload, of course, on Amazon as that came all the way back upside. And then Google's really the name that, I don't know, we didn't get enough out on the downside there when it came back in. So Google's a name that I don't really think about reloading too much here as it's just made a nice move, although it did make that top at 122 again. So maybe there is something here. It's just this market, we don't want to be wrong on the market because then all of our names will continue to get cracked, right? The one name that continues to be the best name here for either one of us is going to be Amazon on that downside. So Amazon with a nice move in here. Let's just see. I mean, we just shorted again in the 40s. So let's take another piece out right there off of this name. So Amazon comes back in now. We're all good, baby, because Apple coming back in a little bit. Let's bid something at 172 now. Take a little bit out on Apple, but so far so good on some of those reloads. That was sticky situation. Oh, wow, Amazon, okay. Amazon with a big move down there off that reload. So yeah, let's take some more profit there on Amazon. As we reloaded that one, it looks like if you're going to be short any of these big cap tech names, Amazon is the one. So, all right, back over there to Brendan now at the big screen. We've got happening now. Let's go check out what exactly is happening now.
Yeah, speaking of some of those tech names, I'll show you the NASDAQ here. 0.22, trying to hold up for the 100. The composite also trying to hold up a little bit, but we are seeing weakness overall right across the board coming back into the market off the lows, but 0.1 for the S&P, the Dow 0.04, the Russell here showing all kinds of weakness, small caps as well. Russell 2000. A full percent to the downside where we saw a lot of the strength coming through last week towards the end of the week. Yeah, a bit of a bounce for crude oil, but this one I noticed not really doing the same. Oxy did come down and test 89.5, trying to get back above 90 currently, but 4% still back to the bottom end of the range here for XOM, not Oxy, XOM. Twitter, there was another hedge fund that came out this morning saying they have upped their stake in Twitter after what happened last week with Elon. $44 held as support there, but a bit of a pop, guys, back to the upside. It was Adage Capital increasing their stake once again in Twitter. Back over to you.
Adage Capital? Okay. Can't say I know them, but look, certainly worth a watch. I like that 40 level on Twitter. I just got into XOM for the first time here off of this. Look at this level here. 90.40 was the pre-market low, and since we've opened up, it has just had a wall, and it doesn't look like there's any big size orders or anything of that regard there. It just looks like we're rejecting this 91.40, maybe an iceberg if I see it on the offer, but I liked it to the short side in general. We're going to go ahead and try to play it there for the first time, at least today. Neil's starting to look a little bit weak as this market comes back in here, but guess what? Like Bed Bath & Beyond, which I had some fears this might happen. It rejected VWAP. I was looking to see if we get back up towards that 1475 up to 15. Now you hit it right back toward these lows. So if it can hold that pre-market bottom, I think that's the one shot for a reload in Bed Bath & Beyond. You're also looking at obviously Friday's highs as well. So Friday's highs are the support level for Bed Bath & Beyond. The new position right there was XOM and NVIDIA. NVIDIA just channeled right back into this 188. I had said 187 here, but those are just dark pullbacks. 187.50 was that support off of that first pullback that we got in the market. Chips have been strong, but everything's starting to come back in. I've taken some profit on Google, but we finally got over to the other thing that we like, sure, which was the oil market. Let's see if we can get some XOM out near the low of the day and then try to hold on for a little bit more.
Yeah, we are really, really rocking right now, guys. 70 cents on Google. We should have reloaded that. We did not. Amazon is really rocking. I mean, this is going to be a good day, man. As we just, again, try to hold on to things a little bit longer, try to make a little bit more money than usual on that. So hopefully that can come back in again into that 120. I'm going to cancel some of these bids because I'm thinking that Google has that opportunity to fall. And there goes Apple. So yes, sir, on the Apple reload, we just got a 172. Obviously, we wish we would have held that and didn't get stopped out right there, but we did re-engage right back. Same amount of shares back on the short side now, so we are paying attention to that. There's our Alibaba, so new trade alert. Alibaba, we're going to test this one against this high of 93.60. So that's going to be what we're doing on this Alibaba. We're going to test it against that high with an average incoming. But yeah, Amazon right now on that reload, a nice little 80 cents in the money, and that's starting to come back upside a little bit as well. So let's go over to Brendo.
I mentioned this Disney earlier, guys. Nice move back to day highs, essentially 126. You can see monster volume spike came in there. Apparently third point, Dan Loeb's third point. New stake in Disney.
Yes, and there's this EPOW.
Ooh.
Halted to the upside up 180%, so a big mover. We always try to get to as many of these as we can, obviously, in a few positions here. I cannot seem to find this one on Float Checker, so I'll check to see what the float is on. That's weird. That's the second symbol I've looked at this morning that I could. You know what? It looks like it's a new issue. That one just came to market. That's probably why. But either way, let's watch out for this one. Clearly going to be volatility halts. In about 3 minutes, we should be open back up. It has done almost 1 million shares, so I think the liquidity, from what I can tell, might be pretty decent. But as the market comes back in, the new long that we got to add to the XOM short was here in NVIDIA. I'll get shares out 89s, 90s, try to hold through the high of the day. Worth noting that also AMD pulling back into VWAP, maybe a tiny bit stronger. You have some higher lows, but also higher highs being put in AMD. It does feel like the chips are among that class of relative strength that we are seeing. So if I'm going to have a long, I wanted to make sure the chips were one of them. A bit of a miss, I think, in the prep this morning that I didn't look at any chip names. Brendo?
Right, EPOW, guys, this is a name change. So this company used to be Global Internet of the People. They've changed to Sunrise New Energy Company, and they're going to manufacture lithium-ion batteries for EV cars and EV manufacturers. That's that EPOW.
Okay, well.
I kind of like that other name better. Something for the people.
EPOW?
Something for the people.
That's way cooler.
Right there.
Don't
okay.
use that name.
I don't know. Yeah, EPOW, big bang boom there as Apple, a couple profit spots taken there. Apple's been weak, or sorry, it's been strong. Not as weak as the other names. Amazon's really fallen in a little bit. Google's fallen in a bit, but Apple really hasn't. So Apple's been the one name here that we'll continue to have to watch. I don't want to take anything out. If it does come back in, then we'll let this name fall. So I'm just adjusting my stop order here. We'll take one more short, but I'm thinking that this name has maybe seen its best days to the upside now. We will, like I said, we'll take one more short back into the 20s, or where did my out come into 50? So, okay, so maybe we'll go a little bit higher than that on the short. Maybe let's go around 30, take another short there for Apple, and then let the rest happen for itself. All right, there goes Alibaba. Again, we took that trade. Hopefully some of you guys, maybe had this one as well. We'll take something out of the 90s as it's going to come below. There it is. Give me that bid. Oh, we missed the bid, but that's okay. We are there, or did we get it? Yeah, we did. Okay, we got the bid. So we did get that bid at 93. Now we're starting starting, baby. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day right now as it's starting to come in right now for us. There it goes. Alibaba downside. Hopefully that'll print. Microsoft, not Microsoft. Amazon downside printing right now as well on that reload. And then Apple finally starting to go. Let's see if Apple can come back in to 172 again. That would be a pretty good spot. I'm looking at VWAP for Apple. It's been strong. So if we can get down here to 170, 150 or so, that would be a good little take there. But again, the market's not really tanking. We're just holding on to some of these shorts, thinking that we could get back to VWAP here. It's been a monster move upside for the NASDAQ and the market in the last little while. Let's see if we can continue a move down here today. I mean, we're positive. So the S&P, though, down 0.1.
Yeah, there's a bit of a, it's not a huge divergence. It's a small one between the ES and the NASDAQ. Right now, it is sort of the tech names leading that charge. Tesla here, I should say, holding well above VWAP. I have not been able to get back into this. It did test 920. I think there's a sign of relative strength here in Tesla that can be continued, but I don't want to step too far ahead and then jump in at 915. If it's going to hold, I want to see it hold at 910 where we had it before. Nvidia is starting to test back lower. That 188 going to be put under pressure in a couple of seconds here. And then even XOM, which was falling like a rock, it's now finding support at the bottom. So interesting here. If we get through that, I think we're headed to 89 even. I want to make sure that we're getting some more shares if it does come back into this top. Whatever it was at 90.40, iceberg, random seller, big size on the offer, or just a good price. That's where I want to reload on XOM if we are in fact able to get it there. And then I do not want to ignore Bed Bath & Beyond. This is the only one of these squeeze names that I see here that I think has a decent chance now putting in a higher low Bed Bath & Beyond. All it has to do, hold that higher low, break out at 1450, and I think we can be headed to 15. But it's been a tough one because they pulled that rug right at the open and dropped $1.50 clean, but the pre-market levels, that support, that is still held on BBBY, and I don't want to give it up till it is gone. I'm going to go back to that V when it actually makes a bit of a base, but right now it's just dying. But for you, Fahad, the easiest short in the market was apparently an easy short at 20 bucks. Veru went to $19.87 right at 9:30 and then dropped $1.50. It's holding its pre-market low, so a chance it might have a second salvo there for Veru. If you remember in our prep, I did want to see it hold that support at the open. It took a while for it to get there. So I'm going to like that Veru long off of 18 even if I can catch something at about 18.50. I wanted this to settle down before I got in though.
EPOW. I mean, we talked about that one. Did it open up? Yeah, there it is. So 620, 629 now. EPOW now open and starting to go back upside right now. So just if you're looking at this 6604, that high on the open was 635. So you take that out and you might go for another run there on EPOW. 635 is that top. So whether or not you think that's going to be a long, I think we're going to try it again just in case we do halt. I mean, we've halted numerous times on this name, but a 635 take. The only problem is, you see how the liquidity is not, I mean, obviously there's only 1.5 million shares right now done, but that's quite a big spread there. So be careful if you're going to use any real shares on this name. Alibaba does go back to the upside here, so that's Bed Bath & Beyond. That's still a good trade. Alibaba dancing again. Our best out there is 92.90. Let's see if that one wants to come back in. Apple down to 172. I said I wouldn't get any out, but again, it does continue to struggle and bounce off 05. So let's just put another bid out right now at there we go. We'll take that fill on Apple, and then we'll wait for a lower mark in the 80s now. We got to get some out, man. I mean, it's been a good day. We're near our highest spot all day right now. So good trading here. We only have one stock that we're red on, and it's going to be Apple, and that's going to be position pending because we did get taken out right there on Apple. But Google's $1 in the money off that short. Come on, Google, pump lower. Look at this Amazon reload as Amazon is now at its day low. That honestly, man, that's a big one for me as you got to hit the sirens for that because there's the Amazon reload to the downside. So as I look and see the net just pumping, that's why. I mean, it's Amazon that's really come in. We'll wait for Apple to be next, and then we'll really be having ourselves a day. So hopefully that can come through. And right now, it's over. Is this social sentiment? What is this section here? I don't. New one. Oh, a crypto update. I like it. Let's get some update here on crypto with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, an effort to give you more pertinent information on what's happening in the crypto markets going forward. We'll add a little bit of an update every single morning for you on a few of the bigger moves so far. Bottom chart is Ethereum, top chart is Bitcoin. We mentioned in the pre-market, topped out over 25,000, hard rejection overnight on that Chinese data, sent this thing right back through 24,000. We are trying to hold right now 24,150, similar to the chart of Ethereum, although a little bit of relative weakness as we didn't take out that high. This node over here just highlighting that very fact here. Ethereum showing a little bit more relative weakness going into the new week, down 4.5%. Bitcoin not as bad, but did bounce back above 24,000, as we said, after topping out above 25,000 for the first time since June. So a little bit of technical work to be done, but 1850 up to 1900, very important level, obviously, for Ethereum. 24,000 up to about 24,400, very important technical level for Bitcoin. Both charts, however, showing a lot of weakness at this point, guys. If you go to a daily time frame, a little bit better off, but from an hourly perspective, relative weakness coming into play to start the week for some of the cryptos. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brandon. Fantastic update. And just got a bit of a miss, swing and a miss on Veru. I just got on the bid at 1850, and you'll actually see it went to like 1852, it seems like, and already starting to bounce and recover back up to 19 even. I don't want to chase this too far. I'll step up a little bit. But if we do start to come back in, I want to be picking this one up, showing signs of strength. It did hold that 18 that we wanted to see have happen, despite that little bit of a rug pull that we have in Veru. Still relative strength over in Tesla. That one looks pretty good, holding VWAP. I'd still like to buy dips there, but NVIDIA, not so much. Like, it did make a dip. It got back into VWAP in front of 189, got some out, and was looking like it was going to make a charge up to 190, and then you got a deeper rollover. So support got broken on NVIDIA. Now you got to look back all the way to that 186. As far as some of the shorts starting to come in here or still coming in, XOM bouncing off its pre-market lows. I'll look for the rinse and repeat off of this 90.40. But the bottom channel on XOM certainly holding for now. And Google, I'm still in it about $1 in the money. But at this point, the market is still holding above, and we're going to go in a quick second back to Brennan, but the market, the NASDAQ, is still holding right above that breakout price from the mornings. I think once you get down below that, a lot of those shorts can get a heck of a lot more interesting. For now, you are still holding the breakout that we've seen early on. Brennan.
Possibly the latest to be added to the low float list. Giga Media, is it? Wait, GIGM. Yeah, Giga Media just took out day highs there, 220. This is a 6 million float, trading about 10x relative volume so far today. Don't see any news on it, but GIGM just popping up.
Yeah, GIGM, a good one. And of course, we talked about that EPOW, which had just recently, that was the new name change, the one that had just recently halted. Come on, you got to load up for me here in a quick second. There we go. Just pulled back on a failed break of 6 even. So we opened back up, tested higher, and immediately rejected that 6 even. Trend's still pretty solid. I think this is where you look for that dip. If it holds 5, then you got yourself a dip buy. I've been saying this since last week. I just much prefer buying consolidations on dips in these runners than opposed to taking out top breaks. The risk to reward, I don't think is there or is easy to work with. So I'm going to go for any kind of a consolidation at 5 and try and get a bit of a long, and where I can work a decent stop, and then let it run toward that high instead of trying to like predict and make that high of day.
Oh man, it's nice to come back. We refilled our coffee, and now we're like, okay, those are some good ideas today, because Alibaba, that's the one that's not really going down, but everything else is. I mean, Amazon, look at this level here. Absolutely cranked it at 143.50 there. Hit it twice, hit it 3 times. It was a great trade. Obviously, we don't have as much on as we hoped to have at this time, but let's take out another piece. So we'll bid this out at 74.75. There it is. We get that fill as it comes back in as well. Our Apple trade is rocking. That came right in. We said we'd be as patient as we could be. Whoops again. With Apple, there it is right there. Unfortunately, the charts just don't show it, but there it is. Ooh, right down to the 50 period. Let's take some Apple out, as there it is right there again. I mean, Sometimes trading is easy, it often is not. But today, very, very easy to me anyways. Nothing really even tested to get us out. Apple did, and we did lose on that, but we believed in it again, so we went the other way there. We got out, got right back in, and then Apple just printed us on a nice low. I have a lot of shares on Apple, so we'll start to piece these out here in the 70s if we can, and then watch this. Oh yeah, baby, nice movement coming through. We just got that fill right there on the low again for Google, and there come the futures back in. So just like I was mentioning that you could have shorted or gone long, I guess, let's talk about both of them, it doesn't matter. The SQQs down here, that's been a beautiful trade. And like I said, when I start seeing myself into many of these tech names, like an Apple short, which is printing obviously, Amazon is $2 in the money, Alibaba we went short on, and then Google, you might as well go short the index because, I mean, these are big names there that we've done. ARC is down a little bit today. Our Bed Bath & Beyond is whatever, it's 50 cents in the money, but this really hasn't been a money maker for us today on either side. So yeah, we'll see if Bed Bath & Beyond can make another move up. But for me, it's going to be the only, well, Apple will be negative as well, depending where that goes. But Bed Bath & Beyond, I will be negative on, and we're not doing anything on this name. So hopefully it'll get back up to 15 bucks in what's happened. It wasn't really a rug pull. It's just the minute we took down that high there, you know, it hasn't gotten back. So that's really the problem. It's been a great little dip buy, like we mentioned on the sticky note, down to 13. But other than that, it's been really kind of meh today. So we're going to have to wait for Bed Bath & Beyond to get going again. Let's just continue to capture some profits here as the NASDAQ is trying and testing its 50-period rate now. So we talked about shorting all the names up there, and we did it. But right now, we got to pay ourselves as we're coming back in here, baby. Good morning so far.
Yeah, so it was Tisha in the chat there. I did not get that dip on EPOW. I wanted to see it consolidate just a little bit more. Wasn't able to catch it. Sundial I think they reported over the weekend, or it might have been on Friday. But either way, Sundial up 9%, 8%, looking like it's about to challenge this top. But forget about that top and look at the post-split high at 335. So since they had that reverse, obviously, this was a penny stock, and in some ways probably still is. Watch out for that top break on Sundial. I've gone ahead and, whoops, I did not pay for shorts because I actually have to make sure I hit accept. I've gone ahead and paid for shorts here to take a shot at this off of that high, going back to the post split. If it takes that top off, Sundial could be on the break. Always a short interest at play when it comes to Sundial. I think this could be a good one. Tesla's still showing strength. I keep looking for that dip, and Tesla doesn't want to dip. 920 has definitely been resistance here. I think you're looking for a break if the market wants to continue higher. But where I'm looking right now, and I'm sitting on the bid, 187 on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA does come all the way back to this breakout price from earlier on in the session, holds pretty much on a dime, 186.5, and now tries to get above that 187. That does give me a tight structured play to that long side. We actually just bounced off the NASDAQ as well. That breakout from the morning, we just bounced off that level in addition to it. So I want something in the other direction. And I said this might be an affirm day. It is now going to be an affirm day. I didn't have anything that I loved on this stock in terms of levels. That 40 was in the middle of nowhere. But now you've got a good setup. You've got a break of that high. You've got a rejection of that 40 level. And now you're coming right below Friday's resistance. So that puts that right back in the window. That's 39.5. I'm going to be shorting Affirm all the way to 39.5. I just needed to see it fail. They can get to 42, which I would have shorted, but I definitely like it now that it's put a bit of a head and shoulders on.
We're at our day's high right now as the market continues to go lower and start to break some of these levels. So we're not long anything now, but you know, we are starting to bounce. Like, I mean, there's been some resistance down here. You know what? I'm just going to convince myself and get out one more piece of Apple at 86 if we can, if it does run us over a little bit there. I feel like the market is just going to hover. If we do have a chance to take down this high of the pre-market, then yeah, jamming, right? But we'll wait to see there if that does happen. Needs to break down below. We have a couple wicks back into this 13,550 area, but for right now, it's a downside move happening right there in NASDAQ. Yeah, our positions are right. Someone said nice short on Coinbase, but you're flat right now on Coinbase.
I'm not in that anymore.
Yeah, I know. So that's why. And then someone says it shows me long BBBY. Yeah, we are long BBBY. We're long at 1370 right now. So I think the position boards are correct. But if you are following us for the first time, you will see it. So whether or not like Neil and I could be short something and then we get taken out. So it should just show it up there on the board. And then if you want to know if we're positive or negative on a symbol, of course you can ask us that in the chat as well. Have we traded this today? I don't know. Have you traded V?
They rug pulled right at the open.
Yeah, so if you haven't traded it, it looks like I know somebody who has. So let's go over to the big screen and review this one with Brendan.
Hey guys, this week brought to you by Casino Slots, a free-to-play casino and slots game available on Roku and Amazon Fire TV. Yeah, VEEE. Trying to bounce right now off 727, ended up being the bottom there, but this pre-market support of 820 got tested right away. They took it right back to the top and then absolutely flushed right through to 720, as I mentioned. So a bit of a better part of $1 depending on where you got the trade, but nice move for VEEE back to the downside today. BBBY, I was watching VEEE, so missed this break of the same trade exactly. 1480 was pre-market support. Big flush, caught the bounce, only got one fill though, so 1 in 1 out for me on BBBY today. Veru, I mentioned, was strong right out of the gate. You can see we got above that pre-market high initially, right back into the range here. We're just trying to test this high from Friday right now, but it looks like it's rolling over a bit. Volume already kind of dying off though for VERU, guys. Back to you.
I think Veru might not be done yet. I mean, I'm actually on the bid of Veru, trying to catch some shares at about 1850. So I want to give it some hope that we're not done. It held support exactly where I wanted it to, or at least the bull case would make me want it to. So I'm going to still stay on that bid at 1850. As long as it's above that 18, we'll give it a chance. I just got into Sundial, and Sundial's going to make a run at that high of the day. It's a double top for now. But this just feels like, it's not just a double top there. Go to that daily chart. Like there's 335 up to that high of the day. And that's why, the stop is not going to be at the current high of the day. It is going to be at that daily level since it had that reverse split. That's at $3.35 there. So not the current high of the day, which sits at about 329. Give it about 12 cents plus some slippage. If it breaks that price, I think we could be off to the races on Sundial. Someone had said that I'd see in the chat that Tilray was making a move. I actually don't know whether that's true or not, but if the cannabis space is up, that does give it a little bit of extra juice and just makes the reversal a little bit better. But Tilray, as I pull it up, not nearly as strong, although a bit of a break on its own through that on the daily chart as well. It has a double top, at 430. So both these names have a double top on the daily chart there, although a much bigger rejection of that level in Tilray than Sundial has.
All right, we're yeah, some of these marijuana stocks, pretty funny names. We keep talking about that all the time with those names. I still think they're all shorts, but this move has been up nicely, so I would say the same thing to all of you is unload some of those shorts or unload some of those longs and then wait for a reload back upside. But if you were holding for some of those cannabis bottoms and you got them, then that's a completely different story. I mean, if you do hold out hope that some federal response comes as far as legalization, then that is when those things are going to boom. But okay, we're going to get out some more Amazon if it breaks above 142 there. We're getting pretty light on a lot of these names. The one name that I'm going to just get out some more here at 98, just punch out. Apple is the strong one. So as the market dances upside there, Apple just ripped up off of this. So this is not a name that I want to be dug into short. Amazon, Alibaba, by the way, and shout out to Gregory back there. I thought he was talking about the Alibaba trade today, but that's a good short right there in 93.20. We just got bid out at 92.70, so 50 cents. We are now only in 40% of this name. Again, possibly going to take something out on an upside move here, but I still like it. We just got in and out of something. Oh, we got Amazon. Wow, okay. So Amazon does go back up to that 142, and we did take another piece out there. So a little surprising that name started to rip back up to the upside. I'm going to go back over to Apple and take another piece out right now. We're at a good spot for our net right now. as you guys can imagine. So let's not like throw some money around here just because like we're hoping for a bigger move. We've already got the move, man. We shorted everything up here. So now that we've got that move back into the 50 period and right back into those pre-market levels, let's take advantage of that and not like, you know, spit money out here. So if we could take advantage of that, we're going to do it. Bed Bath & Beyond still 50 cents in the money. Hopefully that'll go. And we are looking for some reloads. I was actually looking at Unity. Now, we talked about that with AppLovin. That stock has gotten hit all morning. Back into 50, I like it. So we still have a little bit more room to go. That's actually 48 down there is a decent spot for Unity. But this name has come right back in off of a dive today. So I think you're going to, you know, if you want to test something, 53, or if you're short from this morning, great trade, obviously. But watch out for 53, 54 here as Unity out at 8% might be worth taking some profit as you're going to run into 53. So watch out for that. On Unity, we'll go to Brendo.
I saw Snapchat up here, guys, having a nice day, back to 12 bucks. I guess it was rejected above. There was a blog post, apparently, pretty well-known tech blog, suggesting in the first month of Snapchat Plus, they now have 1 million paid subscribers, guys.
Not a bad number by them at all. Someone had said, am I into a firm yet? Not really, because I'm still here at 39.40. I didn't really chase it down to that 39 even. If it gets above that, fair enough. Like we'll just get we'll just get into it and then maybe work it till about that VWAP and 40. But I don't want to chase it too far. Sundial's making a test of that high of the day. Hasn't broken just yet. It's gone like a couple of cents above, looking for that even level. And then Tesla right back into that 910 area. So been pretty patient with Tesla. It just bounced off of 910. You can see as the market was trending down, now it's trying to hold. It's the only price outside of, we stepped up a little bit here when we missed that 910, but then we waited for only that 910 price. We get below that, the support really is at 95 to 900, even on Tesla. We got a rinse and repeat there on NVIDIA as well, as that just bounced off of its lows, now trying to hold that pre-market bottom. We'll see if it can. The chips in Tesla are the last signs of strength that I've been able to see in the market there. Still haven't gotten into that Vero. Neil still holding that pre-market low as well, so it looks like it's pretty decent. And yeah. Meagle's getting very close. We talked about 1250 being that first level to that upside. It just tested it now. 1250, you go back to Thursday, that was that high. Got up to 1240 and reversed. It did pay for shorts. I didn't take that first run or consolidation. The second one here at 1250, that's where I want to get into this one. So Meagle, about to see the first trade, if I can catch it, about 20s with a stop at 1250.
All right, so just quickly, we are going to go over to Brendan in 1 second. AMD not reloaded, new position alert on AMD coming up to the 50 period and this $100.70 level. So light position right now, looking to get bigger near $100.50, which it's right now. So just looking at that level into here, it is weaker than the market, but again, this is a name that if you're wrong and the market rips up, then you are going to get crushed. So be very, very careful with AMD. We know the runners are here on this name. Pretty choppy today. If you really think this name is going to go up, then please leave it alone until it gets into this 101, 101.50. We're just going to test it up here at $100.80. That's it. So this is going to be worth the risk. We did take another piece out there on Google. We've already taken some out on Amazon, obviously. And then Alibaba, we're pretty light right now. And I'm actually debating taking out another piece right now on Alibaba as we average into our AMD trade. So, all right, this is a segment that we've really liked and we've really got a lot of positive feedback on. And it's going to be our social sentiment indicators. So let's go have a look and see what everyone like you is talking about there on the retail side.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit more positivity on this board so far to start off the brand new week. So far, it's been not a positive day, worth mentioning for BBBY, but one of the biggest green boxes on this board so far being mentioned, all kinds on the positive side, is Bed Bath & Beyond. The market itself, AMC, both big time to the downside today. T2 Biosystems was on this board every single day last week, if you remember. Still positive. Hellbiz, PSHG popped up for the first time Thursday or Friday last week. Still here. There's that VEEE. Mullen still positive on this board as well. This side of the story over here, a ton of little ones, both directions. I just wanted to point out Veru there, much smaller. It was huge last week, but much smaller is Veru today. NEO on here, NIO with earnings to come. Root, AABB, AMD as well being mentioned to the downside so far, even with some strength coming through on chips so far today. If you're seeing this though for the first time, the size of the actual box is going to represent the frequency of the mentions on social media and then the corresponding color to go with it, directionally speaking, whether it's positive or negative for socials. Guys, back over to you.
Oh, that was a frustrating one there. You're going to see this, unfortunately, coded as purple on my last order because I had take profit orders already out on Bed Bath & Beyond, so I just got some more shares that it just shot up 14 to 14.50 as it went to the upside. And as that happened and the market went up, I just missed Tesla at 9.10. So some of these starting to come back in there. NVIDIA popped back into VWAP at 187. We got the dip in front of the pre-market low there. But as that happened, I just got into Meagle, and Meagle took out the top, did a wick high to that 1250 price that we're looking for, did the wick top, got right back into it, gave it to the high of the day again. Not going to get too stubborn with it. We look to play that price area. Obviously, you can see, obviously you can see that has failed. Now that you go a little bit further back, I'm watching all the way back here. 17 is the next significant level. It seems crazy, but 17 is the next significant level if it pops past 15. So 1250, 15, 17. I'll be as patient as I can with it. I'm now finally into a firm on that last little pop in the market. So the one name that I was not really looking for until it set up, firm is going to be the most recent shorting opportunity for me. Market is still relatively, I want to say relatively strong. The NASDAQ, it just went green again. But you got to look at the different names here. Like Tesla is by far one of the strongest names. The chips, which were leading on strength, are back close to flat, although they're catching a bit of a bounce. A firm I just want to play back to this 40 area after a clear rejected breakout.
Yeah, it sucks because we're going to give back some of our day here on AMD. I mean, we tried to go short here. It's right at these levels right now. I was like, you got to watch out because if AMD goes, you are going to get going on this name. So, if the market goes, then AMD we know is pretty strong, especially in aggressive markets, right? I mean, this is it just taking off on Friday to the upside and then kind of barcoded all afternoon. So, we are at some of those levels again. I mean, this is 101.20, right? That level right there is 101.40. So we'll try the short now, but understanding that, hey, we'll go forward here a little bit. Understanding that, if we do get taken out, this is a better area, 101.40 or so. So we'll look at that if that comes into play on that trade. So the one name that just continues to struggle, though, is going to be Amazon on the downside. I'm seeing Weber taking off, so some people lighting this one up, pun intended, of course, on the barbecue name, up to 820 today, up 18% goes Weber. So a nice move upside for them. If you're looking at a 20-minute chart, you're obviously all the way up. And then right here as well, coming through right into 850. So, this is, again, another level. If you are on Weber, look, it's stupid for me to say get out. I mean, maybe this goes to 10, but you are at a level now where you've seen supply come in. So 850 or so on rip days. It stopped here before. I mean, we've come from 7 up to 850, stopped, went back down to 750, back up to 850. So, this is a little bit of a level here where there is some interest and some possible overhang on supply for Weber. So if that's what you guys want to do it, you can look at that. Alibaba, again, we sniffed out that there is obviously some issues there, so we got lighter and lighter on Alibaba as that's come back up to this level again of 93.60. So as the market goes, Alibaba does have no problem going back up. So I guess some of that Chinese weakness and what we talked about earlier, It's not really in the market right now. The market's positive. So if you thought that that bad print there in China was a thing to come, it doesn't look like it is. So right now, our tech on this side is doing okay. Obviously, Alibaba as well doing okay today. I thought we'd be down a lot more than that. Come on, AMD. You are really the name that I have all my capital in right now. Much more shares, many more shares on AMD than we do on anything else right now. So let's wait to see if this can come back in. AMD is the short that I'm most concerned with.
Yeah, and I want to get a question because I saw someone put it in possibly several times. By the way, like our moderator, Bears versus Bulls, he has a power outage, so we're doing our best to monitor the chat to the best of our abilities, but he does a fantastic job for us, quite frankly, making sure we don't miss things like this. NEO reports, I'm 99% certain on this week on Wednesday was Li Auto this morning, and then we get NEO later on in the session, later on in the week. NEO did hold this 2050. The pre-market bottom has been held for now. I was only offering above 21. I'm changing that up, and I will take some shares off beneath that price, between 80s to that 21 area, then get the next quarter out 21 to 21 quarter, and look to see if it can hold the market, trying to hold that higher low as we speak. This has been fighting it, but it never broke the low this morning. Looks like it has still a chance to go to that upside. Brendan?
Big time volume just coming into Veru, as I was just mentioning this back at the lows here, but here we go, back to the highs. Almost 7% for VERU, guys.
No surprise there, as that name's been a very exciting one. Veru. We will have a look at it. I just want to go a little bit of alert, because we did get some more out here on AMD. Hit the sirens, baby, because right now we are back to the highest spot we've been at all day. So if you guys can, man, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the share, hit everything, as we have hit some home runs today, big time on the day. And if you remember earlier on today, if you were joining us at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, I literally went over Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, all of these trades, and that's been our biggest trades today, man, are all of these tech names that were at highs, that we spanked down, and now we're getting that good on that. So it's been a very, very good day here, holding on to these shorts. That should have been reloaded there on BABA, but this is the one that we have the least conviction on, because I just thought it would be lower than this today. So we'll wait for it. I don't have any bids on this name. Hopefully it can fall in, and then, you know, I think realistically I should put a bid down here. This has been the tough, so let's do that. 92.40 here for Alibaba. Let's put a bid out. Maybe it falls, maybe it doesn't, but if it does, you don't get filled, guys, of course, unless you have that bid out there. So, all right, AMD, I see you. Keep coming to the downside now. This should be a good one for us, especially if this market fails. AMD, yes, sir. Bring it in, baby. We're sitting at 12 there. Let's sit at 20 and get a fill.
Yeah, just got that fill, of course, in Amazon. I'm waiting for about 38.80 here. I want to see it actually break 39, get at least 40 to 50 pennies in the money, and then work it toward that low of the day. It's relatively, firm. It's relatively, what did I say?
Amazon.
Oh, my bad. Amazon, Affirm, they both begin with A.
Yeah, it's still both good.
I haven't even traded Amazon.
Hey, they have
today.
that deal.
Well, they do have that
Amazon,
deal.
so maybe that's what you're thinking about.
It could be, and certainly it happens from time to time. Of course, we're trading a lot of different names. At the same time, we do our best. But Affirm, I needed to go a heck of a lot lower than this. We haven't even talked about, well, I shouldn't say we haven't even talked about Bed Bath & Beyond in a while, but you guys can see that one actually made that next move to the upside. Meagle continues to go here, so we played it at 12.50. I want to wait until it at least tests 15 even. The way I see it, like it's broken backs once, twice, and I think 3 times now shorts have been sort of run. This almost is that fourth, but I want to hold steady to that 15 even instead. I'm just going to be patient with this. Clearly it's getting a bit of a pump. It was mentioned in the chat this morning that some other YouTubers are pumping this stock. I don't know if that's true or not. I tend to just sort of play it off the momentum and then go with that. But if it is true, then usually that means a rug pull is coming. And we've already seen this go from like hundreds to a few bucks. If that happens again, you want to make sure if you're long, you've taken some profit. But a very strong tape here that looks like it's headed for 15. And we're headed to Brendan for Sector Watch. Ooh, I see some big green down at the bottom there. I'm not sure what that is.
Hey guys, yeah, very mixed board to have a look at so far today. We are in negative territory, obviously, but only just. Yeah, a little bit of positivity coming through in the healthcare group once again. If you remember last week, ILMN, big move down off of earnings, trying to bounce back a little bit today, up 7%. Moderna mentioned 4.5% there, back to the upside. Gilead here as well, having a nice day, 3.8% to the upside for GILD. Otherwise, yeah, not a lot to look at from about here over, other than some of the material stocks to the downside today. It's all about this group. Energy, huge move right across the entire group here, all in negative territory with crude oil down more than 5%. VLO, Apache, SLB, Devon, they're all here. Anything that makes oil today going to be down significantly, 2.8, 3% really, right through to 5 and change. To the downside, banks under pressure as well. I mentioned it briefly in the pre-market off that Chinese number that came out overnight. Some financial stocks generally under pressure here. There are a few in the diversified group that are positive on the day, but that's the other area providing up here now, providing some weakness for the overall market. It's worth mentioning, this is the tech group. Software names are positive on the day, but semiconductors, hardware equipment makers in negative territory. So if you take this out, going to be a lot worse than off that oil move. But this healthcare sector providing a little bit of relief today, guys. But hey, it's red, 0.19 right now. Back over to you.
Healthcare, that's what it was. And some strong names in that one. Go Danaher. I got to check that one out, see how they're doing. Like I said, a firm going a bit sideways here, load. If it gets back into VWAP and starts coming down, I want to add on the way back into it below that 40 price. I'm still not in Tesla again. It doesn't look like it wants to give me anything, but been sitting in NIO pretty much this entire time. And then it finally just, I have to enter twice every single time. It finally just got back above that 2080 area. This is where we're starting it on the way back in, and then we got a little bit more patient playing it off of those lows. If the market goes up today and retests the highs, NEO breaking this 21.25 and sort of churning back into 22 just feels like it can happen for us. So I'm going to hang on to this NIO. I will take some out between 21 and 22.50, 21.50 if it does get there. But for now, going to hold strong in NIO. NVIDIA still looking pretty good here, holding that pre-market low, but it has to get above that VWAP. It's had some trouble here at 188. And if we can't clear 188 right now, then the way I see it, the market is looking relatively strong. We're back above the Friday highs. If you can't get above VWAP, then I need to consider the fact that it's going to hold that downward trend. Early on, it was very strong, but without breaking VWAP here, you're going to start to put in some kinks there and show some signs of weakness. AMD, Sean's already covering because he's in the short side of the trade. And then the one short that I haven't gone over in a while is this Google. It gets down to that pre-market low. I'm trying to hold it for a break of that low. If it gets through this, I think we can head down to 120 even. It's at VWAP, and this feels like a little bit of a reload. So it's still negative on the session. I think there's still some relative weakness there. So the only shorts I have are Affirm and Google, Alphabet, and I want to be adding to this as long as we can hold below VWAP. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Bed Bath & Beyond clawing towards that 15 level. I'll get out if it gets to 15.
Yeah, so we, all right, we just got out some more AMD there. We reloaded that one on the short side. So that was, oh no, we didn't, sorry. We missed it. We did not get reloaded on the short side on that one. What we did reload was Apple up here at 172.30. So there it is right there. Sorry, 38 was our fill. Our average price now is 33. So there's the fill right there you can get it right now, so it doesn't really matter. But there we are, filled up. And again, hit the like button if you can, man. I mean, this is what we're doing all day, showing you our trades, our mistakes, our wins, everything. We're going to get out at 172.50 if this breaks higher. So again, Apple's been strong for sure. It's more than the market. So this is a nervous spot for me, as there it is, man, a nice out. I mean, our net is just cruising right now as AMD with falling down now. Let's go AMD, get us into the 20s, baby. We're bidding actually 20 right now. Come on, yes, sir. There it is. Yes, we're getting excited now as our net just goes right back up to the highest spot we've been at all day one more time. So hopefully we can do that again. Every time the market ticks down, obviously our net will tick up, and then every time the market ticks up, our net will tick down. So Google, we did take a piece out there on VWAP, or sorry, the 50 period. Like I said, they're on the 2 minutes. So you know, we've been taking profit on this, man. We have some of the highest names today. Amazon has just been absolutely destroyed, as we still have shares on that one as well. And down comes AMD right now, 40 cents in the money on Advanced Micro. What's up, Bren?
TTD popped up here on a decent volume spike. It's 2.5%, coming back a bit. You can see buyers stepped in there at day highs. There was a note on Apple, in fact, suggesting that Apple, when the new iPhone comes out, Apple's going to put more ads in more places on your iPhone coming up next year. TTD obviously selling advertising, set to benefit potentially.
There you go. TTD, another one on the move. I mentioned Sundial and then reversing into the long, but I didn't give you guys any targets. Remember, they did a split. So when you look at this, our charts don't split adjust, but this is not that hard because it's 10. So that 40-cent level way down here back into June, that's going to correspond with $4. I've scalped a bunch on that break. So we had the short in front. We reversed it when it took out that high in the daily chart. We got some out in the 50 range. We're still layering. Got about half of the position on still. I'm going to play it all the way up to $4. But I anticipate I'll probably only have about 10% if we get to that $4 range. So reversal on Sundial. Now up 18%. So good for you, Sundial. I don't think it lasts forever, but for now, it's good, I suppose. We'll see what happens if it can even get to that 375 to 4. I wouldn't look to go short again until it got to $4. That would be that price. I just got the reload in Alphabet at VWAP there, so it's starting to roll over. Obviously, that first short off those highs of the day, that's kind of come and gone, those opportunities, and you're now just looking for those lower highs. So play it to that low. I still think it breaks a low and can head down to that 120. But you want to make sure you get yourself paid. So as it heads down toward low of the day, going to make sure we get some out there. Affirm not really falling as fast, although it just wicked, failed VWAP. Now looking like a re-entry here. I wanted to see it fail a VWAP before I got some more shares into Affirm. So I'm going to get back into a few more shares of Affirm as they head back into that downside. NVIDIA, I'll look for a reload, but that'll be at that low of the day. It's got to be off that pre-market low of 186. I'm not going to be doing it up here around VWAP.
All right, so alert, a new stock here, Geo Group, a name that Michael Burry is all in on, apparently. So it's a nice, yeah, all in, apparently. He sold everything and is all in on GEO. So we'll wait to see here, 7:30 if it takes it out. We'll go long and we'll join the party here. I mean, 7:30's been sort of tops. Let's see if it goes up and then eventually takes out 750. But Geo, an all-in name for Michael Burry, and Brendan will obviously be on that when he sees it, and look into it. Hopefully it is going to be true. The guy always like deletes his Twitter accounts and all that stuff. Okay, so Apple, again, another name that we've just sort of taken advantage of one more time on that price bump, and then we got some out in the 20s. So again, just ho-hum, another quick scalp for your boy there as the register keeps getting rung on this side. Now look at all these positions we're in. AMD, Apple's short in the money. AMD's 30 cents in the money. Amazon's, I mean, you know, we can review these. We talked about Amazon earlier today at these highs. So there's a good short for us on Amazon, hitting that 144. Good short for that one. We are now, there it is here, what we've done today. We're in the money now at $1.75. AMD, we've been shorting this up to these levels, now coming back in. That is still 40 cents in the money. Google on some nice shorts this morning, 122, the same levels. That's now $1.07 in the money. And then our Bed Bath & Beyond, let's just see, let's go WTF. It's just made a move up to $15. We did get hit early, reloaded it down there, and now that's $1 in the money. The only one that I'm questioning, and we're 30 cents in the money on it, so it's good, all good on this, is Alibaba. As right now that's coming back in. Let's put another bid. So this is now 40 cents in the money on Alibaba. Yes, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day, so let's hit the alarm here at Trader TV Live. It's been a good one as this market falls. The market's not even down that much, man, and we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. It's been a good day today for sure.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm actually looking at the NASDAQ, still above that breakout price. I'm still trying to get that bid on Affirm. It's about 20 cents in the money. Okay, it's 30 cents in the money. Like I said, 40 to 50, we want that first target, and then play off of those lows. Apparently, and like I said, Bears versus Bulls, our moderator isn't here. Apparently, we missed a super chat. If somebody... I'm trying to scroll back to see where it was. Thank you for all the super chats. All we ever ask is that you hit the like and the subscribe there. But if someone can just maybe repeat the question and we can try to get to that super chat. Apologies for having missed it there. Meagle through 15 and Brennan at the big screen for Money Talks.
Hey guys, dollar strength continuing to kick off the new week here. We mentioned back on Thursday and Friday, a bit of a bounce to say the least now. Right back to where we were pre-CPI data. Remember, the CPI came out, we had this huge flush all the way down to 104.5, right back to 106.2, got as high as 106.5 this morning, if you can believe that, off that Chinese data that came out overnight. Again, if you missed it, factory activity data last month in China lower than expected. So dollar strength, everything else pretty weak as a result, including the Canadian dollar, a full percent to the downside, 77.5 once again for the CAD. We got above 78 last week for the first time in a while. The euro back to 101.97, broke 102 back to the downside early on this morning. British pound under pressure as well, 0.4 to the downside. Same story for the rest of these, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple. Although we are crawling back higher once again, just 0.5% back to 24,100 again for BTC, guys.
100.
Stay hydrated, guys. I mean, we are absolutely cranking this market now. Shout out to Tony, who's going to be coming up very, very soon. We do have a plethora of hosts coming for you, including two that should be great. We're going to have Sharif and Steph and Tony come on the midday show. So we're really excited for that. So stay tuned for that as that's coming up in just 10 minutes. It'll be Tony, and then I think it's Sharif and then Steph. So get ready for that. That should be a lot of fun for everybody. And Neil and I will hop in there as well, you know, depending on how everything goes. But I think everything's going to go great. There's Apple. Hit the alert, man. Like I said, this has been a big day for me today. Couldn't be happier. Amazon now just at the day's low and continuing to go down. Hopefully I'm able to have some of these trades on for you when we do come back at 2 o'clock. I mean, that's how far down I think this market can go. I mean, if Apple continues its move here, we're right, yeah, you know what? Let's take out another piece off that reload. Why not? We'll get a 93 if it does take that. That's 90, right? And so hopefully it can continue, make its move down. I still think Apple, good outs are down here in the 70s. Like, if you can get that today, that's going to be great. Unless this market really comes in, we're not, there we go. It has to run us over before we get filled, it seems like. So there it is, a nice little out again on Apple. AMD is now 50 cents in the money and still continuing to make those moves down as well. So this should be a good day, man. Oh, that went to 99.80. Let's put some more bids here on AMD. We don't need to get out, but hey, we might as well. I mean, it's been a monster day for us. We're having probably the best morning we've had in a while. So good on us to take that, but you need to capture your profits. Bed Bath & Beyond is like back up to 15. I'm feeling like this is a good spot to possibly capture profits right here on Bed Bath & Beyond.
I thought I was on the offer. You know what?
I'm going to go at 14.80.
Oh, my offer, I thought I was like 35 cents below 15. And I look over and it's like, no, I went the other way. I'm actually sitting in the other direction. I should have been out of this one. Like this 15 level has been all kinds of resistance, but at this point, it is a pretty strong, solid upward trend here, so I want to give it a chance to work. If we bounce one more time off 14.40, I'll give it a chance to get through 15. But if it fails 15 one more time, I should be taking the last of this out at 14.77. Meagle just reversed a little bit off that 15 area, so that's looking like that second shot will come in for me. Well, to get into a short. Affirm gave first leg and is now testing back up to VWAP. I'll reload at around VWAP if we're able to catch it. I was very close to just getting NVIDIA there off that low, and then it held up at 186.50. So pretty close to coming back into that low, and I'll play that one to VWAP. But if it cannot hold that morning support at 186, then NVIDIA's got to go. It bounced twice, first off 88 for a small move, and then off of 86 for a $2 move into 188. But that looks like it is slowing down a heck of a lot. Sundial, which was that late entry to the game, took out that high in the daily chart. I shorted it first and worked into the long. It's heading back up to that high of the day, but I want to cover the next quarter of this before it gets to 375. I think a rug pull's coming on Sundial. Hopefully it happens at $4 and not here. Still a few names to get to. The big week for earnings is going to be in retail, but a few on this list that aren't in that space that are worth looking at there, Brendo.
Yeah, just noticed 10 Cent Music is on here coming up after the close tonight. But here we go, tonight and tomorrow morning.
I mean, really, 10 Cent Music is the one outside of that. But let's be real. We're looking at before the open. It's Walmart. It's Home Depot. Later on in the week, we get Target as well. So the retail names have been a little bit violent this year when it comes to the reports. Walmart's been relatively strong the last little bit here. The question does become, is the consumer been healthy enough to keep it looking strong? Right now, they are relatively strong, up 0.5%. Walmart just churning towards a potential breakout on the daily chart. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a trap to, play breakouts when they're reporting before the market. But I do anticipate this is one that if we're holding above 134, if we get to above 134, I should say, I'll be looking for some longs up there. Just haven't had that break yet on Walmart, but it's gotten close.
All right, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to review some of these positions here as they're all pretty darn good right now. And I don't mean to keep harping on the same names, but yeah, look at Walmart. I mean, congratulations anybody that's been in. I know we haven't traded them today or often lately. It's because I just want to go short these names. But the marijuana names again today, like let's just go on that. I mean, that's been obviously a big day. And those of you that participate definitely understand that, what goes up can come down here. So just be careful. There's CGC, super aggressive, man. I mean, we were at 250 a couple days ago. Well, a couple days ago. I guess we were at 250 back on the 10th last week. That was 285 dip. You're up about $1 since then, up to 360. So just be careful about a lot of these names, Tilray, so on and so forth. You're above the 50 period. You still have some work to move here. But again, off the bottom, I don't consider this, a hero play or anything. I just, these names, got to be careful with them. They can slip down just as easy as they do rip up. Tesla, I've been wrong on that. I've been selling some Tesla in my own account. That's up to 913 as well as that keeps on moving. But just so you guys know, we've gotten a little lighter here on our Apple short right now as that's come back in and just getting some out at these 50 periods. So again, good shorts. We did get taken out there. Wish we would have held it, but we punch right back in. So Apple's been a good one for us. Google's been a monster, but we did get out there. And again, I've sort of switched it up and it's been working, man. We're going to be the highest we've been at today. And that's good for us. But I'm taking more shares and trying to hold out on some of them for more, but then when we get into key levels, I have to start getting some out. So I don't think I'm ever gonna have like these monster winners, but honestly, 50 cents on Apple's pretty good, 55, 70 cents on AMD, $2 on Amazon. So some of the things that we've been doing have been working. And then unfortunately, we did miss that Bed Bath & Beyond up there at 15. So we're going to sit here again, see if it can come back up to 1470 or so on Bed Bath. What is happening right now? The market's going down and our net, like all of a sudden, just ran, like that's what happens. We have shares, the market's moving. Today is a good day.
Yeah, I don't see any news on Mullen in particular. I see a few people talking about it. If it gets to $1, I like it because I like Mullen $1 every single time. It just pulled up to 93 cents. It's churning to the upside. I think this is just, it could just be a little bit, it could be half squeeze. It could be some Tesla strength that we're seeing right now. Tesla's still holding on to 910, but I'm talking barely. Mullen will be a short for me at 99 cents and give it to like $1.02. I think that's a relatively simple style trade if it gets there. But Tesla has now made 3 challenges at this 910. If it gets below here, I think it's the last one to give it up. I still like it for some strength, but I'm already in NIO, so I don't need to be aggressively adding to this. If it does break 910, I'll probably look to lighten NIO wherever it is and be starting to look for some short ideas in Tesla. For now, it still looks strong. I want to get a reload on NVIDIA. Still looking over at this NASDAQ. It's about to make that challenge. This is the first, on a 60-minute, this is what the NASDAQ looks like, right? Like it's still maintaining that breakout a little bit higher, but it is starting to come back in here. If it gets below about 13.55, then you can start to reverse that trend. And it's a similar thing for the ES. The ES broke in the morning, tried to get through that Friday high and is reversing. NASDAQ just a tiny bit stronger. I'm in one cannabis name, and that is Sundial. It's starting to come back in as well. I do think Sundial is going to be a great short at some point. I'm still in that long. I'd like it to claw a little bit higher, but if it can't hold above 350, the short might just have to be right here at that 350 level. I'd have liked it to be 4 after it made that breakout on the daily. We did initially short this, and usually I prefer that short. I'm just not there yet on Sundial, but I'll be short this thing at some point today.
All right. Yeah, Sundial. Yeah, man. Like we talked about those marijuana names. Good call on those. Okay, so I don't really have much to talk about, to be honest with you. Congratulations. I see Greg Moore there in the chat. You guys know that I've been, and thanks for the shout out on DraftKings. I mean, you know, I've been talking about this one, how strong it's been for a while. And those of you that were long it, I think you talked about it because I was on the sticky note from last week down here at 1750. So I guess, Greg, maybe you had that. So good shout out for the sticky note and a good shout out to the long side. Remember, the sticky note's more for the daily trade. So what's up, Mala? Thank you so much again for the super chat. We're trying to find them all here. New member alert as well. What's up to Deepak and what's up to Mala? Thank you so much for everything. You're about to go over to Trader Prad, and it looks like it's going to be Tony kicking off. Like I said, it's going to be Tony, then Sharif, then Stephanie. So get ready to rock and roll there with some new traders on the midday show as Luca takes some time off. And that should be a lot of fun. So we're getting ready for that. And honestly, man, I mean, we have that Geo trade coming through now as Michael Burry's biggest idea set to come through now, apparently.
That's heavy short, by the way.
Yeah, so 730, we're going to go long if it breaks that trade. Apple continues to make a move down, obviously, as that's coming into lows right now as we get ready to throw it over to those guys. AMD 50, I mean, everything is tanking now. So our net, yes, I mean, we're going to end the day at our best spot right now. So it's going to be a good one. Not much else to do over here. I'll probably stay relatively light until the closing show where we'll be back. But so far, so good, man. My best morning in a long time with numerous big-time wins coming out here for us. It's 1 minute over right now. Neil, anything you want to do before we wrap this up?
Meagle's running. It looks like it took out that 15 pretty convincingly there. It tried to make a second charge. Gets up to about 1750. That's the next leg up to the upside. Meagle on a huge run up. I just feel like the rug will get pulled on this at some point. I only took one shot on the way. I'm trying to be very patient. You don't want to be 10 times short. I've done that before. I'm looking for 2 or 3 swings at this. $17.50, $20 will stand out as well as we send you over to the midday, guys. It is Tony. It is Prad. Go get him.
Yeah, market's coming off, but as you guys can see, MEGL over here absolutely launching off today. We're going to have a great Monday. There's going to be a lot of new hosts over here. Well, not new, some of them you already know, but a lot of fun, a lot of changes. To start off with, we got somebody you know for a long time. We got Tony in the hot seat.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be back, everyone. Hope everyone has been doing well, having a great couple of past trading sessions. Markets today, I think going up, going down, a bit of everything, but it's been a crazy past couple of days, at least for me, with the markets just ripping absolutely crazy, trying to make some decent trades today. I'm favoring the short side in today's market, but there's plenty of things going on. Miguel, whatever you want to call it. This thing's absolutely ripping today, up nearly 100%. That's going to be a great one to trade. But yeah, plenty of great names, lots of things lots of things moving. And it's going to be a great one today. We're going to have plenty of new hosts on, old and new. You're going to be seeing the debut of Sharif as well as Stephanie for next couple of hours. It's going to be a great one, guys.
Here's MEGL, boy, and shout out to Trade Idea Scanner for this. I had no idea why I would even trade MEGL if it wasn't for that scanner and most of my positions, because I've been trying something new here. My position board is not updating, by the way, guys, but we're in long MEGL, $12.10, and MEGL is now $5 in the money, heading to the north side, $17 coming into play. So we're just going to let this stock go too. So it just keeps on ripping. Can't stop, won't stop for this position. Thankfully, that scanner picked it up. Just now taking out 17 as the high day. Let's see where this one goes off to. Currently, a couple other positions that scanner has alerted me to is SNDL also. SNDL over here taking the high day breakout. Also happened to be around the high day of yesterday. Well, no, I was looking at this level instead, actually, right here on SNDL, which was on the 26th July high. So around the 26th July high, just above $3. Got in about on the breakout of that level. And now even SNDL giving me some profit targets above to the north side near $3.50, putting me 20 cents in the money on that position. And I am short BABA. Baba's short 90 in front of 93, but Baba has been whipsawing front and back and forth a lot today, so just going to leave that trade alone. But I guess all eyes on MEGL, honestly, as we're about to now go take out $18 coming into play very soon. Why can't I pull it up? MEGL, what? MEGL, because I can't type, that's why. There you go. We went up to $17.86. That was about $6 in the money for me. But now it looks like the rugs are going to start getting pulled. I'm going to have to start throwing a stop out there. Actually, I do have a stop right below $15, somewhere around $14.80. If we get below $14.80, around where I took my profits most, I'm okay with getting out over there. I think we're going to see a lot of whipsaw action because the amount of volatility and the volume the stock is bringing in upon itself. Expect a lot of really volatile back and forth whippy action moves. So I'm not going to put a stop over here because I think that will pretty much get triggered right away. I'm just going to leave my stop hanging out where it is.
Yeah, Amigo going straight parabolic, but now going back for just a bit of a pullback. I think we were testing 18 for a moment there, almost touched it. But yeah, back towards the high 16s at the moment. I have an entry here. Just got into this position around the mid 16s, so hopefully it doesn't go too much lower. Small position here, but MEGL giving me some HKD vibes here. I think larger float, more volume, that's for sure. So we probably won't see this thing running into the thousands. But that being said, it's up 100% for today. Day is still early. It's only 11 at the moment. I think there's plenty of potential coming into noon and the afternoon. So I'm pretty confident this might actually touch 20. I think one of our viewers actually mentioning in the chat here, Migo 20. So, that might, very well materialize, and I hope so. But yeah, besides that, the markets have been kind of interesting today. We're pretty much flat on the Qs. I was going to say, like the market today, it's the past couple of days been really, fascinating to me how we're at these levels. I think, even the most bullish scenario, we're continuing this rally. I would like to see a bit of a pullback in terms of the general markets. Not sure what that really means for some of these, short squeeze stocks, but I think I'm looking to short the Qs. Seems like I'm always shorting something these days, just because if you look at this chart, I think some of you guys were in the same boat as me, who lost quite a bit of money shorting the futures on the way up here. Might agree that we're well doing for a pullback. On the 4 hour as well as the daily chart. So that's what I'm going to be holding for today. I think the U.S. market session is usually a little bit more bearish than the U.S. close when the overnight session, at least for the past decade or two. So I think my strategy for the next couple of days is just going to be shorting the Qs in the morning, covering at the close, and rinse and repeat. But so far has been very, very disappointing with all the green candles or blue candles you can see here on my screen. So, but I'm going to be holding that today. We're going to see how it goes. Meagle still holding kind of strong. I'm going to try to trade some more interesting names today than just the Qs. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Sundown might take a position here.
SNDL, yeah, the wheat stocks might, I don't know, we're still waiting for that catalyst over there, but it looks like they're trying to come back to life a little bit. Neil did ask the question in our work chat if there was anything on wheat stocks. Let me quickly scroll back up there. Don't really see anything about wheat stocks in our work chat being mentioned, so not sure what the catalyst is. But SNDL back in play today, 14% of the north side, and around $3. So that also looks like a reverse split to bring it back above $1 to make sure they're in line with the NASDAQ listing requirements. But here's MEGL right now pulling back to $16. This is why I don't want to put a stop in the $16 to $15 range area. We saw this whipping action coming into play. We know the IPO of the stock alone was pretty ridiculous. It IPO'd at $40, $50, ran up to some ridiculous high prices, came back down to the normal prices that where it should belong in. Pretty low float itself. Let me go check what the flow is real quick. MEGL flow is 7 million flow. Recent IPO, 20 million offer amount total. So we saw these type of possible whipsaw actions coming into play. That's because the shorts who are all the way up here getting ready to take their profits, and also new longs getting ready to build into this position for a possible new HKD type of trade. There's always traders out there in the ecosystem, in the trader sphere, always looking for the next this type of trade, next that type of trade. When's the next MOAS AMC happening? When's the next MOAS GME happening, right? So based off of those mentalities, I figured let's look for MEGL trade, a breakout long based on the volatility. I need that pressure behind it for the stock to break through. I took a couple positions. I took another one too, VRDN. VRDN based off the same scanner honestly has not been working out the way I would like it to. Took the $24 breakout, had to give it the whole dollar ever since I got in, and I've been stuck in this trade since. Volume depreciating in this position, scaring me a little bit more. Hopefully volume comes back in later on in the day, but right now not doing that for me. And another trade that I am in based off the same scanner, and I'm working on that scanner a little bit to understand it, to see how it works, and then if I can build a system around it. But based off of that, Coupang over here took the $18 breakout, and it's been pretty muted since, not really doing much. So let's see where some of these trades go to. Thankfully, they're not too far out of the money where I have to start managing them and start crying about it, and they're not too far in the money either. So that's a sad part. Looks like most of the fun for me is going to be on MEGL, which is currently trying to hold up above $16. Maybe I could move my stop to the break of 16, but then I'm most likely going to miss out on some of the move if I do that. So I'm going to hold on to where my stop is, around the $15 area.
I won't blame you if you tapped out. I'm thinking of tapping out myself here. It just broke under 16. I think this is the most significant red candle we've seen so far today. Again, we're just at high 17s a moment ago, now $2 down. Still up nearly 100% on the day, so anything's possible. Just look away for a moment, come back in an hour. This thing could easily be up several 100%. But that being said, looks like this could be a bit of a reverse, so I'm thinking of tapping out. Small position, probably easier for me to just add more in rather than sell what I have currently. But, it's been fading quite a bit here, so I'd be cautious about jumping in this very moment. I'd see a significant pullback before we try to stabilize and go back up a little bit. But yeah, looking to add to my MEGL position here. Also shorting Snapchat. We're back at 12. This thing was, I believe, like $9 not that long ago. I think it's up quite a bit.
Big?
Yeah, wait, what's that? Yeah, well, hard to see it. That's why
big?
If you guys see my screen over here, well, you probably can't, but I have the chat.
I look over
in,
and the chat's
huge
the whole
fonts.
screen.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not. Well, I have glasses for a reason. Can't see too well, unfortunately. But Miguel or Miguel, always falling closer to 15 now. So might time to add if you're looking to go long for the day. But I'm thinking about adding. Not quite yet. But overall, markets, I think, moving towards the downside a little bit. Q's down 0.15%. I'm actually quite surprised that the markets aren't down a lot more. I recall, I was looking at futures yesterday night. If you look at Forex markets, I'll look towards the Canadian dollar, the New Zealand Kiwi, the Australian dollar. All of them down huge against the US dollar, as Brendan was just talking about. But we do not see much of a correlation, unfortunately for me. In the equity markets, where we still see NASDAQ, SPY, and even Russell 2K holding relatively strong. Still holding short, hoping to just hold this for the rest of the day. But we are due for a pullback, in my opinion. But still, for the moment, just looking to taking a look at more of these momentum plays. I found it quite interesting, actually. I was thinking to short the markets about a week or two ago. But I saw a lot of these, these huge squeezers, HKD being the most prolific of them, but also we saw BBY. And to me, the signal that people more or less had money to throw around and they're willing to gamble a little bit more with their money. And so I figured it's probably unlikely we'll see some sort of like a VIX spikes or some sort of a major market sell-off, in this environment. I think people were talking about a bit earlier how markets are going to be up, closer towards midterms as the elections near in the U.S. If you guys follow U.S. politics, and so as a result of that, we see the markets sort of elevated at the time being. Probably won't see it really fall much until afterwards. That's what people were saying back in April and May from the StockTwits chat I was looking at. So the fact that it materialized, I think, adds a little bit of credence to that theory. But yeah, I'm still waiting patiently for the day the market's actually correct and we see VIX up 10, 20%. It's still waiting on that day. I'm just waiting patiently here. Any day now. Any day. No, I've been saying for weeks now. But someday.
Sorry. Markets coming off, and I see Kyra over here talking about I lag absolutely in the other direction, 59% to the north side. I actually was going to take the $4 breakout, wasn't quick enough on throwing my order out there. Missed out on the $4 breakout move. Now 30 cents above $4 is I lag as I get stopped out of MEGL for profit on the break of $14.82 to the downside. That could have been a bad stop because that's not the low of the range. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if we zoom in real quick, bang, bang, bang. Low of the range is around 1450. So maybe I should have given all the way down to 1450 on MEGL longs. If it rotates back to the north side without breaking 1450, I'm gonna be a little upset for that. But at the end of the day, still a good trade, no complaints. Thank you, MEGL. Yeah, look at that. Should have given it till the low of that range. I thought I did give it to the low of the range, but I didn't really, put my cursor out there and check. I just guessed that it was 1480 and just threw an order out there. Gonna probably miss out on a little bit of the money over here. If it does pull back to anywhere close to VWAP, which is $13, then thankfully I will be right on my stop. And I'll also be able to get back into MEGL, but volume still in this position, same as ILAG at the moment. Some of these stocks are going absolutely parabolic. Here's ILAG pulling back slightly, back to $4, but it looks like we're going to most likely try and keep on elevating to the north side. S&P 500 down 0.33% on the day, and NASDAQ down 0.2%. NASDAQ slightly below VWAP, same with S&P 500, but NASDAQ a little bit more, I guess not that much further than VWAP for NASDAQ. And here's your S&P 500 chart. Same around the same areas for both of them. Let's see if the market can go green today at some point or red. I was initially expecting the market move to 4,300 and then a break of the stops at 4,300 to 4,310, maybe 4,315. Once those stops get burnt out, we pull back all the way down to 4,250, and then we just kangaroo around near 4,250. That was my expectations in the market today. Clearly, the market did not want to, give me those trades. I guess everyone's expecting that 4,300 break, shorts getting burnt out, and then going back to 4,310 and then coming back down. So market just not allowing people to take advantage of that trade today just yet. Maybe tomorrow, if the market just floats around VWAP and tomorrow we get a pop to the north side, we get the opportunity to short the 4,300 level and bring it back down, or go long off of that 4,300 level and ride it back up top there. MEGL looks like that idea was correct, because it did not break below $14.50. My stop was inappropriate. We're going to probably launch back over here. It's going to be very upsetting to watch the stock without me. Here's VRDN, though. I just saw an update on my screen that VRDN is breaking back through 24 to the north side, so putting me back in the money. Thankfully, I did give this stock the appropriate stop. I gave it $1 wiggle room all the way down to $23, exactly $23 break. If 23 broke or even printed 1 penny on 23, I would have been out of this trade, which never happened. Now trying to launch back above 24 is VRDN. As I say that's going to be, we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, well, VRDN, it's popping off. Lots of movers here. It's a good day for market movers. MEGL, I got stopped out for a bit there, or I think I put a sell in once it broke under 15. But I think you convinced me. I'd say we might see a second wind on this security over here, as we're still up quite a bit on the day, seeing a green candle. Maybe that signals the end of the pullback, and we might see some more action coming back in. See if this tests 17.5, 18 again. In the event it should, I can imagine this thing testing 20. It's going to be a very exciting day for this stock here. I remember this was as high as 360 not that long ago, actually in the pre-market. I think right after the weekend after it debuted. I remember I woke up one morning, I bought this thing at like 200. I'm like, oh, okay. I look back 15, 20 minutes later, it's at 230. I'm like, sell, okay, not bad. And that was, a few $100s for me in my personal account. But ever since then, trading this thing, it's just been going down like crazy. But it was like a $4 IPO. I think they did like a $4 by 5 million share offering. So I think the smallest you can do, or just about for NASDAQ listing. I know for NASDAQ, the cheapest or the lowest you can go is $4. So a lot of these Chinese names now listing for $4, very small float. Seeing some fireworks, honestly. And so this one was unfortunately one that imploded, but we're seeing we can curl back up just a little bit. So I'm still in this security in the stock at the moment, and we shall see where it goes. If it goes below 14.5, I think I'll be tapped out a second time here. But anything's possible. So I like the risk reward on this one. I'm looking at the general markets now. It's coming back up. I don't think we're really moving an awful lot. Q is flat. I think SPY's just down like about a quarter or a third. VIX also down on the day. I remember it jumped up quite a bit Friday afternoon. Actually, today is just looking quite unfortunate. It had a little bit of action in the pre-market. This is pretty much like one of the better securities, I'd say, were the UVXY and I think UVIX are only two tradable volatility instruments at the moment. VXX, the Barclays one, if you guys recall, that one I think stopped the issuance and redemption of new shares, so that one isn't even tracking the VIX anymore. But UVXY, UVIX issue with these ETFs or ETNs is that they have a massive built-in decay. And so if you're holding this thing, if you can just look back a couple of days, you're just getting burned and burned and burned. It's absolutely terrible. We're pretty much at new all-time lows for VIX. Every day is a new all-time low for this instrument. Even if you go back, let's say on the weeklies, I'm not sure if it's surprising to you, but it's doing pretty poorly. I'm not sure if this is the right time frame actually, but point is, when you're going short on the markets, there's not a lot of very good options, as I've been trying to find out myself. Naked call shorting apparently isn't a very good idea, as I found out the hard way. But besides that, there's a few instruments, UVXY, UVIX, as the aforementioned. You have the SQQQ, the TZA, and there's also 3x short S&P, which I found to be pretty good. With those things, you can't really go negative, which I find to be really good. Issue is those things also have a built-in decay, and so I think verticals are shorting, vertical or collecting debits by shorting, let's say, a call and buying like a way out the money call, hoping the thing either stays where it is or goes lower is probably the best way I would go about shorting this market. That being said, it's been a tough journey. Some days, you wake up, you look at your day trader account, you're down $1,000 before the market opens because market's ripped overnight, and you just think about how much that money kind of means to you. And as I did in my case, and you think, oh, that's quite an unpleasant experience. I always thought I was a decent trader, a decent person. I wonder why such an unpleasant experience is happening to me. But obviously, markets don't care whether or not you're a decent person and whether or not you're a decent trader. That only time can tell. So, I know I'm going off just time and time again today about my terrible short index positions. But sorry, I'm just a broken record today. More securities. Well, we'll talk about different stocks. So, yeah, I'll have a good trade ready for you guys, I'm sure.
As earnings season comes to an end, sadly, we still have a lot of earnings to come out today. We got the new bank at the end of the day. We got a bunch of other stuff coming out for earnings boards. We still got to earn a little bit of an active earnings season still alive. But as earnings season sadly will be coming to an end, brings in a wave of another form of catalyst, which is your upgrades and your downgrades. We have a tons of upgrades and downgrades today. A couple of them I can attack on right now is Poshmark. Poshmark had, or Posh, as you guys know it, Posh on NASDAQ. Poshmark had earnings report sometime last week, if I remember correctly, and they missed out on it. They also got downgraded today from, I believe, let me actually quickly look down at, from Barclays Bank. That downgrade coming in, not really hurting them too much, but looks like a little bit of helping the stock out a little bit as people look to exit from Posh, maybe as the shorts cover their profits or the longs take their profits or get out for a loss based on that downgrade coming in for POSH though. But today 12.71, almost 14% to the north side, trading above VWAP, which is around $13.20 at the moment. A couple other stocks that are in the same realm of upgrades and downgrades is Dollar General, which I believe the ticker is DG, DOLARGEN. Yeah, DG, there you go. DG on NY, perfect. Dollar General on New York, another stock with the downgrade today and not really doing a whole lot. What's the relative volume looking like on this one? Usually when stocks get upgraded or downgraded, you'll see a bunch of volume spikes coming in. That's an increase in relative volume. Today, 1.30 for Dollar General. Not the greatest increase in volume, but still a good enough increase in volume, allowing you to make some trades out of it, I would guess. The spread's pretty decent too, but I can see the spread opening up with the lack of volume on said position. Keeping along with the same basket of, I guess we can move away from that basket of upgrades and downgrades as you get the idea. As as we're running out of catalysts slowly and earnings seasons are dying out, we're gonna get more upgrades and downgrades to talk about, and more of those coming out from the banks and so on. But today, the tech sector of Chinese market, the BABA, something that I just got stopped out on as BABA pushes back above VWAP. I just got stopped out on that one, but they were all down more than 1% today from a weaker economic Chinese output so far. We'll just have to wait to see how that market keeps on influencing us. If there's more shutdowns coming in, that we know how that's going to be, and if more weak data comes out from from China based on already happened shutdowns not too long ago. We're just patiently waiting over here. But if good things come out, then we see BOVESPA pumping up to $100 every time. Sadly, we do know that BOVESPA has been failing to break above 110. So if we get anywhere back to the 100 to 110 range, we'll short BOVESPA at 110, take that breakout at 100. If we push back to 100 and not able to break out at 100, we take that short near 101 or 100 and bring it right back to the downside. Position board update real quick. I'm getting stopped out on some of my positions. What's going on over here? Shopify stopping me out for as it breaks out this range high. So that's cool. Shopify now trying to pull back a little bit as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ pull back too. NASDAQ now back into the positive zone. S&P 500 still negative, but very slightly. Not something to be worried about if you are short. Another position update as VRDN. Still not doing anything too good for me. We're hanging out near my average price. I'm long 24.01. We're at 23.91. So out of the money 10 pennies. We'll just have to wait and see where this one goes.
Yeah, and I think someone in the chat was asking about Unity. This was a name that I think had a very, very nice rally past couple of sessions. Now at around $55. Hard to believe it was just $30 just a couple months ago. Obviously, this has been one of the better names, I think, in the recent rally. A lot of my smart cap names actually haven't really been following the overall markets. I think it's more or less the established tech stocks that have been doing quite well. Unity, I think, being one of them. I think at this point we're close to a $16 billion market cap. Today, news, they rejected AppLovin's buyout offer for around $20 million, I believe, which would have valued them at around a 25% premium, understandably. So I think AppLovin, about the same size as them. So it'd be somewhat like a merger of equals, I'd say, rather than like a buyout per se. But no, Unity has been a very, very strong stock, I'd say. Cash flow negative, but very, very strong revenue growth. I think gaming is definitely a sector that's not going away anytime soon. You may as well call it a consumer staple. I'll laugh as I say it, but to some people, video games about as important as personal hygiene and toothpaste. All that. I know for me that was true for a long time when I had endeavors of becoming a professional League of Legends player. But that was a lifetime ago, though. So nowadays I'm a day trader, committed, trying to make sense of these candles and trying to predict which way the line will go. But yeah, Unity so far looking very strong, down 6% today. But with the overall markets, it's not doing so bad. I think when the larger daily losers in terms of just the volume leaders. But nonetheless, I think for Unity, it's inadvertently been a great call. I sold my shares, unfortunately, a bit too early. My long-term account, I got out around 47, 48. Now pumping quite a bit above 50 now. I'd say it's a little bit overbought, but this thing has been a very far fall from grace. If you look a bit longer, this thing was at 200, I think at one point 210, something like that. Obviously, a very, very beat down. Name like Unity, when it's down something like 80 to 85%, I'd say at that point just buy hand over fist. Yeah, we were in a bubble, but it's like buying PayPal, I'd say. It has a 24P ratio, possible growth. Fintech's a little bit oversaturated, but I'd say a lot of these names, I feel like when you get to the point where we hear about them outside the stock market and they're also down quite a bit, but they're a real company, it doesn't hurt to invest in what you know or what you personally enjoy. And things like that. I learned the hard way from investing in names I only heard about from the stock market, or perhaps in my case from the daily losers list. So I got sucked into a lot of the microcap bios. But yeah, Unity, strong name. I'd say I don't know if I'd be buying hand over fist at 55. Very strong markets. I think we're doing for a pullback in the general scope of things. So perhaps sell some cash covered puts or cash secured puts on Unity. 45 strike, 50 strike, 40 strike, depending on your tolerance, your risk tolerance. So I think that's going to be my play. Another name I thought was very fascinating. You guys probably haven't heard of it, but this was Daily Losers Friday. It's a company called Law. As I understand it, there's some sort of like a AI legal company from what they describe themselves on the website. This stock was down 53%, I believe, on Friday. Poor guidance, I think, advised in something around the 130, 135 million range from 150 for either the year, I think the next quarter or fiscal year, I believe. But this stock has been down 53%, 52-week lows actually. Surprisingly, this stock held quite nicely throughout the sell-off earlier in the year. But on slightly revised guidance, this thing's been down 53%. I was trying to day trade this, funnily enough, on Friday, but bought it in market open. Rest is history. I'll be bag holding for months to come. at this point. But I think some people are trying to short squeeze this stock. Thought I'd give it a mention. I think the short squeeze fell a little short. It's just up 2% today. Might take a long position here. We'll see how it goes. But
I'm looking at a stock named Lucy, innovative eyewear, supposed to be IPO'd around 750 to 950. Only 800,000 shares available on the float, like not even a million shares. Offer amount 9 million, sorry, in total. Just trying to see, like, if I type in your company name and I don't even see like a little box over here with your address and so on, that just has me a little, questioning about your company right away. I don't even find your website. There you go. I'm guessing that's your website. And with nearly 30 years of experience, 30 years. We got Warby Parker, and then we got Innovative Eyewear. So Lucy supposed to IPO around $7. IPOs. Let me quickly see the chart over here. Opens at, looks like $5, runs to 7, which is supposed to be the IPO range minimum. 750 to 950 is the IPO range. It doesn't even get to the IPO range minimum, rejects that, pulls back from there, and is now just aiming for the downside. I'd be a little careful for this. The float's not even a million shares according to the NASDAQ IPO website. You're just gambling with these trades at that point. I mean, if you really want to gamble, there's better stocks to gamble today. The fact that I'm even using the word gamble upsets me, but there's way better positions here. Look at MEGL. Like that stop I was telling you near 1450, you could have used that stop to get back into this trade multiple times. Get long 1480 or $15. Give it that 50 cents of risk, or even to VWAP if you can. It's up to you. I wouldn't do that, but give it that 50 cents of risk below 1450 and just keep on scalping this trade off that dollar. It's going to keep on giving you that position. I'm actually going to throw an order out right now as we send it to Brando at the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, an update for you. Speaking of tiny little IPOs, remember FRZA from Friday. There it is, to the downside once again today. Being mentioned on social media along with everything else you see here today. DWAC to the downside, PSHG, another one from Friday, and AMC. Also to the downside, BBBY, SPY, both higher on the mentions so far today, but BBBY, not a great morning right out of the gate. SNDL, Mullen, the Qs as well, all in positive territory. This T2 Biosystems was here all last week. Notice that TGL popped up there just before I actually came up here. The TGL, both in Toronto, it's dual listed, and in the New York as well. Apple's here, VEEE, the other one to the upside. This board just representing, though, the direction or sentiment on social media, guys, for everything you see. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, I'm looking at TMXD here. I actually had to order all day to get long on the break of 1150 on this position. Never came into play, so I pulled my order just now as I pulled it up, and I am now once again short BABA, as BABA is near the pre-market high, $94. 17 lots on 172 lots. There you go on 93, 97 though on BABA to the downside on the bid. Let's see if there's a buyer who's intending to prop the stock up to the north side a little bit. BABA trying to go north and maybe go positive on the day. I wouldn't say that just yet though. Still down about 1% or close to 1% is BABA. People in the chat talking about Tilray. Let's go check out what Tilray is looking like. We did have a SNDL trade on the board earlier, positive on that position. Didn't really pull up Tilray at all, but now the fact that I pull up Tilray, something that stands out really quick is that 1,000 lots on 4.29 on the downside at the bids. Only a penny to the downside on it though. How much volume did Tilray even churn today? TLRY. Oh, where's my box? Oh, there you go, TLRY, there's my box. It is doing a relative volume of 1.77 and a total volume of 22 million shares. Let's see if that size on 4.29, you know what, actually, I'm going to take some size here and just lean on that level at 4.29. Oh, wait, the 4.29 size is now at 4.3, so that size is being chased up. That means if that size chases up one more penny to 4.31, I'm going to add more size. That means the bids are stepping up as the stock keeps on going higher. Let's Let's see if that size is even real, though, to be honest, as we pull down to 4.3. The fact that they moved the order from 4.29 to 3 is a good thing, but what if it's a fake order and then they pull the order when the stock starts printing 4.30 and then the stock just absolutely, crashes the downside. We don't want to be trapped on that. So I'm going to be over here watching patiently. I wish I was watching MEGL as it keeps on trading in this range. That way I could have added more size. I got stopped out on a poor read. I should have given it a couple seconds more to really find out what the bottom of this candle was. I didn't, so I got stopped out on a poor read. Otherwise, I'd still be in this trade at the moment. VRDN now sadly back to the downside, down 23 pennies on VRDN. Coupang have been out of the money all day on it, down 30 pennies on that. We're just going to let that trade move around. But here's that position if anyone wants to quickly, actually, no, we're not going to let this move around. It's above VWAP. I should have had a stop out. I thought I did. Looks like I didn't. So we're going to get out of that one. And Baba pushing back in the money for the moment. Let's see if Baba can stay under $94 for today, which happens to be the open and drive high and also the pre-market, around the pre-market highs.
Oh yeah, and I see in the chat a lot of people talking about these Class B shares. Liberty TripAdvisors, I think Core 8 Retail, absolutely popping off. Liberty TripAdvisors nearly doubling for today, now trading at $53. I think day highs. Core 8 Retail also at around 12.5 now, high of days, I should say. These stocks have been popping. I think I remember just 2 weeks ago, along with the HKD. Liberty TripAdvisors close to $100. I think people were saying in the chat now we might see it $100 today. I think this stock is certainly one that's not that's been known to squeeze higher and higher. I think very small float, usually very, very low volume. You can see historically in the past 2 years, let's say 2.5, we've seen pretty much like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is probably the 8th huge squeeze. Right now at $50, can we double for the day? Well, we've already pretty much doubled. Let's see if we can double again. That's to be seen. I think high of day I remember here. I remember this day actually when I was looking at it. The volume was relatively low, but $133. I think this was the all-time high for Liberty TripAdvisors. It's funny to have Class A shares trading as well. They trade I think $4 if I remember correctly. TripAdvisors. There's like a Series A. This one has like an actual float, so it's moving. It's not moving a lot. It's also at $1. The Class B shares on the other hand, this is just like GameStop 2.0 or something like that. I guess 3.0, 4.0 for how many short squeeze we've been seeing past couple of days. I'm not sure if we got halted again at this moment. We very well might have. We're I guess not quite yet, but yeah, bids at 51, still towards high of days. This is going to be very fascinating to look at, but also be careful because for this stock, you can see usually it's odd lots being traded. Obviously institutions aren't trading something with this size of this small float. So you can have 10 shares move the stock by a couple dollars. So be careful for both stocks. If you choose to trade it, go along. Anything's possible. Millionaire maker also creates a lot of losses. So it usually happens each time. Lucy, IPO was just mentioned. I think this was innovative eyewear or something like that from what I last saw. I can't remember. But yeah, $5 stock. This thing touched, I think, $7 at the moment. $7 earlier today, kind of just flushed since then. Consolidating around 5.5. We'll see if this can move any higher. I think for a lot of these stocks, these single-digit IPOs that nobody heard of before, a lot of people are trying to buy in, even to the pre-IPO, seeing if maybe possible to predict the next HKD, the huge run-up. I think HKD, I think MEGL was like the one that was closest to it afterwards. But on the reverse, you also have stocks that IPO at $4 and just kind of crash afterwards. I think one that comes to mind that also recently IPO'd was Brush Oral Care. I'd imagine this does something with toothbrushes, so consumer staple of you might call it that. I don't think they're cash flow positive though. Didn't do too much research on the company. That being said, we had pretty much IPO'd I think around $4. Never held it, just pretty much tanked thereafter. Touched $1 at 80. This was like people tried to squeeze this for a while. I remember along with the MEGL. It pretty much was never materialized. Still at $2. So these IPOs are hit or miss. You might catch MEGL. Unlikely. More than likely, you might end up being stuck with a lemon. So I'd advise caution. But certainly the potential is there, and I guess that's what's so exciting about day trading. I'm seeing Rev now mentioned in the chat quite frequently. So I think this thing's popping off now. What's it at now? I haven't actually paid much attention to it. $7.50. See if the chart's going to load in just a moment where I'm just going. But yeah, up 14% for the day now. Wow, looks like we're screening quite a bit. Might go long on this security. Now testing high of days. Not sure what the news is here, but Revlon's now always moving. Yeah. If this breaks high of day, I think it's gonna be very exciting. If I was, what I think I'll do, I'll set like a stop buy right at the high of day. Looks like we're pulling back just a little bit here. If we take a look at the 1-minute candles instead, I think we touched pretty much a high around the high 7s. Looking to cool off a little bit before we might rep even higher. But yeah, lots of movers in today's session. It's gonna be quite interesting. I'm gonna take a look quickly at what happened to a NASDAQ short now at 331.5. Wow, all I can say is we're popping off in the general markets now. Sorry, I'm gonna pull up my charts real quick, see if this can actually load. My shorts again for today underwater. See if we could test high of days again. At this point, I think it's quite comedic actually with how much the markets are rallying. Again, you don't need to hear me on broken record. But if I was like holding stock at the moment, I'd be interested in potentially buying some puts. I know VIX kind of spiked above the net asset value for the actual futures on Friday, or I think it was Thursday when it touched something around like 955 on the UVXY when the actual position was a lot lower. Or the actual net asset value of the
Hold on, I gotta cut you off here. Something's going on with NU Bank. NU Bank, 3,000 lots, 4.49. We're at 4.50 right now. More lots are being added on 4.5 high a day. We know that the earnings are coming out. Is this Papa Buffett loading up the size over here on the bids? We see him stacking the orders. Now I'm just throwing out some guesses. We don't know it's Papa Buffett. We don't know if it's his little henchman, or maybe it's Cathy Woods trying to join on Papa Buffett's pack over there. But NU Bank clearly trying to launch to the north side. Those bids look real as we're not budging from those bids. So I'm going to take more size. This is almost as a similar trade as Tilray. And I want as much size I can take on this as I'm only risking. Stop running away from me. What is going on with my controller over here? I'm trying to take size and it keeps auto readjusting the size to a lower level. Okay, market, whatever. Anyways, we're trying to take some size over here on NU. Look at that level. It just keeps on getting thicker and thicker. Now we're at 4.5 instead of 4.49 and 4.5. If that level breaks, I'm risking 1 penny. And if it doesn't break, we're probably launching off of that level right quick. Tilray also did something similar for me. We did pop up to 4 or 5 pennies. You take 1,000 shares, you make 4 or 5 pennies on that trade quickly. For risking 1 penny, that's a 4:1 trade. You take 10,000 shares, you do the math, right? So it just adds up real quick. Now we're just leaning on this one level over here. Kind of same thing. It just popped up on my scanner as something, showing relative strength and relative volume, taking out a pretty significant, not a significant level, but at a nice $0.50 level. We also have a tape read on it. We'll see if we can take advantage of this trade. I also want to talk about MEGL. What did I say about this trade, man? If you're watching this position, that $15 level looked like there was a big buyer or at least an iceberg bid over there that just kept refreshing 15 and it wouldn't break it. So I had the order. We got the long. Let's see if that buyer is still there as it's trying to pull back to the downside. Look at that. That size wasn't there first actually, and now the size is there. Does it refresh or does it clean out that level? Ooh, looks like it's going to try and clean that level out. That looks like an iceberg though. Look at the amount of 15s we're printing. My goodness. Okay, now we finally cleared that $15 level, trying to go north as NU also pulls back and actually fills all that orders at 450. So be a little careful over here. Still, I'm only a penny out. Like I said, I'm going to lean on that 450 level. 450 has yet to clear out for me.
Yeah, MEGL now, I think consolidating, possibly breaking down below 15. I think I just got out of this trade now because favoring the downside, I believe, if we can't keep the momentum going higher. Of course, if we break above 16 again, I'd be interested as a buyer. But I think with these names, you got to treat them like a hot potato. You don't want to be holding the bag at the end. It's like musical chairs. It's kind of like when I get into a line at Chipotle, let's say, after a nice long shift. The line could be like really, really, really long, like 15, 20 people almost going out the door. And, so I line up at the end. Obviously, I want my Chipotle, or Chipotle, as some would call it. So I'm out there. But, the line moves pretty fast, actually. People at Chipotle, they work hard. By the time it gets to like 5 people and I'm still at I'm still in the line, I look behind me, there's nobody behind me. Like I was the last person that actually wanted a Chipotle, and like the line ends with me. I feel like that's when I'm getting into some of these names. It's like I'll buy. It's like lots of people lining up here in front of me. Finally, I buy in, and all of a sudden it doesn't go any higher. It's just that. It's like, oh, okay, well, Tony's here. Well, it's like, okay. Oh, so I think MEGL kind of like that for me. I was hoping we'd see 20 today, not so much. I think it kind of went a bit higher. First got around 16.5, but now we're just consolidating at around the $15 range. Might go lower. In fact, I'd be cautious about trading this. I want to see the momentum come back a little bit before I, reload my position. Let's say. Someone was asking in the chat where Luca was. I think he is. I believe he's on vacation for the week. He may be coming back for the next week. So for this week, as Sean mentioned, we're going to have some very fascinating programming. We're going to have a lot of new hosts on, some old, some new, and you guys are going to have a great time. And someone else asking me about my voice for today. I think I'm a bit under the weather. I apologize. I know I'm sounding a little bit mundane, more so than I do usually. But I appreciate you guys sticking with me. But yeah, we'll have Luca back, I believe, next week or perhaps sometime around then. But for the moment, you're going to see
Luca
some
back.
Yeah, but we're actually I think he might be taking a little bit of a hiatus. Sorry, I apologize. I'm giving the wrong information. We'll see what happens.
Where'd you get that info
so
from?
my bad. I apologize. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I'm just talking, out of my rear. That being said, MEGL still under 15. Liberty TripAdvisor is now pulling back a little bit. I think these two are going to be very strong sympathy plays for one another. So if this one starts falling, this thing was halted a moment ago. So if I see Korea retail, let's say, falling, I'd be wanting to get out of my Liberty TripAdvisors. Now up 106% though, high of day, $55. I think we see printed. Still, you look at the volume here, it's not very substantial. So be careful when trading. It could just rug pull you at any moment. Looking back at the Qs, I think we're trying to form a double top here on some of these some of the indices. Oh, never mind, I lied. New daily highs. Qs up 0.5% now. We keep going higher. I think people were mentioning in the chat the Qs are just going to keep going higher. I think Qs are going parabolic actually now. It's you want a momentum stock. I'd say you look at the indices. I don't really even know where the resistance is on a name like this. I look at the ETF more so than the futures. But if you look at where the resistance points are, I think we very much found the bottom. Previously I'd say 315, 314 acted as our level of resistance here. That's more or less where I exited most of my long positions. But no, we just keep pushing higher and higher and higher. And I'm waiting to see where the top might be before we continue moving higher, as it seems. But no, we just keep going higher. And so life lesson. You don't want to be back quoting UVXY. Don't be holding any decaying instruments. You can learn the easy way. You can learn the hard way. I learned the hard way.
Maybe I am going to get that 4,300 short possible opportunities today as the S&P 500 now pushes to a new high day and the NASDAQ also to a new high day, taking both of these markets to the green side. We're now green on these markets. Let's go. Something I forgot to mention earlier, pulled up in our work chat, Li Auto. Li Auto pushed up to a new high a day not too long ago, about 10, 15 minutes ago or so, but pulled back off of that new high. If we were to draw a trend line real quick, something like that, I'm expecting Li Auto to bounce off of that trend line and be able to push for another move north as the earnings report comes out in line expectations. Everything matches up and doesn't really look too bad for Li Auto. Obviously, this is your Chinese EV stock, and most of these EV stocks piggy bank off each other's moves. So let's go check out NIO. NIO most likely having a similar move over here. Not really that similar, it's a little bit lagging behind, probably because I see NIO as the ringleader of the Chinese EV stocks. So NIO is saying, hey, we already had our earnings report. We already moved off of our report. We don't have that much of a reason to piggyback off your earnings over there. At least that would be my guess overall on that side. Got to turn up Mike for, that's, I'm just reading a chat. I have such the Ron Burgundy habit over there. I just read it out loud. That's my fault. But the XPEV, let's go head over to XPEV, which is XPeng, another Chinese EV stock. I'm guessing this one didn't piggyback off that move too much either. Yeah, down 4% for XPeng, XPEV, but Li Auto. Something that we could take a look at, as people have been mentioning it for quite a bit now, is Tesla. Let's go look at what Tesla is doing today. Back above $900, currently trading at $925, making a new high a day along with NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Clearly, Metro Boomin to the north side is every other position. Probably Apple near a new high a day, which looked a lot weaker earlier, but now here's Apple, new high a day, 173. How's Microsoft doing today? I actually haven't pulled up Microsoft all day play at all. Here's Microsoft barely up 0.15%, trying to see if we can take out 292.5 as Tilray pushes back to the north side for me. TLRY pushes back to the high of day, 4 pennies again in the money. That where was that level again? That 430, 429 level still not breaking on Tilray. Same for NU. Even though there's no size on NU, that level still yet to break to the downside. So let's see if we break it now, though, at which point I'm going to kick myself out of that trade. And VRDN has been doing nothing for me all day. At least it's not stopping me out on the break of 23 to the downside, but it's not pushing to the north side either. So we'll just have to wait and see where this one goes. Looks like the game on MEGL is done. I wish I had pulled up the stock earlier when it was doing these and taken the entry scalps over there. That way, when I do get this stop over here, it doesn't really matter too much. At the end of the day, still a very successful trade for me. MEGL, my number one stock of the day. Tilray's trying to be the number one stock of the day. We'll see if Tilray will have the ability to do that for us. And my worst stock of the day is BABA, as I have been fighting the shorts for it. I got stopped out over here. I got stopped out a couple times. I'm back into the trade for the third or fourth time at the moment, near the 94 level. We'll see if we get stopped out a couple more times, at which point we just forget about the stock.
So Revlon now just absolutely mooning, testing $9, and I think we'll break right through it. We have hardly seen any red candles on the minute chart now. Pretty much straight parabolic, and I think we'll break 9 as I speak over here. Absolutely crazy, up 35% on the day, close to 36. Fortunately, I haven't actually read up on the news of this. Not sure if there's any more info regarding a potential buyout from, I think, was it Reliance, I think, was in talks with them. But they also secured the recent debt financing, so maybe that's not even a thing, and they'll just continue as a very strong independent company. MEGL, unfortunately, rug has been pulled, it seems. We are now below $14. Luckily got out right under 15. That was my stop loss, or around there. But yeah, unfortunately, like a hot potato, I think the potato has gone cold at this point. Momentum, I think, has shifted towards the other direction, and I'd be careful. Still up 70% on the day, one of the top gainers for sure. But again, now that the direction sort of shifted, if you look on a 15-minute chart, I'd say it's you don't want to be catching a knife at this point. There's a point where it's a dip, and there's a point where it's not a dip anymore. I'd say that point was probably the bottom of this candle here, and we saw like a green candle for the next 15 minutes. Once we broke below that, now we're printing 2 15-minute reds. I wouldn't call it a dip anymore. We might start seeing this thing curl upwards in the afternoon, but I'd wait for it to consolidate a little bit before jumping back in. Let's say if you're not in at the moment. But yeah, it's very interesting there. Walmart's a name I think will be reporting earnings tomorrow. This is going to be a huge fish. Very interesting earnings to look at. I think this has the potential to really shift the markets. Let's say because Walmart I think has like what $600 billion annually in revenues. This is pretty much a consumer sector. The retail sector, I should say. I think a good earnings readout, would probably spill over to many other names. I remember when Walmart reduced guidance at one time, Shopify took a huge hit afterwards as well. Well, actually, I think that kind of coincided with them laying off people. But nonetheless, once Walmart reports, everything, it's going to feel the effects of it afterwards. So I believe that's tomorrow morning or afternoon. I should probably pull it up. If it's tomorrow morning or afternoon?
What?
For Walmart earnings. Morning. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, so Walmart morning tomorrow, reporting earnings. It's going to be very fascinating to see where we end up going. I think high of the year was around 160. So retail Walmart more towards the discount side, holding up better than other names like Target, Wayfair, more so towards home goods, luxury goods, or not luxury goods, but let's say middle to higher. What am I saying? Upper middle class. That's the word I'm looking for. So Walmart, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, actually very good investments this year. McDonald's, great investment. Coca-Cola, a name that'll never go away. Consumer staples and discount stuff, always a great investment. But we shall see how Walmart ends up doing tomorrow. So that'll be very interesting. Besides that, I'm going to take another look at the Qs. Let's see if we're making new highs. I wouldn't be surprised if we are. We're at 332.5 now. So future is absolutely ripping at this point. It's probably time I get stuffed out of my positions. I think you don't want to be shorting positions just out of vain. I feel as though that's what I'm kind of doing now with my shorts in the markets. Obviously, if we're breaking new daily highs, you don't really want to be caught short. I shorted here. Obviously, that was not a very good position. Yeah, so always go with the flow. You can't trade your own book. My long-term thesis or short-term thesis: markets will go down, but that doesn't mean that the markets can't rip a lot higher today. and so it's probably about time I try to close this position. Going back to Revlon, we I think kind of failed to break above that $9 range. Now at 866, 867, might consolidate in this area. We're making another leg up, breaking $9, or we might just fade a little bit. We struggled, I think, around the 760, 770 range for a moment there before moving $1.20 higher. May see that again. That being said, I think in the for the past couple of times, we tried to break above the $10 range. I think the momentum sort of faded at around this area. I'm going to pull up the dailies in just a moment. Relatively, this seems like to be an area of resistance. $10, obviously, we break that, we're flying. However, with that being said, we tried to break $9 before. Had some issues there. I think we had a wick top close to 10. Didn't quite break it. But I'd have we're at 915 now, so that's quite the something. We're seeing a third leg up, I'd say, and we break 10, we can easily see 12, 13. It'll be, actually, sorry, I think I was misreading that there. Haven't broke 9 just yet. Next, no, we did. We hit 9.2 and just quickly pulled back. That was way too fast. Wow. But yeah, see if we can actually hold above 9 for a moment there, and that would be spectacular. So, we'll see if we do that.
Yeah, Tony was talking about Walmart, and I just had to pull up Walmart. I'm looking at a couple levels that I have mapped out over here, around 134 to 133, basically. Looks like we have pretty solid barriers around there on Walmart. We're trading between those barriers at the moment. We'll see where Walmart goes to eventually. Tomorrow's morning earnings report, most likely expecting a little bit of dark clouds on that earnings report. Last time Target and Walmart came out, they were talking about how they have over inventory and reducing prices doesn't really help them on that side, and consumers are already being very calculated on what they spend on because of inflation and so on. So multiple reasons out there as why I'm expecting Walmart to have a little bit of a dark cloud. At the end of the day, I don't know anything. The future will only be told by time, and time will happen as we keep progressing throughout the day. Tomorrow is basically what I'm saying. We'll find out as on that side of the note. I think I'm going to close my NU long as it's not really doing anything. We'll take the flat exit on that position, pay the fees for that trade. I'm okay doing that on that side. S&P 500, I'm still waiting for that 4,300 break. If we break 4,300 for S&P 500 market, I'll be happily going looking for that short opportunity at 43.10, maybe at 43.08, 43.10, and so on, and ride this back to the downside. Where's Luca? He doesn't. He's not going to be on the show anymore. He's going to be focusing on his trading solely. But that's up to him. Maybe somewhere down the road he'll decide if he wants to come back on the show or not. We appreciate though for everything he has done for us. For all of this week, I believe it's going to be Tony in the morning. Then we have Sharif or Stephanie.
I think we have Sharif first. We might have
Sharif
Sean
first,
Neal coming in a little bit.
Sean, Neil, and we also have Steph coming in. So a lot of people floating in and out. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a little bit of a jumble, a mix-up as people keep floating in and out, and they keep logging in and out. There's the main man over there with the sunglasses on.
Hey, Sean.
Glasses, jacket, shirt, man, but I'm not a rapper. But yeah, we're gonna have lots of fun without a doubt. Here's the market. I mean, if you're long, you're already having fun in this market. S&P 500 turning from a little bit of a scary area where it looked like we're gonna go even more further to the downside near 4,200. Instead, 4,250 coming in as a support area. That's what I thought it would happen. If you were following me on Twitter, if you're not, it's probably your fault, honestly. But if you are following me on Twitter over here, bang, 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 bang. What did I tweet yesterday? What are the levels we're watching? And there we go. So I had these levels from 43.10 to 4,300 mapped out, and 4,200 to 4,250 mapped out. Even called that out on the Discord chat yesterday. Even Blind Jedi coming in and reaffirming my levels over there. That's our Discord moderator. Now we're just patiently waiting for these levels to come into play for us. Where are we going to? Exclamation mark Pride. Yeah, thank you. Bears versus Bull. And yeah, the moderator is back in the chat now, so you guys can't go wild like you were earlier. So start being a little careful in there. Talking to Playmaker, I see you. He's already calmed down in the chat from earlier in the morning where it was just all caps. Was it bad? No, they were actually good. They were pretty tamed. The chat was nice, but we do miss you. We did miss you, and we're glad your internet's back and up and running.
Yeah, thank you to our great mod. You always do us solid watching the show the entire day. keeping our chats the way it is, and just want to give you a huge shout out. Thank you. But yeah, so I think this is close to wrapping up my hour. It's certainly been a pleasure being with you guys again today.
You only had an hour?
I think so. Yeah, no, it's I think I'll be stepping off.
We didn't even get
quite shortly.
XBI special today.
XBI, oh no, I'm done with that. That thing's been up quite a bit. XBI is like what, up 60% now from the lows. It's absolutely ripping, absolutely crazy. I think I'm kind of given up in this market. I'd say I'm just going to wait for a dip and maybe I'll get my stocks back or something. I sold it too early. So I think the best investments I ever made in my life were like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Actually, if you collect those, kind of like Pokemon cards. Reason is I can't sell them, so I just bag code them. And it just kept going up, and I can never sell.
You never
them.
lose what you can't
Exactly.
sell.
So don't sell, and at least with the index funds, they just straight line up, it seems. So good long-term investments. But also, obviously, if you're good at day trading, better than I am, you make some good money there as well. So I'll be like Fred, follow him on Twitter, by the way, as he was saying. But shortly, we're going to have Sharif on the show, very passionate trader, been with us for quite a while now. He's going to have very exciting, very interesting things to say. We're going to see his take on the market. Might see Sean Neal jump back in, and you're going to see Stephanie more this week, and hopefully a lot more in the weeks to come. I guess Luca's going to be out for now, but who knows? We might see him on occasionally, and he's certainly been doing a tremendous amount of work for the show. So we just want to give Luca a big thank you. He's going to be on vacation this week, but he's still going to be trading with us in the future. So that's going to be on. Hey, maybe we'll have him on occasionally, seeing how free he is. But I think that more or less wraps up my hour. It's been an absolute pleasure joining you guys today. Stay well. Hope you guys don't lose too much money short in this market, so you're going to become a little bit like me, a little bit muted. A bit different today than when you last saw me. I'm sure the trades have something to do with it. Just feeling down. That being said, going to be signing out, and take care, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Tony. We always love you. I love to have you on here. You're, a great guy to talk to. And cheers up, my guy. Bad days happen to everybody. Without bad days, you wouldn't know what good or how good the good days were, right? So that's just something I'm gonna throw out there. And I know you're gonna come back out strong. Talking about the market at the moment, so we're gonna most likely send it over to Brenda over here for Happening Now.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock going into lunch hour. Let's get a check of where things are at. Pretty flat. The S&P obviously back to green, which everyone wants to see, 0.19. Back in positive territory. The Dow 0.3 right now. The Russell still kind of lagging here, 0.4, 0.02 for the 2000. Remember, that was the one that was leading the way there. This morning, the composite, 0.4, the NASDAQ 100, 0.5%, so nicely strong once again, showing strength right across the board for some of the tech names. We were talking about Tesla. We were talking about EV stocks in general. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, data out of China, not good. NIO earnings, or Li Auto earnings, I should say, not good either. But this one, Tesla, a really nice day, just making a new day high before it came up here right now. Back to 3%, so held 900 and then some for Tesla, guys. Back over to you.
I'm watching Shopify right now, which pushed back to VWAP. I did have a short over here near the low of day. I was expecting it to, form a little range, reject off that range, and go back to a new low, but didn't. Push back to VWAP. VWAP rejected, so I'm going to try for another short opportunity on Shopify. But as people in the chat are saying, how are you guys not only talking about Tesla? Tesla is the only thing we're talking about. I don't know about those statements. Obviously Tesla is doing some fun stuff. It's moving around. It's excited for sure. But, there's other stocks out there doing some fun stuff too. Tesla today heading back to close to $390. Looks like 926, 927 is the high of day. Let me go actually verify what the high of day is. TSLA, high of day 927, 94, 928 high of day at the moment as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ pull back slightly. The fact that S&P 500 did not even manage to break 4,300 is going to upset me because that means I don't have the opportunity to short the stock. So or the market just yet. If the market pulls back all the way to VWAP, I'm going to be a little upset, honestly. But that means tomorrow maybe I get my opportunity to break to take the short 4,300. But, these levels honestly only come into play in pre-market and post-market. They don't let you have these levels during the day. And if you have the opportunity to take these levels during the day, you size up and you max out and you just make tons of dollars, right? I'm guessing that we find support somewhere somewhere before we pushed back all the way down and really have that test. We didn't come to 4,300 to not break 4,300. So let's get that break going on. And you dropping, yeah, that's why I got out of my trade not too long ago. When I saw that size at 450 was you know, it got removed right away. I just said, yeah, that's me exiting. I don't want to be holding on to this. The reason why I'm holding Tilray, though, even though that size on Tilray is no longer there, is because we've been forming a nice little base around $4.30, not really able to go too far to the downside. I can give it 2 pennies of risk on the amount of size I have, and every time we pop up to 4, 5 pennies, 6 pennies, I can start scalping that trade, which I've yet to start doing so. Looks like Baba getting ready to burn me one more time. I've traded the stock 3 to 4 times already, getting ready to burn me one more time over here. I'm going to let the stock ride for a couple moments as I check the FXI ETF. Whoa, some size on FXI building up. This is your Chinese large cap tech ETF, I believe. Is it tech only? They're not here. Never mind. But FXI at the moment holding up, not trying to go down. So if FXI doesn't want to go down, which is the large cap Chinese ETF, I'm gonna get out of my trade completely and just cool my jets on Baba. I don't want to turn my day around on that side. Shopify, not really doing much, only 3 pennies out of the money, and don't have this up. Okay, yeah, perfect. NIO being talked about in the chat. Let's go check out NIO launching back to the high day. New high day coming into NIO. Let's see if NIO is actually helping Li Auto to make a new high day. Actually, that's going to be a no, but Li Auto up 0.4% on the day. NIO trying to follow suit with the NIO on New York. Here we go. Up 1%, a new high day coming in, and most likely a test of 21.50 very soon. We also have a pop up to $22 3 days ago, which is on the August 11th. Let's see if we can retest that same pop near $22. Sorry, my Monster Punch is giving me hiccups a little bit. But we'll see if that can push back up to the north side and test that level, or does it push back down before that level, not allowing us to take a trade from that. Does it really helpful to watch them place buy or sell orders? Not sure who you're talking to. When does the market realize inflation is still bad and average families are getting destroyed? That's the beauty about the market, right? The market can stay irrational longer than any of us can stay solvent, and that's the number one thing that always stands out for me. You can have your biases, you can believe you're right every single time of the day, but the market does not care if you're right or wrong. It's just going to do whatever it wants. So your main focus is to focus on your preservation of your capital. Everyone likes to think about that angle of how much money can I make, and nothing wrong with that. But once you start making that money, you also got to start thinking about how much money of that money that I made can I really preserve, and how much money of that can I risk and try to lose as little as possible. So risk to reward ratio start coming into play. A question on Twitter not too long ago was, what is more important? Maybe this is how we can throw to Sharif to see what he says for that answer. What is more important for you? Risk to reward, a higher winning percentage, or just having a green day?
To be honest with you, I think it's risk to reward, because if you follow that formula consistently, you're bound to stay in the green. I mean, you may have green days, but they may be by accident. You may have gotten lucky. So following your rules, in my opinion, is definitely the most important thing.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that answer, and that's what I try to go for. You know, there's a lot of people think having a high winning percentage is the only way to win. That's not generally true. I mean, having a high winning percentage is good, but that based off of my statistics tracking, higher winning percentage means lower risk to reward ratio. Lower winning percentage means higher risk to reward ratio. But at the end of the day, if you can somehow manage to have a high winning percentage and have high risk to reward ratio, I think you just cracked the code over there. Now you're in the matrix, literally painting the digits around. You are the what's that? I can't remember its name. Agent Smith. You are the Agent Smith over there hunting the virus in the market. Sharif is finally locked and loaded. Let's see what you've been trading today.
So it's been a good day so far. I've been kind of touching the small cap, low floaters, mainly Megal, had a couple of good trades on that. They were mostly scalps, as well as ILAG. I got rinsed a little bit on TC, which was an interesting entry and exit, but I was able to make up for it on the other two. I've also had my eye on Lee Auto and Plug. Lee sold off right off the bell, but had really good support at around the $30 level, and now it hit 33.86 as a high, and now it's consolidating a little bit above VWAP. It might be in play later in the day. Plug also was on my radar just for that green energy, the green energy bill that got passed not that long ago. Again, sold off the open and then had a huge green spike up, consolidated below VWAP for a little bit. Now we're well above VWAP, almost $1 above VWAP. So I'll be keeping my eye on that. But it's been mainly a low float, small cap type of a day, and it has been for a while. Actually, last week there was quite a few of them running, and there's quite a few again. Obviously, everybody's familiar, well, most people will be familiar with Revlon. Revlon's back on watch today, right a little below the VWAP line, so I've got my eye on that as well. Other than that, those are the trades that I've made today, trying to stay above water.
People in the chat are like, Prad looks small compared to this guy. I'm taller than this guy. He's just big in terms of, just works out 24/7. We see this guy going out to the gym midday during the work day. Sadly, I don't think you'll be able to do that today because you're here, bud.
I know.
But he has a very strong gym regimen, and honestly makes me jealous a little bit. I would love to follow his regimen on that side, maybe sometime soon. That maybe word is actually the thing that stops me every single time.
Pride is always
just gotta do
welcome.
it. Just gotta do it. No, I'm talking about myself. That maybe word, maybe I'll start doing it, but that maybe word is the problem. Need to just remove that word from my vocabulary completely and just start doing it. Just do it.
Yes,
just
sir.
do it. Right? As Shia LaBeouf goes crazy in that. It wasn't even an advertisement. I thought it was a Nike ad for a second. It should be a Nike ad though, but it's not. I'm looking at UBX. That was a stock from last week that was absolutely going bonkers. It's on our Trader TV watch list. If you're not signed up to the Trader TV watch list, you're missing out. Doesn't show up properly, but yeah, on there is a UBX, and this is a nice little Google Pixel 6 baby that I bought from Sean. Thank you. All-day battery. I'm in love with this thing. No need to turn off this phone ever. Anyways, UBX following yesterday's move, still up on the day, 9% to the north side, but has been rejecting VWAP for the most part. Still able to stay above $1. That's a good thing. Penny stock getting above $1 on Friday, now staying above $1 on the day after that. I guess tomorrow we'll be able to maybe see that move back to $2 and a retest of that $2 level to the north side, see if it breaks or not. People in the chat are mentioning MEGL once again. Looks like MEGL pushed to VWAP, found some support around VWAP area, and is now getting ready to launch back to the upside again.
Yeah, so maybe we pull that up on my screen here, because it may be a nice little entry that we can take, maybe with some small size, nothing too crazy. It is consolidating above VWAP, so we've got about $1 above VWAP here. So let's maybe take a little quick entry. Let's have a look at that. 13.55.
Mid-show push-ups, do a push-up every time you win. I think, it should be every time you win or lose. That way, you're just sticking with the whole thing, Depends on the type of trader you are. If you have more losses than wins, then maybe do it for every loss. It's kind of do it like a drinking game thing, right? Either way, market right now launching back to the upside. S&P 500 now once again at the... It's trying to push back to the high day. S&P 500 doing a better job going to the high day than NASDAQ at the moment. We'll see if they are. You ready to talk about MEGL?
Yeah, absolutely. I put a little order in there about at 14.40 for MEGL. If it comes to around that level, we'll get filled. But this is one of those ones where I'm only interested in it if it's above VWAP. Once it starts consolidating below VWAP, it's kind of out of my radar and not interested in it at all. But this one also, you have to be really careful. It was moving maybe 75 cents to $1 within a minute earlier on. Obviously, we don't have that kind of volume at the moment, but at 2 o'clock, 2:30, there's a nice pattern that I like to play. It's called the VWAP hold high of daybreak, where basically the stock holds VWAP for the majority of the day, may dip below it here and there. And then around 2:33, once the volume starts coming in again, take a long, ideally near the VWAP area so that you have a nice area where you can get out if it doesn't go your way, which is 10, 15 cents depending on the price of the stock below VWAP. And then the idea is here that it breaks a high a day. So in this case, in Mego's case, it would be above 18 or a little bit below 18. So that would be the ideal scenario. Now, that doesn't always pan out that way. You may end up getting a 17, maybe a 16 and a half. But if you've gotten a VWAP around 13 here, I see 1350, it's a completely different, it's a whole nother stock, right?
I'm looking at energy stocks as they are on the watch list. Is Plug Power on XLE by any chance? I don't think so. But Plug Power kept showing up on my morning scanner multiple times as energy ETFs, or sorry, not energy, but oil stocks is on our watch list. So XLE, Oxy, and so on was down 4% at one point. Whoa, the complete reversal though on energy stocks here. Now only down 1.8% as we push back to the north side. So maybe I should have just gone long on Plug and forget about it on the 100-period EMA. We were at the lower days, at pre-market lows, and my scanner goes, hey, go long. And I was like, no, the sector is down 4%. Why would I be fighting the sector? That makes no sense. If maybe today is a one day where Plug is going to go on the opposite side of the sector. There's multiple days where stocks do that. Market's down, Tesla's up, happens all the time. So I don't want to fight the market. I let the stock do what it wants to do. Clearly, we missed out on that move a little bit. Looks like energy sector started heating up once again. We can head right over to CLQ22, I believe, or U22. I keep forgetting what the current contract is for this market. I'm guessing it's U22. Here we go. If oil sector by any chance has started going back north, and looks like it has ever since 9:30. We have been going north, and that's been portrayed in XLE so far, which has been down 6% in pre-market, sharply lower, with crude testing multiple week lows in early trading. Weak economic data from China wrecked the fears of economic slowdown in the world. China basically coming in and causing issues with not only tech stocks but also oil stocks in general. Most data, because of most of the data is weak in general because of all of the shutdowns they had to go through. They had to go through many shutdowns in China because of COVID. So that has caused some issues, not only in tech and oil. I mean, you saw what happened to chip sectors. But thankfully for Tesla and EV stocks, they've been managing to bring in those deliveries.
Yeah, Tesla is definitely the one that I had on my radar today. It just exploded off the bell, like it sometimes does. It had a good run with the market. It was moving with the ES fairly consistently, but then it did have some independent periods where it was moving counter to it. I got in a little scalp today on Tesla, not for much and not with much size either, given that there's quite a bit of risk on that. But the China situation is really interesting because Tesla is really trying to focus on its China Gigafactory, saying that 1 million cars were actually produced out of the Gigafactory so far, 3 million total, but 1 million specifically out of that factory. So that was a really interesting tidbit, given that they've had lots of shutdowns. The shutdown thing seems to be quite political because Xi Jinping is up for, I want to say his third term. I don't know if it's a re-election, but is up for his third term coming up. And so there are, some wins trying to keep him away from that by having a weak economic status through these shutdowns, but who knows if that's accurate or not. But China is definitely having an influence a lot on the price of energy. I don't think the price of energy would be this low if China was at full capacity right now. So the energy prices that we have may be short-lived, who knows. But that is an interesting play to look forward to. Once China does open up fully, what will gas look like, and what will these energy stocks look like in terms of price?
Yeah, China, China runs a lot in general. You know that. Look at your mouse, probably says made in China. Yeah. Look at your keyboard, probably says made in China on that side. People still talking about Revlon today. Revlon did pull back a little bit, did drop slightly under VWAP, but managed to stay above the $8 level. Now trying to launch back above $8 is Revlon. We'll see, obviously, if this one manages to get back to $9. Look at that barrier around 9 that we have, closer to 9.10, 9.15, I would even say. Looks like on this day over here, what day is this? You can see that on the screen, right? Actually, let me put it up a little bit higher for you guys so you can see a little better. There we go. On this day, on the 22nd of June, where the volume was way greater than what we're looking at today, right? Look at the volume spike today. It's so small that you can't even see it. It's smaller than these days candles, basically. But the volume's coming in. We're able to bring in this type of move on that low of a volume. Now we're expecting to see if volume can increase. We could easily get a push back to 9.15, 9.18, or even that $10 level for Revlon. Not too long ago, the fear of bankruptcy, now coming back out of bankruptcy. They did get a loan for about $1 billion or so, if I remember correctly. Mukesh Ambani or Anil Ambani, whoever it is, I forget which one of the brothers is trying to bring this over to India. If they manage to do that, that's also a plus point for Revlon. So multiple reasons for why Revlon has a potential push back to the north side. Imagine you're going long at $1 on this stock when bankruptcy was declared as a lotto play. You just gambled it, lotto played it, and you're absolutely loving the fact that the stock just keeps on, can't stop, won't stop, every day back to the north side. Congratulations for traders such as, I believe, Playmaker, who never fails to let us know that he's a Revlon trader on Twitter. Never fails to let us know that he's a Revlon trader. And anyone else who's a Revlon trader, you're absolutely smoking it, having fun every single day watching this position not go back to the downside. Super chat coming from Erica Welch. $5 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Tony, we love you. Yeah, I'll let him know. Tony he's probably back on the other side of the office now, so I'll let him know that that super chat was sent for him. Sharif, we do have a question though from our. I was told to not shake my legs, and I keep shaking my legs. It helps me think. Okay, it helps me think when I should move my legs, but I'll try to focus on not moving my legs. But yeah, Sharif, how do you spell your name?
Sharif, spelled C-H-E-R-I-F. It's a
So
bit
it's
of
not
a...
Sheriff like with an S?
No, it's not. But I've been always gotten Sheriff. If you guys want to call me Sheriff, that's fine. I've got that all my life. But we're in a Revlon position here. We took a long at 865, and so we're not really in or out of the money. Looking for that 1 minute consolidation on the 1 minute chart. Hopefully makes a new high. If it does, we'll scalp a little bit out. Looking maybe perhaps at an 849 stop. If it doesn't hold that 850 level, it may be time to get out of this one. Well, for my particular trading style anyway, you may be able to hold it longer. Yeah, and I'm also in a mega long. That hasn't gone my way, although it started that way. We're going to hold that one. Maybe we may average down into VWAP, but definitely VWAP will be our out position because we're not going to let that one go too much against us.
NIO still playing in the high day ranges. Not sure what this one wants to do just yet. I know a lot of you are excited about possible entry on NIO, but keep in mind, you are now trading in the worst time of the day. Lunchtime has been 20 minutes into lunchtime. I can't type for the life of me today. It's those Monday keyboard lag. Not that I've been lagging from keyboard. I've been gaming all weekend. But, it's just the Monday trading keyboard lag. You make keystrokes. You can't type. You have that brain fog over the weekend, probably from all that whiskey sours and whatnot. But, still having fun. The point I'm trying to get to is the relative volume on NIO right now is less than 1. You'll see the volume going down as we push more into lunchtime, which means the breakout, such as the high day breakout or a significant level breakout, is not going to have the extra oomph, the extra power that you're looking for. Also, NIO is in the range from all the way from last week. We got clear barriers around $22, clear support around $18, $19. As long as these levels are respected, it's going to be a little bit of a boring trade. We're going to have a lot more fun when this 23 level breaks and we get that push to 25, and when 25 breaks and we get that push to God knows knows what, 27, 30, whatever comes into play, right? But the point is we're stuck in ranges, and it's that time of the day where you're not really looking for a breakout trade. You're possibly looking for a reversal type of setup at the moment. Stocks that have been absolutely parabolic to the north side has dislocated from VWAP too far and are looking to come back down at some point, but don't have too much strength that stops it from coming back to VWAP. You want to go for stocks that are a little bit weaker in the strength side, but have just managed to, for some random reason, absolutely launch north. A couple stocks like that could be maybe Affirm. Affirm usually pops up every time the market goes up, but sadly today Affirm still on the red side on the market. Affirm down, flat / below VWAP, struggling a little bit. AFRM. I'm really looking for a position that I could put some damage onto the reversal, but I think I need to create a scanner for that. I need to create a scanner somehow that could find these stocks that are popping up, are kind of stuck in previous ranges, and are going to reject that previous range. Once I do have a scanner for such source, I'll let you know. But some stocks that are popping up on my scanners over here are EPAL and Revlon. Let's go to EPOW. Is this stock even doing volume? I think when I last checked, the stock wasn't even allowed for us to trade on our platform today. EPOW. Let me quickly go see how much volume this one's doing. EPOW doing, okay, I can't even type once again. EPOW doing 4 million shares it is, so I don't know why it was blocked on our platform. EPOW coming back down though, up 56% now.
Yeah, we got chopped up on our Revlon long there. Broke the 49 level that I had set at my stop. Now this could be a 5-minute consolidation pattern on the 5-minute chart. Let's pull up the 5-minute here. Yeah, so typically in these cases where my stop get hit, I won't take another long until there's a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. And on this particular one, it would be anything over 870. So I won't be getting into Revlon until it breaks 870, or perhaps if it dips to a key level. So Revlon I'm out for a little bit. Let me have a look at Revlon here. The level on that would be the level for VWAPs around 808 or 810. So it may make sense to take another long in and around that area with a tight stop, perhaps at 799. But this isn't really the time for these type of plays, these low floaters. They tend to lose a lot of volume at this time of day and pick up around 233 or so. But then again, there are exceptions to everything. Our mega long, we averaged into that. We're giving that one a little bit more room because we went in with a smaller size. And it is quite a bit above VWAP, about maybe 75 or 65 cents above VWAP there. So a little bit stronger on the 1-minute chart. We're also watching ILAG. ILAG is holding above VWAP, but its volumes dropped off significantly. It's holding that 380 level. So we may have to keep an eye on that one. And I realize these are all small cap stocks, but that's what I've had on my eye on today. That's what I've had my eye on today. Prad?
Yeah, I think someone wanted you to look at the ticker DEEZ.
DEEZ, let's check that one out. DEE, is that a New York or a NASDAQ stock? We'll
D's nuts. I got it. We got it in chat. We finally got one. We got one back.
New York, likely.
It's not a ticker. It's just the D's nuts. It's a D's nuts.
This guy had me.
We finally got it. We finally got one.
This guy had me.
But Lucy, LUCY is the ticker that everyone wanted us to pull up over here. Finally, we love you, Sherv. I had to. You're a new guy. We got to have some fun. This guy's laughing a little too much.
You actually made me change my screen for that.
That's what I'm telling you. It's not a real ticker. But LUCY is what's being talked about in the chat at the moment. 20% down ever since it IPO'd. It was supposed to IPO originally. I guess the number is wrong because it calculates the close from yesterday, but it doesn't really have a close from yesterday. Overall, though, LUCY has been struggling since the IPO, but now trying to get back above the IPO open price. Let's see if we can push to that 750 to 950 range that the stock was supposed to trade in. And if we push to that level, we've already rejected $7 once. What is the chances that we break $7, go to $9, and then actually break past $9 too? I'm expecting $9 to reject also. Currently pushing back up there with a little bit of spread, 10-cent spread. I'm expecting that spread to also widen up over here as we're pushing up. Look at the volume candle though. The volume's good. We're getting a nice little elevation in the volume as it's lunchtime. So that's a little bit of a question mark for LUCY. We'll see where this one goes to. As Luca always says, that's in memory of Luca. I say that almost like he's dead or something, but you know, he's still alive. He's not dead. Shopify, I want to give you an update on Shopify as we are now 30 cents in the money. Originally, it was a red stock for us, but now in the profit, allowing us to turn Shopify back in the green. It sucks that it broke this range, but that's fine with me. I'm okay taking that 10-cent hit, getting back in later on in the day, risking that VWAP break, which never happened, and now riding the profits to the downside.
Yeah, we're probably going to get out of this mega long here. It's going against us, so we may give it to VWAP, but we're not that far from it. Otherwise, it's going to have to be kaputs on this particular stock. We got to get out of all our shares here. Otherwise, looking at the mega cap board, Apple looking good, Microsoft looking good, Meta, Tesla is definitely near high of days, and that may be an interesting 830 break there. The future is also on the rise, so this might be an interesting afternoon for these mega cap stocks if we can't get anything in small cap world. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I had a nice scalp on Tesla this morning into the teens area, above 917 into the 920 area, which was a good one. Not with much size given the volatility in the price of the stock. Let's see what the chat is talking about here. We got SQQ's mentioned, Lucy. I haven't looked at Lucy. Let's have a look at Lucy. What's this Lucy thing all about here? Let's find out what exchange it's on first. It's on NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, yeah.
Okay, so let's pop that up on the screen here. Okay. So up. Why isn't this one changing?
What's not the chart?
Yeah.
It's probably not linked to it. So, there you go. It is linked. There we go.
So down 18%. Okay, so this is definitely going to be SSR. Okay, and taking a nice...
No, it's not. I mean, it's a brand new IPO, so that number is probably because it's calculating a close that says, like, where that says closes 748. It didn't really close there. It IPO'd at open at what, 650? So that's why the numbers are wrong a little bit.
Back to IPO world. Yeah, we haven't been in that realm for a while. We've had a quiet IPO season, but I guess we're back to it. There were a couple of IPOs last week too that we traded. So having a look at Lucy here. So looks like it is breaking above that average. Looks like it opened up the IPO at the 646 level, perhaps maybe a little bit higher. Not too familiar with this stock. I'm not really sure how to play this one either, so we'll just jump from there. We'll go back to our mega short here because we got to deal with that position. We didn't exit it yet.
Yeah, no worries about that, Sharif. You know, you're not the only one who's not used to that stock. It's everyone's not used to it. It's got to move around a couple days for us to really have some levels formed over there. Shopify now pushing back down once again for us. We appreciate that for Shopify. Thank you, Shopify, for helping me out. Let's address some super chats. Eric Pinto with the $2 super chat without any message. Erica Pinto. If you do have a message that we are missing out, maybe tag me or one of our moderators. Well, the only moderator, the best moderator on YouTube, Bears versus Bulls, and he'll be able to slide into my DMs over here and let me know exactly what your question was. And if you didn't have a question and you're just you just want to support us, we appreciate that a lot too. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. Christian coming in with another one, $5 super chat. You all make staring at numbers all day so much more fun. Love from St. Louis. Hey, baby, that's what I like to hear. You know, a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of that entertainment sauce, and some education along with it. Hopefully you're learning something. Hopefully you're having fun. And that's the point of the show. We appreciate those kind words. Marvin coming in with another $5 super chat. Can you guys please take a look at BB? BlackBerry staying above $6.50 range for over a week. Any breakout? Thank you.
Let's have a look at BlackBerry. Let's zoom out first and look at the daily. Where are we on the daily chart here? Okay, so there is a bit of a gap between that 630 level and the 640 level. Okay, so that is an interesting little gap there on the chart. Otherwise, it's more of in a down pattern. but this could be a breakout area, particularly right here. So let's have a look at an even closer daily chart. Let's go to the 30-minute and see how it's moving. Okay, so that got all convoluted. There we go. Okay, so do we have any key levels here that are important? That 660 level is pretty important, and the 688 level obviously would make a new high of day. That would be an interesting one. Volume is a little on the lower side here for BlackBerry, so that may not be the best idea for scalping, getting in and out, which is sort of my thing. So BlackBerry we're gonna put that one on the side for now. What else is the chat talking about? BBBY. Let's have a look at BBBY. We definitely dabbled with that earlier. That was an interesting one. I love how these meme stocks are back. Makes everything feel like 2020 again, eh? Okay, BBBY is definitely in a consolidation pattern at the moment, right near that VWAP area. It'll definitely need to bring in a little bit more volume for us to get involved in this. It is holding 14 relatively well, a couple of dips below here and there, but the 14 level is being respected. Perhaps if it holds above VWAP going into that 230 time slot, then we may give it another look, especially if volume starts coming in again. What else is the chat talking about here? Apple getting ridiculously close to the all-time high. Yes, Apple is pushing closer to that 180 level, which makes it a $3 trillion company. That was the case before the market crashed in the spring going into the war. And that may be the case again. Who knows how the Fed's going to react to these new inflation numbers, whether they'll be as aggressive going in to the September meeting. What do you got on, Prad?
Sorry, so a super chat from Erica, and our friend Bears vs. Bull actually figured out what stock it was. BITF. I'm not able to pull it up on my platform for some reason. It just won't populate and doesn't recognize the ticker. But I see it over here, BITF, trading around $2.33 apparently, if that's even legitimate. Is that today's date? It is today's date. They missed earnings and they're up about 16% on missed earnings. Gotta love seeing those catalysts overall. Actually, I think I know what happened. I think I gotta restart my PC again.
You frozen?
Yeah, everything's frozen on my side, so you can take over for a second.
Sadly, we got out of our mega long there because now we should have averaged down, which was the plan, averaging down into VWAP. Didn't follow the plan. That teaches you to follow your plan, which is sometimes I make that mistake. But Megal still looks strong above that VWAP, and I've got my eye on it. I'm going to continue to have my eye on it into the rest of the day. Let's see if it makes a new 1-minute high here on the 1-minute chart. If it does, we may enter a new long with a tight stop this time because we did get it burned a little bit on the last one. Let's see here. Like that, looking into the 15, definitely above 15 would make a new level, a short-term level on the 1-minute chart. If we can break above 15, we may take some profits out around there and then hold for the dream, as Brenkels likes to call it, one of our assistant managers here. So let's actually enter this long here into Megal. Take a long. So we're long there. Fair bit of shares. Let's see how this one pans out. We executed at 49. 14.49, so we're not out of the money or in the money much at the moment. What's the chat talking about? GIGM, CLFRB. September.
There we go. We're good now. I could finally pull it up on my account over here. Earlier, I was having a little bit of an issue. So BITF, it looks like I just had to restart my PC. Thankfully, it was quick enough for a restart. 16% up today, and my goodness, is it still launching? I mean, the S&P 500 is pretty close to the 4,300 level that I was talking about. It's at 42.96 with a high of 42.98 or so. BITF 16% up. Let me go see if I can find any levels over here. I know based off of this, right, the fact that we cleared this $2, 210 highs on BITF, I think we're getting prepared for this 250 test on BITF at this point. What's the volume looking like? 6.93 million shares traded on the day. On the relative volume side, BITF should be even more elevated. BITF, here we go, relative volume 3.21. Canadian Bit Farms, I'm expecting this is some sort of a Bitcoin operation service, Bitcoin getting back to close to 25K yesterday. I think we actually broke 25K by 100 points at some point yesterday or today morning and came back down sadly, but higher highs, higher lows overall. Cryptocurrencies have been doing great recently. Coinbase catching some of that wind and pushing above 100 not too long ago, but now forming a little base around 90. So BITF looks like it could have that power to push towards $2.50 if it wants to, maybe sometime today, maybe sometime tomorrow. But right here is the key factor that stands out for me is the fact that we're around the 100 period EMA on the daily chart, which happens to be near $2.26. Let me go see what that number is. I'm still moving my legs. I'm sorry. What stock was I on? Now that
BITF?
Yeah, BITF. So BITF 100 period EMA. Why did all my EMAs unhide themselves? There we go. So this is the blue one, the 100. Yeah, the blue one is the 100. So blue one says $2.14, and then our trading platform says it's around
Nice.
$2.26. So around that range. Let's give it a couple cents over there, obviously, to see what BITF wants to do. Hopefully that helps you on that side, Erica. Corn Feed Country coming here with another $5 super chat. Would y'all kindly check out WEBR, 63% short interest. That's a joke, right?
Jeez.
WEBR. I'm seeing 57% short interest. Yeah, it is highly shorted, and apparently Billy Goats is long on this position. So let's go check out what WEBR is doing. Up 7%. Trying to hold up at the 100 period EMA. We're stuck in ranges, so not too exciting for myself over there. Relative volume of 9.58. That's something that's actually gets me a little excited, but not doing a whole lot. Is this a barbecue company, Weber?
Weber?
Yeah, so it's at 57 short flow for a barbecue company. Why? Who hates barbecue like that? I love barbecues. So I'm not sure what's going on with that side.
But there is a problem with over inventory. I know that Walmart revised guidance because there was a glut in inventory. So maybe these retail products are having trouble moving their inventory, and as a result, investors are taking short positions against them. That's just a guess. That's not anything factual that I'm sure of. Going back to that Meggle trade that I had, I scalped in and out, had a good couple of outs there, got part filled on a few of them, but was able to make some of the money back that I had lost on the average down. Meggle's going to be within this range. Again, I love it above VWAP. If it can hold VWAP going into that power hour 230 time slot, we're definitely going to have this one on our radar, and you guys should too. Yes, Walmart is reporting this week. Ron Williams says in the chat, Walmart's selling all kinds of stuff at cost or below. Definitely agree with that, and that's why they came out with the revised guidance previous to that. And we're going to find out what they have to say this week. Walmart does report this week, I believe. It is in the morning. What day does Walmart report? Do you know?
Tomorrow morning, early morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Give me a second.
Early. Yeah. So we'll continue to look at that Meggle. Now, Revlon sadly going below the VWAP, so that one will take it out of our radar for now. Again, that's just for now. ILAG also above VWAP, so we'll have an eye on that. Let's see what others are talking about here. 4-burner Weber, $600 burner. Any other grill, $250. Yeah, Tom, I agree with you. Yeah, that's just the cost of doing business at Weber. I guess that they think that they have a name that they can sell at that price point at, but that's their problem. Going back here to my Meggle trade, trying to load that up. Come on, charts, load. Yes, these charts do tend to take a little bit of time. Again, yeah, Meggle consolidating back right within that range. It's around $15 into that $13.50 within that range. If you can get the tops and bottom of those ranges with a consistency, that may be another trade for you within these hours until it does do a breakout. So 13.5 to the low side and around 15 to the top side has been in that range since since around 11:30 essentially. So we're going into an hour and a half within that range. So it's a predictable range. Catch those bottoms, sell those tops. How do you feel about that strategy? You like that strategy?
Which one, sorry?
Playing it within the range.
Yeah, I love range trading, man. I mean, you know, one of the most profitable setups on the floor is literally trading in a range all day, and then you just provide liquidity in and out all day, right? So that's without a doubt. I gotta appreciate that strategy. But you know, something about me likes looking for these moves instead. You know, for the dream moves, the glory moves instead. Take Two at the moment up 5% for some reason. You know, obviously they missed out on earnings last week. I remember that. But today it's absolutely launching, so I had to go check for what the catalyst was. Take Two's private division entering publishing deal with the workshop, Beta Workshop. Not sure what that is, but clearly a publishing deal coming in for their gaming platform, for their games in general. Take Two not too long ago bought Zanga, if I remember correctly. And now pushing back to the north side is Take Two. Something that we can take a look at in the same realm, but not really the same thing, is Activision. To see if Activision or even Unity are leeching off of that Take Two move over there. Unity actually has a different catalyst behind it today also, which is they canceled the takeover bid from another company, which means that they want to stick with the Iron Source takeover. So Unity want to continue to be private and not private, but like their own entity and not get taken over. But Workshops is the one that made Lord of the Rings, like the game Lord of the Rings or the movie Lord of the Rings. Not sure. Either way, that's a good deal for Take Two at the end, and we'll see if that publishing deal will take them even further with their gaming and so on. If I remember correctly, Take Two owns Rockstar? Maybe not, maybe not. Either way, doesn't matter. They do? Yeah, so Take Two owns Rockstar, and that's basically your GTAs and so on. And GTA blew up not too long ago. I said that word. Hopefully, I don't end up on a no-fly list now. I gotta fly to India in a couple months, man. I don't want to end up on a no-fly list.
Prices go down.
I mean, I ended up getting a pretty decent price, but some of those prices from Air Canada are still ridiculous.
Prad was showing me $5,000 flights. So,
I wasn't joking.
Yeah, I know. He showed it to me.
Yeah,
so
economy, no
yeah.
business, economy.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a rough patch there, Brad. Again, Meagle still at that range. I'm thinking maybe to take a long here back up to that 1480 level, 1475 level. I'm not 100% convinced of this range. It is making higher lows when you on the 1 minute chart. If we were to draw a line here, they are barely higher lows. You know what? Why not? Let's just go in. We'll have a tight little stop there. So we'll go in with some shares here right at that. We got filled at 1420. So not the greatest fill, but not bad as well. We'll hold that one perhaps into the 1460 area, 1450 area. We may start scalping out. Volume coming down significantly on this one. You can just tell by the tape how the tape moves, what kind of volume. You don't even need to look at the volume chart on the bottom of the graph. And the tape and the time and sale, the book and the time and sales here are showing, you know, that this may be a weak time of the day. So we may not give this much room here to the downside. Maybe a 1405 or a 1399 out on this one.
Tesla going off at the moment. 935 for Tesla. Volume ramping up too. Volume coming in for these breakouts, which is what you want to see. We're almost at the end of the official lunchtime. It's 12:46 Eastern Standard Time. About to be 1 o'clock very soon. With the volume coming in like this before the official lunchtime closing, maybe we get some more volume coming in across the board as the S&P 500 is around a pretty good solid resistance areas, and the NASDAQ is also around the area where we're forming a pretty strong barrier for itself and not allowed to go to the north. Not sure what what talk was going on there. But when are you getting off?
Till 1.
Till 1? Okay, sweet. So he's gonna be on here for another 15 minutes or so. We got Muscle Man next to us for a little bit longer. You know, actually, he did mention, Prad, don't bully me too much or I'll beat you up. So if I did bully you, I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything about beating up. This is recorded. But Prad does. He likes to troll. He is one of the better office trolls, definitely. I'll give Prad that. So I didn't really want to. I didn't particularly enjoy being trolled on the air, but you know,
we did
Prad
get him though. We did get him.
That was good. I should have been more alive to that, but I'm so naive. Yeah, this Meagle trade not going our way. We're about 10 cents out of the money here, so we may not give it much longer. We may get out at that 14.05, and I think I may flatten out here. Yeah, so we're out of that one. It looks like it's gonna make newer lows. So if that's the case, we don't want to be any part of that. Let's have a look at Tesla. Tesla's going mad over here. People probably wondering why we're not on that
940
stock.
break coming
Yeah,
in soon.
so Tesla here, we're talking about that 940. Prad making that assessment. So let's have, okay, obviously my chart hasn't changed again. That was the second time. Okay, so let's have a look at Tesla. So maybe a bit of a consolidation here, pulling back a little bit off the highs. Now, let's see how many green candles that was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 green candles on a row on the 1 minute chart. You gotta assume maybe a little bit of a pullback here, but we will keep that. We'll keep an eye on that one. We'll set up here for a nice trade. Oh, and there it goes. There it goes, breaking above those highs. Yeah, Tesla does seem to be having that strength today, so we're definitely not going to take any shorts on that.
Did I just see 1,000 share order on a T gateway on Tesla? Okay, you don't see much of those, and not too often. But volume clearly coming in. Tesla's moving around a little bit. We're gonna have a little fun watching where this one goes to. There was a funny little comment here where that one go to. I can't really find it anymore. Who cares? But yeah, I'm gonna start picking some stocks in the chat now. Sharif's voice is so calming. Yeah, it is. It's pretty nice. Pretty soothing, calming. Good for trading. Oh, there you go. That's the comment. It's the great Khali from WWE. That's a good one.
I wish
the great
I could be
Khali.
that tall.
Oh yeah, he was like what, 7 feet tall or
huge,
something?
yeah.
He's huge, dude.
He was longer than he was wider than he was tall, man. That guy was big.
But his legs were scrawny though. He
Yeah,
needs more leg days. And look who's talking. Look who's
The great
talking.
Khali.
MGAM moving up 12% apparently. So let's go check out MGAM. For some reason, man, this Tesla is struggling around 937.20s. I don't know why. I was watching it this whole time and 937.20s is struggling. We dropped $1 right away on Tesla. Let's see if it can manage to get back up there eventually. But MGAM is being questioned in the chat right now. 11% to the north side is MGAM today, and it's struggling to break VWAP to the downside. So clearly, that's a good thing for anyone who's long, as we cannot go past to the north side off that level. Never mind. We're actually breaking VWAP right now as I talk about it. That was almost like they waited for me to say it. So we're breaking VWAP now. Let's see if we're gonna find some support slightly under VWAP at the 50-period EMA or at the 100-period EMA, and then get back into that range for MGAM with the relative volume of. Let me go check what the relative volume is. MGAM, Mobile Global Esports. All right, I like it. Relative volume of only 0.52, so no reason to really even trade the stock today, in my opinion, as Tesla is taking all the fun from the market. Looks like this market might just get ready to push down with the help of Tesla not being able to push to 940 just yet.
Sadly, as I had predicted, MEGL is playing within that range, but yet, once again, I did not have the patience to hold it. I just didn't want it going against me. Maybe should have given it a few more cents to the downside there. It is right back up into that 1475. I think it made a 1480 or 1485 high on that last 1 minute candle. Should have held that one, but we got distracted by the allure of Tesla. And Tesla now, after making a 1 minute candle pullback, is going back to the upside here. So I wonder if this would be a nice area to enter long for a new high around that 938 level, or whether it'll still continue to pull back. Hard to tell with Tesla as it moves so aggressively to the up and the downside. But yeah, really, really not happy with myself for not giving enough time and enough room for Meagle to pull back there right into that 14 level. We could have scalped 75 cents in with size, which would have been a good trade to add to our day.
Yeah, every time you say Meagle, I just hear Omegle, like that platform.
I don't know if it's Megal or Meagle, whatever. You never know how to pronounce these things.
Honestly,
right?
what is the company even name even? It's like something global again, once for MEGL.
Yeah.
MEGL, Magic Empire Global Limited. So Magic Empire, is that Magic the Gathering? Like Magic Empire? Either way, if that is, honestly, then you have to go long, because I see Tony and Greg walking out every single day to go buy Magic the Gathering cards. So if that is Magic the Gathering, go long simply.
I have nothing to contribute to that conversation. I've never been a fan of that.
Dude, Magic the Gathering, honestly, is a sick game. You know, I've never played it. I played it once with Greg, and I fell in love with it right away. I played Hearthstone, which was like more PC game. You don't need physical cards or anything, so Hearthstone was my game, because you could play it on your phone, you could play it on thing. I guess you could play Hearthstone now too, not Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering too, as they have an app for it. But playing that was actually a lot of fun.
Meagle breaking above that 15 level, testing the 1510. Yeah, so maybe this might be another potential long here, if it does hold above 15. That's the thing with this one. You just got to give it room, and I'm always unsure of how much room to give it. There it goes again, below 14, below 15 into that 1480 level. Maybe we'll take a quick long here with a nice little stop, maybe 10 cents or so. Brad, do you want to?
Yeah, go. I'll take over right now. Just watching the chat to see what the chat wants to take a look at. MEGL, yeah, we'll pull back to MEGL in a second. Revlon through VWAP. Revlon was under VWAP, so let's see if it got back to the north side, which apparently it did according to you guys. Yeah, there we go. It's trying to get back above VWAP. It's pushing slightly, or at least trying to stay above VWAP at the moment. Up 26% today, though, for REV, and just patience on this side to see if we can push back to $9 or not. You can manage your trade whenever you're ready.
Oh yeah, scalped a little bit off Meagle there. Took the 15 long, scalped a little bit up 15.20. Now we've got good bid size coming in there, so maybe we'll take some more out in that 30 level. And they're entering, approaching, and then we're out. There we go. That's a nice little scalp to make up for our earlier loss. So a couple of good scalps now off Meagle, and this is how I typically treat these stocks, especially midday when they're range bound. You're gonna scalp what you can get off them, especially off these key levels. Like 14, we identified as a key level. I just didn't have the patience to hold it. 15, definitely we were gonna take profit, but then the resistance becomes a support level, and as you can see here on the 1 minute, it is holding 15 well. Now that could change anytime, but I typically like to look at these levels as the support and resistance levels and play off those levels for any scalps.
Scalp. That's the name of the game, baby. What is happening with Tesla? She is squeezing.
Consolidating.
What's her name? What's his name? Sorry, her name. I guess I should say what's her name, because after Elon tweeted the pregnant emoji for Bill Gates.
That
what's
was
her
hilarious.
name? This guy's the richest man on the world, and he's like tweeting some of the most troll stuff ever. But I guess when you have the FU type of money, you can do whatever you want.
If someone shorted my stock for 200 million,
was it 500 million?
500 million. Thank you.
Yeah,
you got it. I'd be posting pictures of them like that too. So.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point on that side. But yeah, Tesla clearly squeezing Billy Goats today a little bit. Looks like the other stock that you guys were talking about, Weber, WEBR, although helping him out on that side as if he is long on this one. And it is a high short float, as you guys already mentioned, 50% to 60% short float. WEBR today up 6.5%, breaking VWAP slightly, but I'm expecting it to find support at the 50 period, at the 100 period EMA. I'll just take a tiny long over here to see if we can work with this trade. What? Why did my order reject? Oh yeah, I'll have to refix that order in a second. But WEBR at the moment, trying to see if we can hold up at the 100 period EMA to the downside. Still up 6.5% with 2.7 million shares traded overall. Where are we going to? Rivian looking juicy. Apparently, Rivian is moving around. Let's head over to Rivian. $37 coming into play. Are we going to get a 37 breakout north side? Rivian actually down on the day. I thought by juicy you meant it's green, it's up. Rivian bleeding, down full percent. Still under VWAP. I'm not sure if you mean juicy to the upside or to the downside, but I don't really want to diddle in the middle. So no trade for me on Rivian. I think if I want to trade Rivian, it'll be closer to 37.50 around VWAP or around 36.50 to the downside near the low a day. No reason for me to really push an entry over here on Rivian just yet. I'm watching Tesla on my second screen. Looks like it wants to pull off to the downside. If Tesla pulls off or pulls back to the downside, I'm expecting Apple to curl back down over here and Microsoft to start curling back down just as the as the S&P 500 market tickles the 4,300 level and is getting ready to maybe pull back too. You know, the market doesn't really have any catalyst that I see to be really launching itself to the green side today. So I'm trying to short the 4,300 level here on the futures. So here's my short entry on the futures at 4,300, giving it a little bit of a wiggle room. Let's see if we can ride it back down.
Yeah, I've had my eyes on the clean energy stocks for a while now, especially after the passage of the Clean Energy Act or whatever they're calling it down south there. Specifically, Plug's been looking good. Bloom Energy's been looking good lately too, perhaps for some swing trades there. But I wanted to get into Plug earlier, like I mentioned earlier. I wanted to get into Lee, which really took a dive earlier in the market. It's actually up 6.7% since 9:30, and Plug also is up 1.6%, not as aggressive as a move. NEO's up 4.2% after the bell. So these plays, they're back in play. They will be until otherwise noted. Back to Meagle here. It's approaching that 1550 level. So you got to assume the next level, the key level here will be 16. It's on the chart, and it's also a nice round psychological resistance number there. So maybe we'll set up a new long into Meagle here. Not with too much size, because again, time of day is not my favorite time of day for these low float micro cap stocks. And there we go, right up to 1560. You can see the volume coming in just off the level 2 in the tape. Just very apparent at this stage that it is getting stronger than it was maybe about 10-15 minutes ago. What do you have, Brad?
I'm just reading chat at the moment. The best way to solve inflation is to do the exact same thing that caused this. So like just keep on printing money and I guess is what you're saying. I'm not sure if that's the answer. That ain't it, Chief. But I don't have the answers. Look, I'm not sitting in the Fed chair. I can't make the decision. All I can do is make up wild theories and jokes on the show and see where that one goes, obviously, is the #1 plan. As I was talking to Luca today, Luca on his vacation DMs me and he goes, oh, if Bed Bath & Beyond, if the algos didn't do this, if the algos didn't do that, and Luca was going crazy. And I said, Luca, I don't know what that means. I punch and I pray. That's it. I punch and pray. I don't know what if the algos ran away from the price, if the algos did this, if the algos went into the matrix and they found Neo and they found this and they found that. I punch and I pray, Luca. I don't know what the algos are doing. I'm not reading the algos like you are. That's man versus algo over there. But it's more importantly, we're gonna go over to Brando at the moment for Sector Watch at the big screen.
An improving situation, guys, as we head through lunch hour here. More and more green showing up on this board. Just noticed Tesla finally popping out a little bit in the automotive group. Almost 4%. There it is. 4% basically for Tesla. Ford here being dragged along with it. 1.5%. No GM today, though. That fits on this board. Anyways, consumer discretionary stocks overall, unfortunately, still kind of mixed. Tech shares to the top end here. Software names leading. However, there's enough weakness both in semiconductors and hardware equipment makers to leave it break even or thereabouts. TTWO. Yeah, I just saw a note saying they're going to work on a Lord of the Rings game or something to that effect in 2024. So TTWO having a really big day. Disney to the upside. Match to the upside as well. 2.5, 2.5. And 4.5. So communication services having a good day. This is the consumer staples group. Bank banking stocks in general, but specifically the individual banks having a really good day. This one as well, healthcare group. We mentioned early on this morning, halfway through the morning show, if you joined us, I was saying most of the strength coming from this one. The equipment makers now popping up as the strongest, but ILMN and GILD leading in the pharmaceutical space. Remember, this one had earnings last week, was down huge, so a bit of a bounce back to the upside. Industrials also bouncing back to the upside, including all of the airlines here, about 2.5% in positive territory. So overall, turning into a pretty good day. Trader Prad, back over to you.
Yeah, that Take-Two news was that, I forget what the company name was, but someone in chat, I believe, mentioned it right here. Weta Workshop, which happens to be in charge of Lord of the Rings, and Brando coming on confirming that they're going to be working on the Lord of the Rings gameplay. Hopefully it's somewhat like Elden Ring. You know, Elden Ring has been a pretty monstrous game. Every streamer loved it. A lot of my friends loved it. I personally didn't play that game at all. You know, I had fun watching other streamers play it though, but I'm more of your FPS shooter type of guy. I go pew 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 pew, right? As the clicking buttons on the controller is too boring for me. But the game looks absolutely monstrous, no doubt about that. The game looks beautiful. Let's see if I missed any super chats. I did not miss any super chats. Okay. All right. What you play Apex? No, I don't really play Apex. I used to though. Sorry.
I'm on with you now, bro.
Oh, you are. Let's go. We got Neil on the show with us, and let's see what Neil's been trading.
Hold on a second. You guys can see, I got a few positions on still, but he's like, I don't like playing these games where it's just clicking buttons. And my first thing was, like, what games are you not just clicking buttons in? Like, what kind of crazy games are you playing where it isn't just about doing all this nonsense here and there? But anyways, you said Lord of the Rings. You know, that new series that's going to be coming on Prime, it looks pretty sick. And I'm a fantasy sci-fi guy, so I'm excited for some of that. If the game is good, fair enough. I don't play them. But the market is making a bit of a turn here, and I'm back. I want to quickly go to Google here because this was pretty solid off of that 122, and we just got a 1 in the morning, and we just got up to that 122, tried to wick through the high, grabbed a short, and then it just came to my first bid. I'm trying to get this bad boy out. But I also want to buy some dips up here and some big names. Like, I'm all out of NVIDIA. We had a meeting, and I put a trail on my NVIDIA, which did this nice little wick here, now headed back into VWAP. So I might be able to pick this one up if it bounces off VWAP and 188. I kind of like this one to the long side. Bed Bath & Beyond's kind of going. Neo we've been holding on to. But man, did I miss out on Tesla, Prad. Tesla is an absolute monster today. And I'm just sitting here having done nothing since about 10 o'clock. And there's been nothing. Well, I mean, there's stronger stocks percentage-wise, but just in terms of the sheer notional value it's chewing through, pretty impressive for Tesla today.
Yeah, Tesla has been absolutely monstrous. I mean, you know it. It's Miss V's favorite stock. It's Miss V's favorite company. Obviously, it's going to keep on doing Miss V's favorite things, which is launch to the north side. Almost 4% over here, 935 coming into play. I honestly was waiting for 940 break. We didn't get that 940 break, I guess. The day's not done yet, so a little bit of a patience for that said 940 break. And if it does come into play, we can take advantage of it. If it doesn't, that's fine with me too. We'll place that at a different time, right? In UBX, wait for some time. Yeah, we talked about UBX earlier on today at some point. UBX, which was a monster move on Friday, still hanging out in those same... Hello? Did my platform slow? Okay, Neil? Yeah.
Come back over here because I might as well talk about Veru for a second. Veru, which still Fahad is not the easiest short in the entire world. Veru's coming back into VWAP. I did grab this off of 20 a little bit later in the session. I liked 18 this morning, but we never got those 18s. I waited for it to bounce, kind of missed out, and then it took 19 as a higher low. I want to be a buyer again in front of 20. You've got a bit of a one's starting to come in. I mean, the trend on this stock, it's insane what it's doing. What you wanted to see was it break out from that 18 level on the daily. It's done that. It's retested after it failed a little bit at 20 even. It bounced off 18. That's exactly what you want to see, is that previous resistance start to turn into some support. And now I just want to play this all the way back into the upside, guys. So if we can catch this on VWAP, I like some of these small caps. Ooh, I just got a reload on a firm. Because why not? Why not have it be in a firm day? The market's at highs and a firm is below VWAP. that's pretty much going to be a short, like 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10, whatever it is. But I just got a little more shares back in there. Another one that I trailed out in after we left you guys. And I could have got back in the same price, 39.40 or so. I'm working off some lower highs here on Affirm. So Google, Affirm, short side. I still like that NEO. As long as Tesla holds up, I kind of feel like NEO wants to break back out. But it's been slow. Like, it's been giving me some trouble. And then I heard Sharif was talking about Meagle, or Magic, whatever they call this thing, that Magic whatever company. And the long has been really good down here. I think he had something in that 14 off VWAP, like what I'm trying to do with Veru. I think this one is a worthwhile one for the afternoon. It feels strong enough. The volume is really solid here. Like, if you pull it up a little bit, you're going to see. Look at the increasing volume. For lunchtime, that's great. You're bouncing off VWAP, retesting to those highs with solid volume. I just feel like any dip here can still be bought, and they'll be pretty solid. So I'm going to go for it there on MEGL, up 90%. But let's be real for a second. This stock, it saw 240. Last week, it saw 100 and was failing at that price pretty much in the afternoon, later on in the session. This move is almost non-existent when you pull it up on the higher time frame, just to give you an idea of how far this has come back down. So I'm not thinking you're going to the moon here, but I do think you can take out this high and at least maybe make a charge at 20 bucks, where I think there'll be a lot of people just lining up to short this one. I paid for short, so probably me included.
I like that $20 level call out. I mean, look at these moves on the stock where each day candle itself is about $100 long, and that's how monstrous these moves have been. So I think some people are scared to short a little bit too early. So that $20 level stands out for all of us on MEGL. Currently, I'm looking at FRZA, another recent IPO that has been a little bit of less fruitful as the other ones have been for the long side. You know, MEGL launching all the way back to 200 at one point. HKD doing something crazy also. Forza not really doing that, but allowing us to, I guess, make some executions, push some trades here and there. Pretty range bound though for FRZA today, not able to get above the pre-market lows and not really breaking below $6 just yet. Couple other stocks that we're looking at that are in the same basket, which is your IPO basket. LUCY did manage to go back above the the price that we IPO'd at, but not still under the original range indication that the stock was supposed to IPO under, which was $750 and $950. Whenever that price point comes into play, I guess we could see how the stock trades between that range to see if we can have some levels to look for later on. But I'm expecting a stock that only has 800,000 shares on the flow to really die out on volume really quick tomorrow or somewhere down this month and week in general. Zeus coming in with the $2 super chat. Zeus, appreciate that, but no message in that super chat. So if you do have anything in there that you want us to take a look at, please tag me or Bears versus Bull, and we'll be able to talk about that for you. We haven't addressed the YouTube like counter all day, so let's go do that real quick. 2.K likes over here. We got Sean's coming in. There we go. We'll freeze that. 4,666. Like I told you, we watch that number at least once a day coming into play. And I actually have a fun story about that number that I can talk about right after this YouTube spiel. 4,000 people watching us, only 2K likes. I have yet to hit the like button, so let me do that right now. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We appreciate that as it helps our YouTube algorithm every single day. Ooh, look at that. As soon as I talk about it, we're at 2.1. Let's keep on smashing that button. Also, hit the join button, which will make you a member. That's if you want to. It's not mandatory. You can listen to what Brendo has to say about the member stuff right here by clicking on that join button. If you're not subscribed yet, if you're part of that 40% who's not subscribed, I don't know what you're doing. Hit that subscribe button. And last but not least, YouTube store, where you can purchase our merchandise directly from the YouTube store itself. Go purchase our merchandise and show us some of your support. If you did buy anything, tag us on Instagram, tag us on Twitter with your picture. architecture so we can share that with our community that we've been waiting to build. Now, about that fun story I was talking about, I had a couple bets on the Marlon Chito Vera fight, and man, that kick from Chito Vera breaking my boy's nose, Dominic Cruz's face just melted in off of that kick. Poor guy. And even this bet too, Teofimo Lopez. If you bet $100 on Teofimo last fight, you made $5 on it. That was such a useless bet. Like I was not gonna make that bet. Yeah, he won. I know, but it's like minus 2,000 odds. I was not gonna make that bet, but here's the bet that I was talking about. That was in fun for me. It was the only two bets that I put $6.66 on the UFC night are the only two bets I won. How does that even happen? Don't even know.
All I care about for sports right now is where is bloody Durant gonna end up, man? Like, this nonsense needs to figure itself out.
Bring him to T-Dot.
Because I keep hearing some crazy rumors, like this whole, like, LA, him and Kyrie. At the same time, like, if they could pull that off, you can just forget about everything. If LeBron and Kyrie and Durant end up on the same team, like, that'd be ridiculous.
Where would you like to see him?
Where would I like to see him?
Yeah.
Look, obviously, I'm a Toronto fan, man. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, I think if the Raptors got Kevin Durant, that puts us right back on the map. I don't think it's going to happen, so it doesn't really make a difference, right? Like, it's, I can sit there and wish and dream and hope all kinds of nonsense, but it ain't going to happen. So, whatever. The Raptors aren't getting them. But it would be interesting to see. If they put a team together that was that good in LA, I think that would be pretty epic to watch. Because if you had those three together and they did not win, oh my goodness, would there be so much pressure on those cats? That's all I got to say there. But there's one stock that we forgot to talk about that I was just asking Sean. What the heck was that? It was Geo. It was Michael Burry, the big short man himself, going all in on a long play. Well, I don't know if he was all in. You said Sean, all in, right, Sean? Like, I don't know how big it was. He said all in. So anyways, this stock is still looking pretty strong. On the daily, you have it up like 750 here. A lot of times, a couple of hours after it breaks out, I'd be expecting it to either have rejected this high, pull back into VWAP, or have already gone. Instead, it's just holding the top. No significant pullback. It's just lulling you into sense of like false sense of security, and it's like 20-something% shorted. So this Geo looks pretty interesting to me for one of those late day type runners. I just feel usually if you're going to fall back, if you're going to stall out here, you should have pulled back by now. This could be a nice consolidation to maybe sit in here, give it to like that 35 or so. Even if it breaks, you can play it back into VWAP, but there's room on the daily. It's got a good catalyst. It's got the short interest. Just a heck of a lot to like with this Geo is we only really have, you're into that second half of the day. You're looking for those late day pushes. The market's hanging out that high, so unless you're riding your longs, like you're sitting in something that's been good from the morning, like a Bed Bath and Beyond, or like if you happen to be in the Tesla move, that can be fantastic. Or you're just looking for some shorts that you can work yourself into, like I'm doing with Google and Affirm. Other than that, I'm looking for these runners. Like what's going to be that big push in the power hour, and Geo's got to be on that short list. I think Veru can be one of those as well. I'm not completely convinced that. Well, you know what? I was about to say I'm not convinced that Revlon's done because Revlon was holding down here, and then Revlon broke $8. So maybe Revlon is done. I'll throw that one out the window. I guess this one's going to be finished for that day. But something like an AMC, that's holding up at VWAP. It was a pretty boring and useless morning for AMC, down 3%, but you're kind of hanging on for dear life here. And if it makes a little tiny break, it doesn't take much for it to get to a double top high. That's 24.50 clean. Like the morning top there. So that could be another late day runner. Otherwise, I don't want to get caught buying longs at the high on any of the big market followers. So I want something that's on a consolidation. That's why I was looking at NVIDIA for a big tech name earlier. I just can't seem to get anything at 188 here. But every single time it comes down, I cancel my bid and move it. I'm just going to leave it at 188.21, and we'll see if we can pick up a little bit of NVIDIA here. We do have another guest coming on that you guys are going to be excited to see in a little bit once we get the okay. But I'm excited for this market. We did turn into a trending move to the upside, but we've seen this story before. You're trending to the upside. Where is the follow through in the last couple of hours of the day? So it's small caps for me, dip buys, a couple of easy shorts off the highs of the day, and then just looking for that extension in the afternoon, Brad.
I'm watching GEO now just because of that catalyst. I didn't watch it in the morning. I didn't even hear about that. But now that we know about that catalyst a little bit more, gonna have that on my board to see how we move around on this one. Up 10% today, but not looking to slow down in its ascent to the north side. I bought CVX at X amount, AMD at X amount, and Oracle X amount. Yeah, congratulations, Pingo Trader. Good luck on those positions, because I can't give you my opinion on those positions. Not a financial advisor, but all I can do is give you, wish you the best of luck on that one. NU apparently broke, so let's go look at NU. And you finally pushing to the north side without me. Yay! We love watching that, wouldn't we? And you finally pushing back to the upside and now continuing its move. Let's see, obviously, where this one goes to, as Luca would say if he was here. But at the moment, I'm a little hands off on NU. Keep in mind, NU has earnings report coming in at the end of the day at 5 o'clock or so, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. This is your Brazilian bank that Warren Buffett was invested in, or still invested in, not was invested in. So obviously just gotta wait and see what the levels are that'll come into play eventually for NU. Quick glance on the daily chart. Looks like we got some levels at $4.70 or even closer to $4.80 and $5 that might come into play at some point today. And that earnings play that comes out might just allow it to push a little bit more. Did you need something? Yeah. Rev powering up again. Rev apparently powering up, having another pump to the north side on Revlon. Let's see if it is having that move back above 8. No, it's actually below 8 and still under VWAP. So a little patience, I guess, for Revlon. I know a lot of you love trading Revlon on that side. Couple of positions that I entered into are the SPY shorts and QQQ shorts, which are both in the money. SPY shorts 11 cents in the money. Oh, there's my chart, sorry. SPY shorts 11 cents in the money. QQ shorts 1 penny in the money, so nothing really going on just yet, but I'm waiting to see if the market push down over here will help us at the 4,300 area. 4,300, I'm expecting it to be a barrier. If 4,300 does break, we can walk up to maybe 4,310 at best, 4,315, but anything past 4,315 means I'm done with the shorts on this market today. As long as we're under 4,310 to 4,315, I'm going to continue looking to fade this move that the market had. Only up 0.37% on the S&P 500 and only up 0.6% on the NASDAQ market. So I'm not a believer. I don't have faith in this move. Now up 22 pennies on QQQ as we're getting ready to pull back, and now up 13 pennies on, now up 20 pennies on SPY and 13 pennies on the QQQ as we're getting ready to pull back to the downside. Let's see how big of a pullback we'll have though. It is only 1:20 Eastern Standard Time, so it is possible that the market still has no real volume left in it. Nick saying Pratt about to get squeezed out. That's fine with me, man. That's the nature of the game. You got to learn to lose if you want to win. And if you can't learn to lose, then good luck to you in the longevity of this game. That's where I plan to be. I plan to be here for the long run. You know how Drake says, I'm here for a good time, not a long time? Forget about good time. I'm here for a long time. I want to be here for the longevity. The good times will come with longevity itself. And Neil, are you jumping on over here, or?
You on some of that short there. I'm not saying the market's going to do that, but look, we got to this high. It's lunchtime. Volume slowed down. You got multiple names making tops. Like Pratt's short the Qs, but look across the board what's happening. Like this is Google at the high. You can see it starting to roll over, right? Like you just saw Tesla, which was super strong. I'm gonna get to that. I want to get to that super chat in a quick second. But Tesla, which has been strong, that's starting to roll over on its high of the day. I mean, Microsoft here, if this wants to load up, come on, now you're gonna get all. There you go, rolling over off this high 93. I can go over to a few other names, but a lot of times when you get to this high, even in a strong day, the risk to reward is going to favor shorting off the top because you can put your stop at the high. Even a minute or small pullback will be pretty good for you there. But I did want to get to live end just because we had a super chat and we appreciate all of them. Did I just type that incorrectly? LTHM, and that's still on the New York. And we thank you guys all for the super chats. Mohammed there asking, it's near an all-time high, thoughts and advice. The thing about, look, all I can tell you is what I can see, ever since we had the clean energy bill signed and the momentum that some of these lithium names have gotten, right? You even had Elon Musk coming out talking about how free money it was getting into this game. So it's been an absolutely tremendous run the last couple of weeks, breaking the 50, breaking the 200 period. Oftentimes, usually you want to page yourself out and run these stocks into a high of the day sort of thing, high of the day, or all-time or recent high, and then not necessarily always be selling in front of that high, give it a chance to break out. But that's a significant, 33 to 34 level, to be sure. It's had a bunch of trouble getting through that price in the past. Not paying yourself out when you've just been handed like 20, 25% does feel like you can be a little bit greedy there. I would be paying myself out something if you're hanging on to some longs here. If it's just a swing, if it's a long-term play and you think this is going to be it, this is where you want to have some of your money parked for a 5-year, for a longer time span, then there's not a heck of a lot of reason to sell. If you're thinking in the short term you want to rotate out and pay yourself on a swing, that's a great area, and then you probably want to take some off in front of 34 and then let the rest of it ride. I mean, it's a very, very strong trend. But if you look at it historically, it doesn't usually do this without pulling back significantly. Like here, you had $2, $3 pullback before it again went higher. And you can look back the last times it was bullish. It even consolidated for a few months at a time. Like this is definitely a good catalyst on LTHM, on Livent, but at some point, I would expect there to be a healthy dip. So if you're swinging it, maybe give yourself a little bit of a payment out there and make sure that you do always pay yourself. As I say, I just got some out of my short on Google, or Alphabet, I should say. But Affirm here only now starting to roll over. So market went a little bit. Affirm a little bit late to that party, but as it rejects VWAP, I'm going to pop on the offer, see if I can get a little bit more on the way back in. I think we can test a low, like a name that's red, that is trending to the downside when the market's trying to fall off of a high, well, that's exactly the kind of name that if we sell off, I want to be adding to. I know I'm out of this thing somewhere around 39.80 if it makes a fresh top. But for now, it is looking pretty good. I did get into that Geo, by the way. You should be able to, I don't know, I have a few positions on, so you can probably see Geo that we picked up at 750. It's just crawling higher. Like, look at how nice and clean and linear that move is. Like, nothing too crazy. It's been holding this steady churn, looking like it wants to make a run at $8. I'll give it back to this latest dip and see if we can't play it to that $8 level. But Geo certainly looking pretty strong here, poised to take out that 10% up move as long as it can continue to hold this trend.
Dan McIsaac apparently tweeted a chart at us, Neil, and he wanted to take a look at cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin in general. Which way are we going to break out? I mean, look, that's anybody's guess. You're better. I might as well just roll a dice over here and take that guess over here, which way we're rolling. Based off of technical analysis, though, obviously it looks like we're in a channel to the upside for Bitcoin. I would like for Bitcoin to go back to 25Ks, 30Ks, 40Ks, so I don't have to worry about being broke in the long-term account, right? But at the moment, the sad reality is if you bought Bitcoin anywhere above 40K, you're feeling pain right now. You know what damage is. You know what losing money feels like. And that's the nature with almost any stock in the stock market at the moment. For anyone who bought the dips not too long ago, and the stocks kept dipping and the markets have been dipping even more. The new dips have been coming in. Good for now, though. The higher highs are coming into play. I see your channel. I did talk about cryptocurrencies. I would like for cryptocurrencies to be above 25,500 or even 28,000. If we can stay in this range and not break this range to the downside, I'll be very happy at the moment. But predicting the future is not my job. I'm not here to predict the future, and nor do I know how to, sadly. If I do know how to do that, trust me, I would have been not sitting here. I'd be the guy sending rockets to Mars and whatnot, right? So prediction is not the point for this side. Let's look for some levels though that we can play off of on Bitcoin, which is a 25K level, which we did break yesterday, and we dumped right back under that level. If we break 25K, I think we can burn some stops and push right back to the north side on Bitcoin. S&P 500 still playing around in that range. I know some of you are expecting that 4,300 level to really reject, and some of you did look. It looked like some of you actually joined on that 4,300 short, but the market didn't really push too far to the downside. 42.95 coming in as a support area. Something that gave me extra confidence on my trade is the fact that Neil jumped in on the trade with me. So that means maybe take more sides if we can push back a little bit more over here. Participate, don't anticipate. That's the #1 rule for sure. You don't want to be guessing. There's no point in guessing. And some of you on the weekend, you know, message me and they're like, "Oh, what are you looking at for Monday? What are you thinking about for Monday?" I don't know, and I don't care what the market is doing on the weekend. That's because the market is doing nothing on the weekend. I give zero moves. I do nothing. I sit there, I play my games, I watch my TV. I really care about what the markets are doing, and the news articles are coming in at like Monday 6:30 till Monday 9:30 because I'm a day trader. I don't care about the moves from overnights, as it doesn't affect me too much, right? I really find out what stocks I want to trade on the morning. And thank you to Brendan and Brankles. I think Brankles still doing the hard work for that side for watch list. So if you guys are missing out the watch list, you know, that's a free report with catalysts that are curated for you guys every morning, telling you exactly what stocks where some of the eyes and some of the traders will be on. You're gonna miss out by not signing up for that. If for signing up, I think the link will be there. You go. There. I was waiting for Bears versus Bulls to put the link in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Bulls isn't playing around, man. Like, he's like, the link is up. All you have to do is start talking about it, and he'll have the link up like right quick. He does a fantastic job moderating for us, so much to the point that we feel like we're lost without you, Bears versus Bulls. You keep up the good work, brother. But yeah, that watch list. Look, at the end of the day, when you're trading, there's so much going on in the market. And ultimately, like, you want to narrow down like what it is that you're paying attention to, you know, the amount of trades that you're going to make. Where's your focus? We only have so much bandwidth personally for our minds, right? So you lock it down, get your list locked and loaded, ready to go. Every now and then, things are going to happen. Like, you know, Sean mentioned this Geo stock that Burry's invested. It's got a high short interest and it's running, and then all of a sudden it's a late entrant to your list. And maybe you haven't gone over or done a ton of work on it, but it's just worth maybe trading because of a setup that you see. That's going to be part of it. And someone did ask in the question in the chat, isn't Burry a long-term investment in Geo? Yes, that is true. However, as a day trader, sometimes you just want to play momentum, right? It has a heavy short interest. It's a strong chart on the daily. It's already breaking two major moving averages today, and then trying to take out this big level on the daily chart at 750 when you got room to $8. So that's all all I'm seeing is a long off of 750 on that break in the daily chart, strong trend, short interest, good catalyst, and I can risk it back to 35s and see if it can't get up to $8. So I just see a trade setup when it comes to Geo. I'm not going to sit here and comment that, oh yeah, it's a good long-term hold because Michael Burry said so, but I think it's a decent enough, solid enough catalyst, and you can see up that 10% and still looking pretty solid. What's not looking solid is a firm here trying to trend back up. I just added to it here at 39.20s. It's trying to get back into VWAP. So some signs of life for a firm. It is one of the names I'm looking for that short trade on. And then I did want to go back over to Rev in a quick little second, but the other one that's worth looking at here that is trending back in that I just got to reload was Veru, Fahad's personal favorite. Finally got back in off of VWAP at 20. So just added to this one here, looking to play it back toward the high of the day. If it can break 21, fantastic. If it can't, that is fine by me. For the throws, guys, I didn't put my earpiece on, so you'll have to let me know. I think Brendan's at the big screen. It looks like money talks. What's going on?
Big screen. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, currency update for you to get you through the afternoon here as we take out the highs on the day. For the dollar index, back to 106.5 almost right now, 0.75 to the upside, 106.44 for the DXY. This all started off of this note this morning. The Bank of China coming out with a surprise interest rate move. They also had some pretty bad factory numbers from last month in China that sent the dollar higher on the day. So the euro, the Canadian dollar, the pound as well, all significantly lower. We were down more than a full percent here for the CAD, back to 77.5 120.7 there for the British pound. Everything else back and forth we go as well. The Japanese yen showing some strength on this note as well. Here we go, 24,170 we'll call it for Bitcoin, 0.3, 1.2 right now. Back to 1900 for Ethereum, guys. Back over to you.
Man, I need that CAD USD to fix itself real quick because, you know, our salaries over here based off the trading go off the currency conversion a little bit too. So come on, currencies, fix yourself a little bit on that side. I'd like my paychecks to not get that big of a damage every single day as currencies go down. But Disney, man, something that stands out to me real quick, you know, just a fun little observation that Disney's ticker actually spells Disney in one way, except for the E in it, you know, DIS on New York, Disney. That's pretty cool. But Disney apparently moving midday, gaining 2.8% overall on the day, now at 2.3% after Daniel Leob, Third Point, takes a new stake in the giant and expressing the point that they want Disney to spin off their ESPN side and they want to include, or they want them to include Hulu more into their ecosystem over there for Disney. Disney, man, I wish I bought some shares at $90. I'm going to need you to repeat that. Disney, I should have bought some shares at $90. I missed out on my opportunity because, man, look at it, pushing right back above the 100 period EMA. I don't think I'll get the chance to get it again at 90 unless the market really finds a way to crumble upon itself. I mean, I was tracking the CPI number yesterday. It looks like everything looks better, man. 55 to 45% rate hikes. A lot of things in the future. The catalyst might just be turning to the upside. But here's the moment that you've all been waiting for. Stephanie's in the seat.
Hi.
What's up, Steph?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Sorry for being a little bit late. There were some technical difficulties, but I'm glad to be here. Of course, it's my first time appearance. So yeah, I don't mind actually getting started and jumping into ES futures because maybe I'm sure since if you guys are used to my segments in the afternoon that maybe you'd like to hear me talk about what's kind of going on right now, especially after lunch hour and as volume picks up. I do have some hypotheses to make for you guys. Pratt, is that okay? Can I just jump into it?
Go for it.
Alrighty.
You don't gotta ask me.
Okay, so this is a 5-minute chart that I have up here. So going into the morning, as I mentioned at around 9 a.m., I was looking at that 42.50 level, and to be really convinced that today was going to be a bullish day, I really did want to see us compete with the pre-market highs, which was at 42.78 if you guys recall, and of course that key psychological level was 4,300, so we are kind of wavering to the downside from there. To let you guys know, on my 5-minute chart, I like to personally use for my EMAs, my exponential moving averages, I like to personally use the 9 and the 21. So today I've been in a bit of a scalp mode because it was tough for me to gauge some direction. And of course, going into lunch hour, I'm always weary of volume. And in terms of my risk management, when I see volatility sort of drop, I'm more on the cautious side and I'm not too comfortable taking pullbacks of an EMA and having a trend continuation. So I was pretty much flat on the day. I did have a short position that I did close because, again, I did have some technical difficulties here. So from this 4,300, I did adjust my intraday levels. I will let you guys know that one of them I have is 42.84. So if we do pull back, I could see us coming back down to that level before we might push to the upside again. But as I'm just watching even NQ right now along with ES, they are kind of moving a little bit on the slower side in what comparison to what I've seen from a week, even 2 weeks ago. It was usually very easy to gauge direction, 10 points on the upside, 10 points on the downside, and I am noticing that it is quite slow, 2 points here, 2 points there. So right now I'm steering clear of it. But the potential, if we want to continue to the downside, I would be looking at 42.84. Yeah.
I love it. That was, that 4,300 level, pretty sure the whole world's been watching that level.
Yep.
Hence, we're struggling to get past that level today. I think the high a day from what I see on the micro contracts is 43.01. But what is it on the actual big boy contracts? Let's go check it out. Can you see the high on that one real quick?
It's 43.01.50 cents.
So around the same for
Around
both.
the same.
Just half a point for a quarter of a point difference away from ES and MES over there. Markets have been pretty strong today, but if you ask a bear like me, we're nowhere close to how strong the market should be. 4,300 rejection. I'm guessing that was the short position you were talking about.
Yep.
I'm glad you were talking about that because that makes my conviction even more stronger. If a futures trader is looking at that level, I'm happy that I'm short right now on QQQs and on SPYs. But let's move away from the overall market as we have someone who can actually talk about the market a lot more than I do. So I'm gonna address some of the stocks inside for you guys in the chat. Let's see what you guys want to talk about. But I'm sure you guys just want to hear Steph talk for the rest of the day. I wouldn't doubt that at all. Maybe we could also dive into some questions with Steph. I know we had that interview with you not too long ago.
Yeah.
As the market's deciding what it wants to do, it doesn't want to flush just yet. It doesn't want to pop just yet. So maybe we could, dive into a little bit of your trading career. Like, how did you start, and here you are now.
For sure. So maybe some of you guys don't know, but I actually am a funded trader. I did come here prior to being funded with another firm. So primarily, actually, that's why I stuck to futures. So since on my own journey, I was with my own personal funds, I was in equities, and then I jumped to focusing on options, specifically the SPY and the Qs. For me to sort of manage a lot of different positions based on headlines and big catalysts for small caps and whatnot. For me, it's a lot to juggle. So I like to tailor my personal trading style, whether it's scalping or longer intraday trades or swing trading, towards more focused on the market. So those ETFs, SPY, QQQs, there's also some leveraged ones as well too, 2 times, 3 times if you guys want to jump into that. And then from there, I transitioned to NASDAQ futures and ES futures as well. And of course, I'm still doing that today. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I actually, want to go deeper into those trades. These stocks, there's dime a dozen, and sometimes they do some wild stuff. But what I have noticed are futures and overall ETFs have some levels, and they try to respect their levels for the most part. So I like the fact that we have something over there. And always, once again, welcome to the team as we have more people trading more instruments, more things to leech off of. No, I'm just joking. More things to learn off of from each other as you want to keep on increasing your tool set, your database for your trading setups and so on. Currently market pulling back, so come on, give me that pullback. 40 cents in the money on the SPYs and QQQs, 80 cents in the money on that. Couple stocks that people are talking about in the chat at the moment. I think I saw Lucid somewhere. I'm seeing GEO. I'm also seeing Bed Bath & Beyond. So let's head over to the first one that I mentioned, LCID, Lucid Motors. Absolutely flat on the day, not really doing anything too exciting. But now that the market might have that healthy pullback that we've been expecting from 4,300, maybe Lucid starts to crumble off of that news, or not news, but off of that move that the market will have. And look at Tesla. Tesla pushed pretty close to 940, didn't really break 940, and now Tesla having that pullback too. Tesla is, I believe, number 4 or 5 in the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500. That being that big of a weight, if Tesla starts pulling back, we can expect Apple to start pulling back. Apple being number 1, Microsoft being number 2. If all of these big stocks are starting to pull back, we're gonna have that move in the market that we've been waiting for quite a bit now. That we want to take advantage of. A couple other stocks that I did mention from the chat was Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. Let's go see how this stock is doing. I know Neil and Sean had tons of excitement on Bed Bath & Beyond today. Was it on the long side?
I'm still long.
You're on the long side on Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go. It's been up 13%. I mean, these meme stocks are absolutely wild, man. They just don't want to stop having to bring in the excitement on an every day-to-day basis. I personally didn't find a level for me to trade off of, but I missed out on the move clearly. The pre-market long, if you were there to take advantage of, man, that was a beautiful move in itself. But now trying to stay above VWAP is Bed Bath & Beyond. And last but not least, the stock that I wanted to go look at is GEO. This is the still moving, man. Just can't stop on GEO. Apparently, based off of what Sean and Neil were talking over there, this is the Michael Burry, there you go, that's his name. Michael Burry, full port position. So full port meaning all in, balls to walls type of position. GEO off of that catalyst probably is going to get a lot more buyers coming in. You know, your big short lovers, such as myself. I love the movie Big Short. And if you like what Michael Burry's acting, or not his acting, but how Christian Bale did for him and so on, and the whole storyline, maybe you get infatuated with that catalyst and start buying GEO. Then there's going to be a lot of people who do that, and hence GEO is up 10.5% on the day. Steph?
Yes, I want to actually just want to talk about Tesla, because I know in the back I heard a lot of people talking about it. So I did pull up a 5-minute Tesla chart here, and I'm not sure if you guys know, but I am a technical chart trader. So everything that has to do with my levels, my calculations, I do also pay attention to statistical averages as well too. So I like to sort of work from larger time frames all the way down to a 2-minute time frame and kind of base my hypothesis off of that. And as well as I wanted to mention one thing when it comes to talking about risk, because of course that is a priority and one of the most important things that you need to do in your trade plan before you execute. So one thing that I want to mention about risk is, for example, if you're, let's just take Tesla. So once you've watched a stock ticker for long enough, you kind of have a general sense of how much it's willing to move. And if you're trading with the trend or against the trend, approximately how many dollars you think you're going to be able to take from that stock. So for me personally on Tesla, I like to look for stop losses and take profits with $5 to $10 increments. And one of the things that I have noticed is, one thing that you guys will notice as well too is every time frame, so for a 30-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, you'll notice that they do look completely different. So one thing factoring into my risk I like to take into consideration is, what is the probability that this trade is going to work out for me? Do I have confluence with all my time frames, with all of my charts, or are there some discrepancies? So on Tesla here, I'm looking at a 30-minute, and Tesla could easily pull back to 920 before it continues to compete with intraday highs. But however, if you notice on my 5-minute chart here, we are slowly turning to change trend. So one thing that I would look to say here is kind of, where did price not want to go before it made another move? So at this level, kind of in this cluster, before we continued the trend to the upside following that EMA, is about 915. So we can easily see losing steam to the downside and pushing from that level again too. So that's just one quick thing I wanted to mention, and why I wanted to also talk about Tesla, because I did know that it was a ticker that people were mentioning today earlier as well.
A stock that's moved around quite a bit today, Moderna. Something, you know, an article floating around saying Moderna's vaccines will evolve like an iPhone. Ooh, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But Moderna, man, has a positive catalyst today, up 2% after the news that the UK approved for the Omicron variant vaccination and other variant vaccinations in the UK for Moderna, propped up about 2.6% off of that catalyst. I was looking for a breakout long. I missed out the pre-market high breakout around 174. So I just said, nope, no more trades for me on this side. Gonna let Moderna do what it wants to do. Instead of staying, you know, completely hands off, I should have just looked for the next even dollar breakout, as the opening drive is still happening. And usually the opening drive for Moderna, man, is very volatile. Like, the spread is pretty nasty. It opens up and it runs for a bit. 180 almost came into play today. We hit 179.29 and rejected off of that. And now slightly under VWAP, but finding some buyers at the 50-period EMA and also near the 100-period EMA for mRNA off of that UK catalyst. Our QQQs and SPY shorts are now 50 cents in the money each, so we took out our first tier of profit targets on both of them as the market did give us that pullback, but not too much of a pullback in the overall market as we're still above 42.90, and the level that Steph just gave out not too long ago for a pullback support area, possible pullback support area around 42.84, if I remember is what she said.
Yep.
Happens to be this spike's high at 8:55 Chicago time, so that's 9:55 our time.
Yep.
Yeah. My brain's pooping a little bit. 8:55 their time, 9:55 our time. So basically around 10 o'clock or so, making that high at 42.84. We're expecting also the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart coincides with that exact same price point. So we'll see if we do break 42.90 to 42.84. Buyers come back in, and then we get that breakout of 4,300 on the S&P 500. We go to 43.10. We reject 43.10, and then we come back down. Look, I'm just throwing out theories out there that I would like to trade out of. I don't know what's really going to happen. Only time will.
Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm noticing something here in the NASDAQ. So here, once again, I have my 5-minute chart. So my intraday levels that I have adjusted for the day was 13,634 and 25 cents. So that was actually resistance, which now could actually be acting as support here. So this is the blue level that I have marked off. So if we don't want to fully reverse from here, we easily could have this as a bounce level as well too. So sometimes when I'm going into my day, I like to have levels listed off of potential short plays and potential long plays. And sometimes what I like to do is when I'm taking profit, let's just say I was in this move for the short side and I'm taking profit, I like to also see, is there a potential for this to bounce from here? And is that risk to reward worth it for me to take from this level as well too? So I can play it both sides. And one of the things I like to pay attention to is, yes, I'm showing you guys a 5-minute chart. I like to personally do my scalps on a 2-minute as well. And from here, what I can see is if we really want to come to the downside, and we do run into some, of course, more volume when it comes to power hour, that VWAP level that I have on NQ, which unfortunately it's not showing up on my chart here, but to let you guys know what that level is, another potential bounce is 13,588. So, you know, psychological numbers, let's round to the upside. So 13,590. But one of the key levels we'd really need to hold and break below would be 13,600. That is a key level that I've also had my eye on intraday as well too. If we do want to come back, of course, when you're comparing the two markets, you want to have an average idea when it comes to their daily ranges, how much each of them are moving. Usually for ES, I've noticed an average daily range. I like to personally use a 10-day period. I am an intraday trader, so I do like to focus on a shorter period, would be around 70 points, whereas NQ can move a couple hundred. So one thing to factor into your trading when it comes to technicals as well as your levels. And it's also good to know that, because if, for example, you see NQ has moved 200 points, you know that it's getting close to its average session and average daily ranges. So you might not want to be taking along from the top point or high of day level as well, because you might be putting up too much risk for that. So that's kind of a few of the things that I look at when I'm looking at my technicals, my charts, switching biases as well too, and also when I'm changing from a longer term intraday trade to my scalper mentality, what I like to look at. So I hope that provides some insight for you guys.
Yeah, I like the fact that you brought up ATR. That's what you brought up, right? Average true range.
Daily range.
Range.
They're similar, but one of them just doesn't factor in the gaps.
Right.
So
I love the fact that you brought that up. Very, very good tool over there to help you also with your. A lot of people have questions as to where should I take profits, where should I exit, should I re-enter into a stock, is it a short here? Something that I look at is the ATR and also the days range, average days range, and so on, to find out, to see, just have an extra metric over there to see if maybe this move is over exaggerated. The stock moves around $6 a day, but this move is today $13. I think that's way too much, and now it's not going to go higher than that. How is the volume volume today compared to other days? Is it lower? If it's lower, then we know it's gonna take way more of a oomph and a power for it to really break out. So multiple things to take a look at. Usually the problems come in where people only use one or two things to trade off of, and they don't have a proper signal. But then also problems come in when you have too many signals and you can't make a decision in time. So you got to find the right balance in between having way too many signals and having not enough signals that can allow you to make the execution, that perfect median that everyone's always hunting for. Back when I used to read technical analysis books, I used to always call it the Lambo indicator, because that's the indicator that's going to help me buy a Lambo. I've yet to find this indicator, but when I do,
I can help you with it. We can partner up.
Let's go.
So why
an
not?
Indicator called Lambo indicator. I don't know,
Why
whatever.
not?
We gotta come up with something. But we're always here trying to learn some new things. And so far, I guess the term that we're gonna coin you is the Queen of Futures. And I'm here to learn more and more things about how to trade futures off of you.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Actually, I will bring it, you know what, let me pull up my ES chart, because of course, this is my first day, so I wanna let you guys know sort of my systematic process, my methodology here, and with the price action currently that's going on right now, what I would do and what I would not do and what I would be looking for. So here's my ES chart again. So as you can see here, we came down from that 4,300 level, and of course it's still more than obvious that there is not as much volume as the morning. So it's moving very slowly, 1-2 tick increments. So just gauging price action right now, I'm seeing it decreasing. So right now I'm kind of in my head thinking, you know what, if I'm going to be taking a trade, I would be looking for more of a longer term trade as opposed to a scalp, because I'm noticing that it's not moving too much. So here we pulled back from that 4,300 level, and as mentioned, 4301.50 was the intraday high. This is also, if you guys have been listening to my ES futures levels in the afternoon show, this is also the supply zone that we've been working with, in a critical supply zone, because it is found on a larger time frame, specifically the 4-hour time frame. And last time that I mentioned that we were in this 4,300 level, I actually have 4,304 as a specific resistance level down to that dollar, because that was one of the prior highs. We were in this range. It was actually the first week of June, so it was May 30th, I believe, to June 6th was last time where ES price has been in this level. So here I see this pullback, and the reason that I wouldn't take any trade here, and what I'm factoring when it comes to my risk, is what are the chances that we get up to that high, and is there going to be steam for it? Or now am I anticipating, based on price action, momentum, volume, strength, am I looking at this and saying there's actually more of a probability that we're going to make a lower high and then potentially come to the downside? So if I'm not going to be taking a trade here, where would I take a trade? I don't like to force any trades or get involved in the middle of my levels. I don't ever want to do that. I stay away from the internals. I only want to work with the edges, unless, again, I'm in scout mode. But for that, I really want to see price have steam and price be moving more than just one tick against me, one tick for me. So here I want to see how we act getting up to that intraday high, or again, that same level that Prad mentioned, that I had mentioned earlier, that 42.84, before I decide to do anything, because also that level will act as confirmation for a full trend reversal. Right now, to me, even though we're on the top range of the intraday price here, I'm seeing that, again, as I've mentioned, price is slowing down. We still don't have volume coming in, and I want to get up to that upside, because even 5-6 points is going to make a difference in my total P&L. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at and where I'm waiting for where price is going to go before I decide to get into a position.
Beauty, gotta love that explanation. The inside peek inside her mind as to how she's processing the information, how she's looking at the trades, and actually gives me a little bit of more perspective as to what I want to do with my futures shorts. Well, I'm not in futures, but I'm in the ETF shorts at the moment. Your QQQs and the SPYs, which are both 30-40 cents in the money respectively. So we'll see what goes on over there. The chat's absolutely loving you, Stephanie. So I know you were a little nervous earlier.
Yep, I
about how they're gonna accept you and so on. They're loving it. They're saying very knowledgeable, very well spoken, and indeed, and that we're happy that Stephanie is now on the team. Hopefully, this first time on the show for you will allow you to be more open and not be nervous, and we can already see that improvement coming into play. I'm gonna take this conversation away from the futures a little bit and take it back into the stock market. As we over here at Day Trade the World. That's right, Day Trade the World. Do exclamation mark sponsor or software to find out exactly what software we're using over here. Sponsored by Day Trade the World. We over here at Trader TV Live trade not only futures but also equities. Something that we've been putting some damage on today is MEGL. I cannot type for the life of me. Where's my mouse? MEGL on NASDAQ, which is still above $15. Look at the VWAP now, around $14 or so. VWAP creating absolute a baseline, a sideways channel, or not channel, I guess it's just going sideways, showing you that the price is now looking to form a base around 14 and a possible breakout of 17, 18 later on in the day if the volume is able to show up. I don't see the volume showing up just yet, I'll be honest. But if it does, hey, I'll be here to look for that trade. I'll be here to punch it. Sadly, you will not see me punch it because I'm just now realizing it's 1:56 Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, 4 more minutes for the beautiful Stephanie. I almost said Valeria because I'm used to saying and the beautiful Valeria who's used to sit next to me. But yeah, beautiful Stephanie, and for myself over here. We only have 6 minutes, so if there's any stocks for you guys want us to take a look at, please put them in the chat and we will do that for sure. Real quick, I see REV on a glance on my top screen. REV still under 8 or around 8. Nothing exciting just yet. We need volume to really spike up in REV for us to get excited about it. Not excited for this one just yet. Let's see it get back above VWAP. And what's the other stock you guys said? GOE? No, GOV? Was it GOV or GOE? It was GOE, right? GEO. There you go. That's the one. GEO still rocking, now 12% to the north side. Do we see the $8 break coming into play today? I guess that's the real question that everyone's asking. The fact that we already broke this channel resistance that it's been making since the last few weeks, around 750, I think that's going to end up being a support area now. 750 to 740 is going to be support if you ask me. Just the theory that I'm throwing out there. It could easily break that and go down to VWAP, but I'm expecting 750 to 740 end up being a support area.
Pat, is that the GEO on New York?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I've actually pulled that one up here on my 5-minute as well. I'll give some input. I know all I've been doing is talking about futures, so let me pull up one of the tickers that you guys are curious about and give you some of my insights on it. So as you can clearly see, I mean, this has been trending all day. So one of the things I like to factor in if I'm going to take, for example, a pullback or a retest trade on any of my EMAs, of course, making sure I have confirmation with the momentum, with strength, with volume, also taking into context time is day 2. So here we go. I like to, in my head, I call this, personally, this is what I've created for myself. I like to call it a 3-touch rule. So as you can see here with this trend, we've pulled back once, we've pulled back twice, we've pulled back a 3rd time. Next time I'm going to be a little bit weary because, of course, when something's trending, it's not going to trend forever. At some point, it's going to have to break that trend.
No, don't say that.
At some point, I mean, I haven't said that it's going to do it now, but I am going to be a little bit weary here because this pullback and retest strategy off of VMAs are only going to work for so long. So you don't just want to blindly get into a stock, get into a trade with trend continuation in anticipation that it's going to make a higher high based on saying, hey, history repeats itself. It's been constantly doing this. You also need to factor in, hey, where would I be wrong? And when is the point that this could potentially turn and change on me? So for example, here, like I like to use these 2 AMAs. So maybe on my next pullback, for example, to limit my risk, I'm going to wait for it to kind of come towards my second one that I have here. And like I said, I use a 9 and a 21. And as mentioned, this is a 5-minute chart before just jumping in at this 9 and saying, hey, I mean, it's done it all day. It's going to do it again. And again, that's one thing factoring in the risk as well. We know it's going to break at some point. It's not going to last till the end of time here. So how can you structure a position to take advantage of a move like this with strength, with momentum, and saying, of course, the high of day was 775. Key psychological whole dollar level is going to be that $8 break. And of course, paying attention to time in sales, noticing if you see any large buyers or sellers stepping up as well. You want to factor that in too.
Thank you for your outlook on Geo over there, which I'm pretty sure everyone's looking thanks to Michael Burry. If you guys loved the show today, we had Tony, we had Sharif, we had Neil, we had Stephanie. Smash that like button. If you're excited for all of these guys to be back tomorrow, show us your appreciation by smashing the like button on the closing show as we are about to wrap this one up. It is sadly time for Midday Mayhem, Market Movers, whatever you want to call it. But you guys are going to have more fun on the closing show with Neil, Brendan, and Sean, and I think Steph will be on there too, maybe at 2:50 or something. I'm not sure.
Yep, you guys will see me in for another quick futures update. So you'll see me quickly pop in just to kind of mention if there's been any new action that's gone on that I can report on. So I will be back.
Awesome. Some more Stephanie without a doubt too. I had a great time. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Go get them, guys. Ciao.
Bye.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome back. Couple hours left on a Monday that has since gone positive. When last we spoke, we were kind of struggling, trying to get back to the upside, but overall, there you go. Look at the board as we stand right now. It is the NASDAQ leading things back into positive territory, 0.61 right now. The Dow, 0.47, let's call it 0.5%. S&P 500, 0.34 to the upside. Still a pretty negative day for energy markets. You can see crude oil is still 3.3 to the downside. But remember, that was